One of them took place in the early 1980s, when I was 27 years old, on an unusually hot, sunny day in the Bay Area, in the overcrowded parking lot outside of San Francisco General Hospital. Just as I exited the building, a flash of the sun's glare temporarily blocked my vision. As I refocused, what I saw changed the world as I knew it. The gorgeous red convertible Ferrari 308 that I saw slowly circling the lot, driven by a guy obviously in search of a parking spot, compelled me to go and have a life-changing conversation with him. Some years before, fresh out of the Navy, I had first arrived in San Francisco, lured to the West Coast by a prestigious research job and the opportunity to work for one of the top young heart surgeons in the country. For a kid like me who'd barely stepped foot outside the 6-block square of the hood in Milwaukee, not counting my 3-year stint as a Navy medic in North Carolina, San Francisco was the be-all and end-all. I not only tried to move ahead faster, but also began to question the path that I'd chosen, wondering if somehow in all my efforts I wasn't trying to run up the down escalator. Or at least that was my state of mind on that day in the parking lot outside San Francisco General Hospital as I approached the driver of the red Ferrari. This encounter would crystallize in my memory. I see the sports car in front of me just as if it's today, circling in slow motion, with the whirring sound of that unbelievably powerful engine as it idles, waiting and purring like a lion about to pounce. With the top down and the light glinting fire engine metallic red off the hood, the guy at the wheel is every bit as cool as the jazz musicians I used to idolize. A white guy, dark-haired, clean-shaven, of average height and slight build, he's wearing the sharpest suit, possibly custom-made, out of a beautiful piece of cloth. It's more than just a wonderful garment, it's the whole look. The tasteful tie, the muted shirt, the pocket square, the understated cufflinks and watch. No flash, no bullshit, just sharp. "Hey, man," I say, approaching the Ferrari and waving at him as I point out where my car is parked, nodding to let him know that I'm coming out. In that instant, the car symbolizes all that I lacked while growing up. Freedom, escape, options. "You can have my spot," I offer, "but I gotta ask you a couple of questions." He gets that I'm offering a trade here, my parking place for his information. I've learned a little already about the power of information and about the kind of currency that information can become. Seeing that it's not a bad deal for either of us, he shrugs and says, "Fine." My questions are very simple. What do you do, and how do you do it? With a laugh, he answers the first question, saying, "I'm a stockbroker." But to answer the second question, we extend the conversation to a meeting a few weeks later and then a subsequent introduction to the ABCs of Wall Street, an entirely foreign but mesmerizing venue where I am just crazy enough to think I could do what he and others like him do, if only I can find an opening. Despite the fact that I had absolutely no experience and no contacts whatsoever, looking to get my big break into the stock market became a major focus over the next several months. But so did other urgent concerns, especially when I suddenly became a single parent amid a series of other unforeseen, tumultuous events. During the long, cold winter of 1982, as government programs to help the poor were being eliminated, the economy in the Bay Area, as in the rest of the country, was in a downturn. At a time when jobs and affordable housing were becoming harder to find, access to cheap street drugs like angel dust and PCP was starting to get easier. If you happened to visit San Francisco in the early 1980s, you were probably unaware of the deepening crisis. You might have heard about what neighborhoods to avoid, where you were warned about the winos, junkies, bag ladies, transients, and others who, as they used to say in my part of Milwaukee, just went crazy. Or maybe you did notice some of the signs. The long food lines, multiplying numbers of panhandlers, the mothers and children on the steps of overcapacity shelters, runaway teenagers, or those sleeping human forms that sometimes looked more like mounds of discarded clothing left in alleys, on park benches, at transit stations, and under the eaves and in the doorways of buildings. You may have paused to wonder what kinds of lives and dreams and stories had been lived before, and perhaps to consider how easy it would be for anyone to fall through the cracks of whatever support had once existed, or to face a sudden crisis of any proportion and simply stumble into the hole of homelessness. Chances are, however, no matter how observant you might have been, you wouldn't have noticed me. Or if you did happen to spot me, usually moving at a fast clip as I pushed a lightweight, rickety blue stroller that had become my only wheels and that carried my most precious cargo in the universe, my 19-month-old son, Chris Jr., a beautiful, growing, active, alert, talkative, hungry toddler. It's unlikely you would have suspected that my baby and I were homeless. Dressed in one of my 2 business suits, the other in the garment bag that was slung over my shoulder, along with the duffel bag that was filled with all of our earthly possessions, including various articles of clothing, toiletries, and the few books I couldn't live without, as I tried to hold an umbrella in one hand, a briefcase in the other, and balance the world's largest box of Pampers under my armpit. Still, while maneuvering the stroller, we probably looked more like we were going off on a long weekend somewhere. Some of the places where we slept suggested as much. On the Bay Area rapid transit subway trains, or in waiting areas at either the Oakland or San Francisco airport. Then again, the more hidden places where we stayed could have given away my situation. At the office, where I'd work late so we could stretch out on the floor under my desk after hours, or, as on occasion we found ourselves, in the public bathroom of an Oakland BART station. That small, cell-like, windowless tiled box, big enough for us, our stuff, and a toilet and a sink where I could get us washed as best I could, represented both my worst nightmare of being confined, locked up, and excluded, and, at the same time, a true godsend of protection where I could lock the door and keep the wolves out. It was what it was, a way station between where I'd come from and where I was going, my version of a pit stop on the Underground Railroad, 80s style. In years to come, baby carriages would go high-tech with double and triple wheels on each side and all aerodynamic, streamlined, and leather-cushioned, plus extra compartments for storing stuff and roofs to add on to make them like little inhabitable igloos. But the rickety blue stroller I had in the winter of 1982 had none of that. What it did have, during what I'm sure had to be the wettest, coldest winter on record in San Francisco, was a sort of pup tent over Chris Jr. that I made of free plastic sheeting from the dry cleaners. As much as I kept going forward because I believed a better future lay ahead, the real driving force came from that other pivotal event in my life, which had taken place back in Milwaukee in March 1970, on a day not long after my 16th birthday. Unlike many experiences in childhood that tended to blur in my memory, this event, which must have taken up little more than a split second of time, became a vivid reality that I could conjure in my senses whenever I wanted, in perfectly preserved detail. This period was one of the most volatile of my youth. Beyond the public turbulence of the era, the Vietnam War, the Civil Rights Movement, echoes of assassinations and riots, and the cultural influences of music, hippies, Black Power, and political activism, all of which helped to shape my view of myself, my country, and the world. The TV on this particular day was, in fact, the focus of my attention, and key to my mood of happy expectation, not only because I was getting ready to watch the last of 2 games played in the NCAA's Final Four, but because I had the living room all to myself. This meant that I could hoot and holler all I wanted. Another cause for feeling good that day was that my mother happened to be the only other person at home. Even if she wasn't sitting down beside me to watch the game, but was somewhere nearby, busy ironing clothes in the adjacent dining room, as it so happened, it was as if the house was breathing a sigh of relief for just the 2 of us to be there, something that almost never occurred, especially without my stepfather's menacing presence. None of that is of any consequence as I'm sitting there, so engrossed in anticipation of the tip-off and so very caught up in the announcer's hype of both the athletic ability and fortune awaiting Artis Gilmore and Pembroke Burrows III that I say out loud to no one, "Wow, one day those guys are going to make $1 million." Mom's, standing at the ironing board just behind me in the next room, says very clearly, as though she'd been sitting next to me the whole time, "Son, if you want to, one day, you could make $1 million." Stunned, I allow her pronouncement to seep in without responding. No response is necessary, as Betty Jean Triplet née Gardner has gone on record with a statement of fact, not to be questioned or responded to. It is as factual as if one would say on Friday, "Tomorrow is Saturday." It was biblical, one of the 10 commandments handed down from God to Mama. If you want to, one day you could make $1 million. All in an instant, my world turned inside out. In 1970, the only way a kid from the ghetto like me had a chance to go make $1 million was if he could sing, dance, run, jump, catch balls, or deal drugs. I could not sing. I am still the only black man in America that cannot dance or play ball. Now, she had told me, and I was 16 years old and I believed her, that my job could be to make $1 million if I wanted to. The amount of money wasn't what mattered when Mom said it. The operative part of her message was that if I wanted to do something, whatever it was, I could. I not only believed her then at age 16, but I continued to believe that statement in all the days that followed, including that fateful day in San Francisco when I got the first inkling of a future in Wall Street, and in those moments pushing up the hills in the downpour with my son, looking up at me from his stroller through rain-splattered dry-cleaning plastic, and in the desolate hours when the only place of refuge was in a BART station bathroom. In my memory sketch of early childhood, there is one image that stands out above the rest, which when called forth is preceded by the mouth-watering aroma of pancake syrup warming in a skillet and the crackling, bubbling sounds of the syrup transforming magically into homemade pull candy. Then she comes into view. The real pretty woman who stands at the stove, making this magic just for me. Or at least, that's how it feels to a boy of 3 years old. There's another wonderful smell that accompanies her presence as she turns, smiling right in my direction, as she steps closer to where I stand in the middle of the kitchen, waiting eagerly next to my sister, 7-year-old Ophelia, and 2 of the other children, Rufus and Pookie, who live in the house. As she slips the cooling candy off the wooden spoon, pulling and breaking it into pieces that she brings and places in my outstretched hand, as she watches me happily gobbling up the tasty sweetness, her wonderful fragrance is there again. Not perfume or anything floral or spicy. It's just a clean, warm, good smell that wraps around me like a Superman cape, making me feel strong, special, and loved, even if I don't have words for those concepts yet. Though I don't know who she is, I sense a familiarity about her, not only because she has come before and made candy in the same fashion, but also because of how she looks at me, like she's talking to me from her eyes, saying, "You remember me, don't you?" At this point in childhood, and for most of the first 5 years of my life, the map of my world was broken strictly into 2 territories, the familiar and the unknown. The happy, safe zone of the familiar was very small, often a shifting dot on the map, while the unknown was vast, terrifying, and constant. What I did know by the age of 3 or 4 was that Ophelia was my oldest sister and best friend, and also that we were treated with kindness by Mr. and Mrs. Robinson, the adults whose house we lived in. What I didn't know was that the Robinsons' house was a foster home, or what that meant. Our situation where our real parents were and why we didn't live with them, or why we sometimes did live with uncles and aunts and cousins, was as mysterious as the situations of the other foster children living at the Robinsons. How the real pretty woman who came to make the candy fit into the puzzle I was never told. In our unspoken conversation, I understood her to be saying that seeing me happy made her even happier. And so somewhere in my cells, that became my first job in life, to make her feel as good as she made me feel. Intuitively, I also understood who she was, in spite of never being told. And there is a moment of recognition that comes during one of her visits, as I watch her at the stove and make observations that will be reinforced in years to come. More than pretty, she is beautiful. A stop you in your tracks, turn around and look twice beautiful. Not tall at 5'4", but with a stature of nobility that makes her appear much taller. She is light brown-skinned, but not too light, almost the color of the rich maple syrup she stirs and heats into candy. She has supernaturally strong fingernails, capable of breaking an apple in half, bare-handed, something that few women or men can do and something that impresses me for life. She has a stylish way of dressing. The color burgundy and paisley print dresses stand out, with a scarf or shawl thrown over her shoulder to give her a feminine, flowing look. The brightness of color and the flowing layers of fabric give her an appearance I would later describe as Afrocentric. When the recognition occurs exactly, I don't recall, except that it takes place somewhere in my 4th year, maybe after she hands me a piece of candy, in an instant when at last I can respond to that look she has been giving me and reassure her with my own look. Of course I remember you. You're my mama. Ours was a family of secrets. Over the years, I heard only parts of my mother's saga, told to me by a variety of sources, so that the understanding that eventually emerged was kind of a Cinderella story, without the fairy godmother and the part at the end where she marries the prince and they all live happily ever after. The oldest and only daughter of the 4 surviving children born to parents Archie and Ophelia Gardner, Betty Jean came into this world in 1928 in Little Rock, Arkansas, but was raised in Depression-era, dirt-poor rural Louisiana, somewhere near the town of Rayville, population 500. With the trials of poverty and racism, life wasn't easy for the Gardners. Betty and her brother Archie, who cried grown man tears when he recalled what it was like walking the long, dusty country roads to school in the 30s and 40s in Rayville, had to keep their heads up as white children rode by in horse-drawn wagons or on horseback, looking down at the 2 of them, pointing, calling them niggers, and spitting on them. Adored by her 3 younger brothers, Archie Jr., Willie, and Henry, Betty was, in fact, a golden girl of promise, a star student who finished 3rd in her class when she graduated from Rayville Colored High School in 1946. But her dreams quickly unraveled the moment it was time to go off to college and pursue her calling as an educator, starting with the devastating sudden death of her mother. Like Cinderella, while she was still in mourning, almost overnight her father remarried, leaving Betty to cope with a domineering stepmother, who went by the ironic nickname of Little Mama, and a new set of competitive step-siblings. Just at a time when Betty Jean was depending on the financial support from her father to go to college, Little Mama saw to it that the money went to her own daughter, Eddie Lee, who had graduated in the same class as Betty but wasn't among the top students. Rather than giving up, even though her heart was broken by her father's refusal to help, Betty found work as a substitute teacher while she put herself through beauty school. But once again, when she needed financial assistance from her father to pay for her state licensing fees, he said no. With all the talent, brilliance, and beauty that had been naturally bestowed on Betty Jean Gardner, she had apparently drawn an unlucky card when it came to men, most of whom seemed destined to disappoint her, starting with her own daddy. There was Samuel Salter, a married schoolteacher who professed his love for her and his plan to leave his wife, but who must have changed his mind when she became pregnant. True to form, her daddy and Little Mama were no help. They put her out. Thus began my mother's 4-year trek to Milwaukee, where all 3 of her brothers had settled. Along the way, she gave birth to my sister, named Ophelia for her beloved mother, before crossing paths with a tall, dark, handsome stranger during a trip back to Louisiana. His name was Thomas Turner, another married man. The result was me, Christopher Paul Gardner, born in Milwaukee, Wisconsin on February 9, 1954. In keeping with my other family's mysteries, my father was a figment of the vast unknown throughout my childhood. His name was mentioned only once or twice. It probably would have bothered me much more if I weren't so occupied trying to get to the bottom of other more pressing questions, especially the how, when, where, why my smart, strong, beautiful mother ever became entangled with Freddie Triplett. Tall and dark, but not exactly handsome. At times he bore a strong resemblance to Sonny Liston. Freddie had the demeanor of some ill-begotten cross between a pit bull and Godzilla. At 6'2", 280 pounds, he did have the stature and brawn that some women found attractive. Whatever it was that first caught her attention must have been a redeeming side of him that later vanished. In fact, he turned out to be many times more dangerous than he looked, especially after that first kiss, and after he decided she was his. No one ever laid out the sequence of events that led to my mother being prosecuted and imprisoned for alleged welfare fraud. It started out with an anonymous tip, apparently that somehow she was a danger to society because she was earning money at a job to feed and care for her 2 children, Ophelia and me, and a third on the way, my sister Sharon, and was receiving assistance at the same time. That anonymous tip had come from Freddie, a man willing to do or say anything to have her locked up for 3 years because she had committed the crime of trying to leave his sorry ass. It was because of Freddie's actions in having her sent away that Ophelia and I spent those 3 years either in foster care or with extended family members. Yet we never knew why or when changes in our living situation would take place. The land of the familiar where I grew up in one of the poorer areas of the north side of Milwaukee was a world that I eventually viewed as a black happy days. Just like on the TV show that was set in the 1950s, in the same time period in which my neighborhood seemed to be frozen even in later decades, there were local hangouts, places where different age groups gathered to socialize, well-known quirky merchants, and an abundance of characters. Some of the greatest characters were my own family members, starting with my 3 stout-hearted uncles. After both Willie and Henry got out of the Army, having traveled to many distant shores, the 2 returned to Louisiana long enough to join with Uncle Archie, as each came to the simultaneous decision to get as far away from Southern bigotry as he possibly could. Their plan was to go to Canada, but when their car broke down in Milwaukee, so the story goes, they laid anchor and went no farther. The hard-working Gardner brothers didn't have too much trouble making Milwaukee home. To them, the fertile, versatile city that had been plunked down at the meeting place of the Milwaukee River and Lake Michigan, which provided rich soil for farming and ample waterways for trade and industry, was their land of milk and honey, of golden opportunity. To put up with the extremes in the seasons, the brutal winters and scorching summers, you had to have an innate toughness and the kind of deeply practical hustling ability that my relatives and many of the other minorities and immigrants brought with them to Wisconsin from other places. Those traits must have existed as well as in the descendants of the true Milwaukeeans, members of the tribes like the Winnebago and Potawatomi. There was another local personality trait, and that was an almost crazy optimism. It was mainly the steel mills and foundries and car makers that brought so many blacks from states like Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, and all points south of the Mason-Dixon north to Milwaukee, Detroit, Chicago, and Cleveland. These blue-collar jobs were far and away preferable to a life sharecropping in the sweltering heat way down south in Dixie, in places where less than a century earlier, many of our people had been enslaved. Seemed like almost everyone had family members that brought with them their country ways and who tended to stick together. Sam Salter, Ophelia's father, ended up with his family in Milwaukee, as well as other friends from Louisiana. The triplets, some of the nicest, kindest folks you could meet, with the exception of Freddie, the bad seed, had come from Mississippi. As hard as everyone worked all week, at least in my neighborhood, over the weekend they played and prayed even harder. No such thing as casual drinking in our part of Milwaukee. From Friday evening when the whistle blew at Inland Steel, where all 3 of my uncles worked, Archie and Willie until they retired from there and Henry until his dying day, which came much too early. The party began and lasted until Sunday morning, when it was time to go to church and pray for forgiveness. It was Titi who first instilled in me the love of reading books and storytelling. Though I didn't read yet, after Titi read books to me, by looking at the illustrations afterward, I could partly remember the words and stories, and I felt as if I was reading already. There were books of Greek and Roman mythology, children's classic fairy tales, adventure stories, and my early favorite genre, tales of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. The story of the sword and the stone made a lasting impression on me, setting up the idea that someday, somehow, I would find the destiny that awaited me. Books allowed me not only to travel in my imagination, but also to look through windows into the world of the unknown and not feel afraid. The other window into the world of the unknown was the black and white TV set, and the finest vision I ever saw on it was Sugar Ray Robinson standing next to a Cadillac. "Now I seen all," Uncle Archie exclaimed, his hand on my shoulder, pointing at the TV screen. "Sugar Ray Robinson got himself a pink Cadillac." With black and white TV, we wouldn't have known it was pink if the announcer hadn't said so, but it was no less amazing. Uncle Archie had a contagious aura of calm that he maintained even when crisis came up. A man in his late 20s at the time, he never had a son, and I didn't have a father, so that drew us closer. Besides his hard-working ethic on the job, Archie used his quiet, strong intelligence to rise up through the ranks of his union at Inland Steel, setting an example for me about tenacity and focus. A very handsome guy, nut brown in color, slender, and on the short side but appearing taller than he was, Archie was a sharp dresser, something that influenced my later sense of style and the clothes habit I acquired long before I could afford it. Never overdressed, he was immaculate in his grooming, with his short haircut and neat trim mustache and clothes that weren't showy but always impeccable. Always. I learned that Mama was leaving wherever she'd been, prison, I know now, and that she was coming to get me and Ophelia and our baby sister Sharon, who suddenly appeared on the scene. All the happy memories of the beautiful woman who made me candy filled me with wondrous expectation, and for one brilliant flash of time, the reality of our being together made me happier than anything I could have dreamt. But those feelings were rapidly overshadowed from almost the first moment that Freddie Triplet bulldozed his way into my life. You would think that I would have had a honeymoon phase with the man who had become Mama's husband and our stepfather, but he was my enemy from the second I laid eyes on him. While I had no inkling of the violence he was going to cause in our lives, I must have sensed that he was mean and seemed to take pleasure in hurting my feelings. My hunch was confirmed when he launched the line he loved to throw at me every chance he got, which killed me every time he said it, stirring up the sediment of anger and resentment that would later erupt. Unprovoked, out of nowhere, he turned to me that first time I can recall seeing him and proclaimed in no uncertain terms, eyes blazing and voice blasting, "I ain't your goddamn daddy." Chris, wake up, lisps the 3-year-old voice of my sister Sharon, her little hand tugging on my shoulder. Without opening my eyes, I force myself to remember where I am. It's very late on Halloween night, and I'm in my bed that occupies most of the small room in the back house where we're living now, behind the big house on 8th and Wright that is owned by Freddie's sister Bessie. As soon as these facts register, I ease back down into sleep, wanting to rest just a little longer. The irony is that while sleep sometimes brings nightmares, it's the reality of my waking hours that can cause me the greater fear. From the time that Mama came to get us, first taking me, Ophelia, and Sharon, who had been born in the women's correctional facility during that time my mother was away, to live with her and Freddie, life had changed drastically and mostly for the worse. The world of the unknown that overwhelmed me when we stayed with Uncle Archie and Titi seemed wonderful by comparison to everything that took place in the territory of the familiar over which Freddie Triplet ruled. Moms gave us all the love, protection, and approval that she could, but often that seemed to make him more brutal than he already was. Ophelia and I almost never got whippings when we lived with Uncle Archie and Titi, but with Freddie, we got whooped all the time. Usually for no good reason other than he was an illiterate, belligerent, abusive drunk. At 5, 6, and 7 years old, school was a haven for me, a place where I seemed to thrive at learning and in social interactions. My early exposure to books paid off, and with Mama's continuing encouragement, I quickly mastered reading. Since we didn't have a television at this time, reading became all the more meaningful at home, especially because Mama loved to sit down after her long day of working as a domestic to hear what I had read or learned that day. My mother still clung to the hope that she would one day obtain the necessary schooling and licensing to teach in the state of Wisconsin. Until that time, she devoted herself to doing what she had to do to take care of her 4 children, Ophelia, myself, Sharon, and the youngest, my baby sister Kim, who arrived in this time period. While Mama didn't complain about her days spent cleaning rich white people's houses, she didn't talk about her work either. But if I ever fooled myself into thinking my academic achievements were going to win me points with Freddie, I was sadly mistaken. In fact, Freddie Triplet, who could not read or write, spent every minute waging a one-man anti-literacy campaign. In his early 30s at this time, Freddie had stopped his schooling in the 3rd grade back in Mississippi and couldn't even dial a telephone until later in his life, and he could barely do it then. This undoubtedly fed a deep-seated insecurity in him that he covered up by declaring that anybody who could read or write was a slick motherfucker. Of course, in his logic, this would have included Mama, me, my sisters, or anybody he thought knew something that he didn't, which meant they could take advantage of him. You could see it in the crazed flare of his eyes that he lived in a world full of slick motherfuckers out to get him. Mix that attitude with alcohol, and the result was big-time paranoia. Though I started to figure out some of these dynamics early on, for a while I was actually willing to see past them and to be on my best behavior in the hopes that he'd somehow find a fatherly side of himself with me. That hope was shattered one afternoon during a visit from Sam Salter, Ophelia's daddy. In an odd matchup, Salter and Freddie turned out to be great friends and drinking buddies. This made no sense, not only because both had kids by moms, but also because they were so different. Just as he did every time he visited, Salter entered a room with warmth and a Southern gentleman's charm. A nicely dressed, articulate high school teacher who could read and write and talk trash so good everybody thought he was a lawyer, although Freddie never once accused him of being a slick motherfucker. Samuel Salter had nothing in common with Freddie Triplett, who took over any space he entered by siege. Sometimes, Freddie cleared a room at gunpoint, waving his shotgun, hollering, "Get the fuck out of my goddamn house!" Other times, Freddie cleared the room with a rant, gesticulating angrily with a lit Pall Mall in one hand and his ever-present half-pint of whiskey in the other. That afternoon, when Salter arrived, Ophelia and I ran to greet him, followed immediately by Freddie's arrival in the living room. Whenever he came by, Salter brought a little something for us, usually $2 for Ophelia, his real blood daughter, and $1 for me, because he treated me as a pretend son. This day we went through the routine, with Ophelia getting a hug and a kiss and her $2 before skipping off waving, "Bye, Daddy," and then it was my turn. Salter grinned at my open hand and didn't make me wait, commending me first on my good work at school and then handing me the crisp single-dollar bill. Happy feelings swirled up inside, and I couldn't help it as I asked, "Ain't you my daddy too?" "Yeah," said Salter, nodding his head thoughtfully. "I'm your daddy too. Here." And he took out another dollar bill that he handed to me, saying, "Now you go and put that in your bank, son." With a big smile on my face, even though I had no bank, I started to turn and strut off, $1 richer, with Ophelia's daddy agreeing to be my daddy too, when I was met by Freddie's scowl as he bellowed out of nowhere, "Well, I ain't your goddamn daddy, and you ain't getting shit from me." Talk about bursting my balloon. For a moment, I glanced back at Salter, who shot Freddie a strange look that went right over my head and Freddie's as well. Probably Salter meant something along the lines of what I was feeling, that Freddie had no call to say anything. Number one, because I was talking to Salter at the time, and number two, because it was cruel and unusual punishment. Everybody else knew who their daddy was. Ophelia's daddy was Salter, Sharon and Kim had Freddie, my friends all had daddies. That needless comment from Freddie that afternoon when Salter gave me the $1 made it clear to me, finally, that he was never going to warm to me. The question then became, what could I do about it? My long-term plan had already been formulated, starting with the solemn promise I made to myself that when I grew up and had a son of my own, he would always know who I was, and I would never disappear from his life. But the short-term plan was much harder to figure out. How could I fend off the powerlessness, not only of having no daddy, and, much more damaging to my psyche, the powerlessness that came from the fear that never seemed to let up at home? It was fear of what Freddie might do and what he'd already done. Big-time fear. Fear that I'd come home to find my mother murdered. Fear that my sisters and I would be murdered. Fear that the next time Freddie came home drunk, pulled out his shotgun, and woke all of us at the end of that barrel shouting, "Everybody get the fuck out of my goddamn house," he'd make good on his promise to kill us all. "Chris!" Sharon's voice pierces my semi-conscious state once more. Now I open my eyes, sitting bolt upright, taking a fast inventory. Before I went to sleep, Nothing eventful had happened, other than some Halloween trick-or-treating, after which Ophelia went to a party with her friends, where she is, apparently, at the present. Crying, Sharon pulls at my sleeve, telling me, "Mama's on the floor!" Not knowing what I'm going to find, I throw off the covers, grab my robe, and hurry down the hall into the front room. There, lying face down on the floor, is Mama. Unconscious, a 2x4 stuck in the back of her head and a pool of blood spreading underneath and around her. Sharon's cries begin to escalate as she stares down at our mother alongside me. "Wake up! Wake up!" she screams. "Wake up!" My immediate reaction is to assess what has taken place like a crime scene analyst. First, I observed that Mama was trying to get out of the house and move toward the door when Freddie attacked her with the 2x4. Bashing it into the back of her skull with such a force that the wood splintered into her skin, sticking into her, spewing blood not just underneath her, but everywhere in the room. Next, feeling the waves of terror that Mama is dead or about to die, I turn to see Baby on the telephone calling the ambulance. Freddie's baby sister, affectionately known as Baby, reassures me that the paramedics are on their way and goes to calm Sharon. Apparently, what saved Mama was her thick-headedness. Literally. Thanks to the strength and resilience of her skull, Freddie's attempt to kill her had failed. She returned from the hospital the next day, bandaged, battered, but conscious enough to promise he was never going to be allowed to return. With a resolve I hadn't heard before, she looked us all in the eyes and swore, "Well, he ain't coming back in here no more." Before I could relax, he had returned after all. I knew this roller coaster. We'd been on it since I could remember. Every time he came back, apologetic, contrite, he'd start off being real nice. But he was as predictable as rain. Nobody knew when he'd go off, but at some point everybody knew he would. Again and again and again. Why Moms fell for it each time was confusing, without question. By the same token, I understood that we were sometimes in the most dangerous straits when we were trying to get away. I expanded my long-term plan. Not only was I going to make sure my children had a daddy, I was never going to be Freddie Triplet. I was never going to terrorize, threaten, harm, or abuse a woman or a child, and I was never going to drink so hard that I couldn't account for my actions. This plan evolved over time as I studied at the virtual college of how to grow up and not be Freddie. For now, I could only hate him. It was an emotional truth that lived under my skin, close to the bone. Because I didn't know that Mama had been in prison before, I couldn't yet grasp that she was mostly afraid that Freddie would send her back again. Only later would I fully understand that she had little financial independence, certainly not enough to raise 4 kids, and no means of escape, but I could already sense that she was stuck between the proverbial rock and a hard place. One day, Mama ran to hide at Odom's corner store on 10th and Wright. The owner, Mr. Odom, was the daddy of a school friend of mine, and he didn't try to stop my mother from lying down behind the counter. Waving his shotgun, Freddie stalked her into the store, demanding that Mr. Odom tell him, "Where is that bitch?" Mr. Odom shrugged. "Well, she's not in here, Freddie, and you got to get out of my store with that shotgun. You hear me?" Mr. Odom suffered no fools. Knowing this, Freddie, like all bullies, was actually a coward when confronted by someone who refused to be bullied. Without so much as an argument, Freddie turned around and left, continuing up the block, holding his shotgun in broad daylight, looking for Mama. She was able to lay low until later that evening, when he apparently cooled down. For the next 2 days or so, Freddie's internal barometric pressure seemed to indicate that storms weren't imminent, as if the valve had temporarily released some steam. But the signs were sometimes misleading, so we all walked on eggshells, all of us. Me, Mama, 12-year-old Ophelia, 4-year-old Sharon, and 2-year-old Kim, all the time. Around this time, Moms actually made one of the only references to the man who fathered me. Freddie had, once again, reminded me that he wasn't my goddamn daddy. Trying to console me, she mentioned offhandedly that I did have a daddy down in Louisiana who had once sent me a letter with $5 or so enclosed. I had never seen the letter, the money, or his name. Mama pointed out that she was always giving me money, as much as she could, which was true. But that didn't explain why she thought my seeing my real father's letter would cause me more heartache than not knowing anything about him. There was one thing Betty Jean Gardner triplet couldn't keep from me. Toward the end of these 3.5 years that had followed since she came to get us from Uncle Archie's house, and just before she vanished again, without warning or explanation from others, I discovered that she had the astonishing ability to become almost supernaturally still. Shortly after finding her letter, I was in the living room watching TV in the evening, and she was at the dining table reading the newspaper when Freddie performed his one-man stampede, ranting and raving, trying to agitate and engage her, outdoing all former tirades with language more foul and abusive than I'd ever heard. On one level, this was the most surreal atmosphere of denial, with Freddie acting the part of the axe murderer in the horror movie, while Moms and I pretended to play the part of the kid watching TV and the mother reading the newspaper, a normal family at home. The more sound and fury that came from Freddie's raging storm, the more still my mother grew. I'd never witnessed anything like this in my life before or since. Her stillness was fueled by 1,000,000 times the energy that thundered in Freddie. That was the most still I've ever seen anything or anybody in my life. A table moves more. Mama sat there motionless, eyes on her newspaper, frozen, not even turning a page, as if she had vanished deep within herself to prevent herself from responding, because she knew that if she said anything, if she turned a page, flicked an eyelash, breathed, he would hit her. Her stillness defeated his storm. To my shock, he gave up, blew his wad of rage, and turned to her like he just changed the channel on a TV set and said, "Come on, let's get it on." The ability to become still was born in me that night from watching Moms. It exists in the realm of instinct when the choice is flight or fight. Stillness was my mother's only defense against a predator, the way prey can avoid the attack of a killer cobra or a shark by being so still as to be invisible. And it may have been in that moment of stillness that she decided the time had come for the prey to find another way to get rid of the predator, to enact her own plan to make sure Freddie wouldn't be coming back. It may have been then that she decided to take the necessary precautions to make sure that she had all of her children out of the house, me included, one night after Freddie had returned home drunk and passed out. With her children out of harm's way, she followed through on her plan to burn the house down while Freddie slept. Or that was the story I would eventually hear. How he woke up and stopped the fire, I never did learn. But I do know Freddie used her attempt to kill him to support his claim that she had violated her parole from her earlier imprisonment, which he had also instigated. And once again, his actions caused her to be sent back to prison. The full details were never really revealed to me or my sisters. All I got from this time was a mechanism for becoming still when scary forces preyed on me. Fear of losing my life, losing the life of a loved one, or the fear of losing everything I have. Those fears followed me for years. Stillness had been my refuge and my defense. Even later, as an adult, I would cope by being still, very still. It's not something I would always feel good about, but it's where I go whenever there's too much chaos around me, when the world seems like it's crumbling, when I suddenly fear that everything or everyone I cherish is going to be taken from me in the blink of an eye. I get still. In the blink of an eye, one of my greatest fears came to pass. After a return of only a few years, my mother disappeared almost as suddenly as she had reappeared. I found myself 12 blocks west at my Uncle Willie's house on 19th and Meineke, where I would live for most of the next 3 years. It was as though the script I was living one day got switched, and I had to just jump in the next day with a new script and a whole new cast of characters without asking any questions. Unlike the evasive reactions I'd gotten to questions at Uncle Archie's house when I was much younger, or the way that my mother would answer a question generally or partially, whenever I asked questions at Uncle Willie's house, he or his wife Ella Mae gave no response at all, like I was talking a foreign language. Almost 10 months went by, a lifetime to an 8-year-old, before I had even a clue about what had happened to Mama and where she was. I didn't know whether or not she was even alive. To make matters more confusing, it was about this time that Ophelia was sent away. Now, the second most important person in my life was missing. Explanations, as always, were vague, but many, many years later, I learned that Uncle Willie and Aunt Ella Mae had decided that my 12-year-old sister would be better off living in a detention home for girls who had trouble conforming to rules. With the full house, counting me and their own 3 kids, it was understandable that my uncle, and in particular, my aunt, saw fit to establish a fairly strict code of conduct. Compared to the easygoing atmosphere that Uncle Archie and Titi had maintained, and in contrast to the chaotic drama under Freddie's drunken reign, where us kids could do what we wanted if we stayed out of his way, the new rules presented big-time culture shock. While Ophelia initially did her best to adapt to the rules, I rebelled, hating that I suddenly had a bedtime and had to do chores and that there was one way to do them. Dishes? I had to do them if it was so ordered by Aunt Ella Mae, dark, tall, and big-boned, built like one of the last Amazons, who watched over us hawkishly in her cat-eye glasses. But dishes? This went against my rules. Actually, it was the subject of one of the few arguments I ever had with Ophelia when Mama had left her in charge and my sister had tried to force me to clean the kitchen, including the dishes. The one time in my life that I ever invoked a philosophy of Freddie Triplet, I refused, insisting, "Freddie says that washing dishes is for girls." Ophelia was ready to kick my ass, but I ran away laughing. There was no running from Aunt Ella Mae. At one point, she made me do the dishes for a month because she claimed to have spotted some grease on a glass after I'd sworn to having washed it. She smirked, saying, "I can see grease, and I don't even have my glasses on." That was only the beginning. A woman who stood at least 6 inches taller than Uncle Willie, who was preoccupied with much more pressing worries than the execution of household chores, Aunt Ella Mae, in my estimation, had simply figured out how to give us more work so she could do less. Plus, she really took the adage, "waste not, want not," to heart. To conserve milk, for example, she had all of us kids take turns eating cereal out of the same bowl, with a fork, one by one. Once I got wise to her system, I volunteered to go last, knowing that when my cereal was eaten, I could turn up the bowl and drink the lion's share of the milk. A good, smart, loving person always, Ophelia didn't do anything specific, to my knowledge, to be sent away. But she must have talked back or disobeyed a rule or come home late one too many times. In any case, to blink my eyes yet again and find not just my mama gone, but Ophelia too, felt like too much heartbreak to bear. Adding insult to injury, Sharon and Kim were staying with family members on Freddie's side. So I was a stranger in a strange land, even if Uncle Willie and Aunt Ella Mae were family. With Mama gone and without Ophelia close at hand to be my ally, I couldn't imagine anyone filling the void. But apparently, as the saying goes, nature abhors a vacuum, and by the time I blinked once more, my mother's 3 brothers had stepped in to occupy that empty place and make sure I wasn't left entirely unattended. They were father figures, teachers, entertainers, and preachers, each in his own way. The perfect antidote to the no daddy, no mama, no sister blues they collectively helped me to realize, just when I started to feel sorry for myself, how lucky I was to be a gardener. Whenever I went to visit or stay with Uncle Archie, I took away lasting lessons about the value of hard work, goal setting, focus, and self-education. A union man in his blood, Uncle Archie eventually ascended the ladder to become president of his union, all the while reading, studying, and familiarizing himself with issues of concern to the community. Then there was Uncle Willie, a character of the highest order, who could turn a humdrum afternoon into an adventure full of international intrigue and espionage. Ever since he had come back from the Korean War, so I heard, Uncle Willie hadn't been quite right in the head. That was one of the euphemisms used for mental illness, which ran strong in different branches of our extended family. It turned out, as well as in the rest of the hood, where, besides not being able to afford help, most folks would go to a snake charmer before they'd seek out psychotherapy. Calling someone crazy, an equal opportunity euphemism that could have applied to someone like Freddie, who was probably bipolar or borderline schizophrenic, made worse by alcohol, was really another form of denying how troubled someone was, which made the problem, if not okay, then at least typical. No matter how bad it was, you'd hear people say, "Well, the nigga crazy, you know. He just crazy." In point of fact, Uncle Willie had been diagnosed with some form of battle fatigue or shell shock that had become progressively worse, though he was harmless. Although I wasn't told about his condition during the time I was living in his home, it seemed he was convinced that he was in the FBI, of which he is still convinced to this day, and no one at the mental health facility where he lives has tried to correct him on that. Neither did I the first time I had direct experience working with him on assignment a little later in this era. On that occasion, we were driving to do an errand one day in his unassuming green Rambler, and I couldn't help observing his cool outfit, a jacket and white shirt, tie with a stick pin in it, and little snap-brimmed straw hat and shades. That became his undercover disguise. It helped him blend in, so he said. Without any reference to his work, all of a sudden he pulled over, looked straight ahead, and spoke through clenched teeth, like a ventriloquist, so as not to appear to be talking to me. "Yeah, they're over there checking me out right now," Uncle Willie said. "They're checking me out." "They are?" I asked excitedly, thinking of Bill Cosby's I Spy series and all the latest James Bond stories I'd seen or read. Wow, this was cool! Just as I turned my head to look over and see who was tailing us, Uncle Willie grabbed the steering wheel, whispering hoarsely, "Don't look, they'll know we're onto them." Unfortunately, I had already turned and looked, only to discover that nobody was there. In one fell swoop, I realized that this meant many of the grandiose claims he'd made over the years, or that others had heard from him, weren't true. One of those claims that I heard from others, for instance, was that he had some original Picasso paintings stashed in an undisclosed location and that he had willed them to Ophelia. These were glamorous, bold visions, the kind of daydreams that I loved to think about and that I hated to learn were only true in his fantasy world. But the person who most opened the door to the world beyond our neighborhood and made me know that I had to go see it one day was my Uncle Henry, who came shining into my life in this era as if he had been sent just from me. We had seen Mama's baby brother only periodically in earlier years, since he was stationed abroad at the time. Now that he was retired from the military and working as a steelman alongside my other uncles, he suddenly appeared on the scene, as suddenly as Mama had disappeared. Whenever Uncle Henry came to look after us at Uncle Willie's house, or better yet, to take me somewhere on an excursion, just the two of us, it was Christmas, my birthday, and every other holiday rolled into one for me. He made me feel as special as Mama had when she visited at the foster home and made candy. Uncle Henry not only made me feel special, but allowed me, for the first time ever, to feel love for a man, really to fall in love. In the way that boys fall in love with their fathers and yearn to be like them one day. I knew what that falling in love feeling was with the important women in my life, like Mama with her spreading smile, always reminding me of an opening refrigerator door that the light of hope and comfort spilled from. I knew the love of my sister, how it was without condition or limitation. But until I was 8 years old, when Uncle Henry took me under his wing of protection, love, and fun, the dominant messages from the male adult had mainly been, "Get out of my goddamn house," and "I ain't your goddamn daddy," barked at me down the barrel of a shotgun. Uncle Henry and I had an unspoken agreement whenever he came to stay with us. If Uncle Willie and Aunt Ella May happened to be going away for the weekend or out for the night, that I would go up to bed with the younger kids and sneak back down later. By the time I came tiptoeing downstairs, there was always a party going on, with Henry Gardner at the center. About 5'10", although, like Mama, he looked much taller, Uncle Henry was a pretty boy, single and loved by the ladies, with a lean physique and an athletic, tiger-like way of moving. In his hip goatee, he would scan a room, not missing a beat, knowing the ladies weren't missing him. Never once did I see him looking anything but perfectly attired, every crease, every cuff pressed to perfection. At one of those parties, not long after I'd come back downstairs and was checking out Henry's different friends, watching the various guests, some playing cards, others in conversation, a few dancing, something remarkable happened. When I arrived, there was one distinct groove going on, with soul music, blues, and standards coming off the record player as singers like Sam Cooke, Jackie Wilson, and Sarah Vaughan stirred up the festive atmosphere. Between the music, laughter, chatter, and smoke, it was hot and happening, boisterous and loud. Then, all at once, the mood changed when a record was put on that I'd never heard before. Everything stopped. The laughter, the chatter, even the smoke. The record was Miles Davis playing Round Midnight. Later, I would appreciate the mastery of his trumpet playing, the haunting tone that crept under my skin, and the incredible complexities of tempo and melody. But what got me that night was the power of Miles Davis to alter the mood in the room like that. It was still a party, but much more intimate, more cool, more fluid. It even seemed that I moved differently with Miles on the record player. My decision to study trumpet didn't happen that night, but I did contemplate for the first time ever how powerful it would be to be able to change the mood, to make strangers feel something transformational that way. The music bug done bit. From then on, Uncle Henry and I had Miles Davis in common. The music and the time spent listening together formed a shelter in the storm so that all my angst was forgotten, if only for a while. On those many occasions when he let me stay up late and we'd listen to every Miles Davis recording he could get his hands on, he'd tell me about his overseas adventures in the Philippines, Korea, and Japan. "Come here," he beckoned to me in the middle of talking one night and led me to the bookshelf, pulling out the encyclopedia Uncle Willie and Aunt Ella May had in their home. He pointed out the facts and cultural descriptions of these different places, recommending that I always take advantage of resources like the encyclopedia. He made a point of emphasizing that the world was full of many different types of people with attitudes, customs, beliefs, and colors different from ours. Then there was the smile that lit up his face when he described the women over there. He might as well have been spinning the globe for me and egging me out the door saying, "Here it is, Chris, the world is your oyster. It's up to you to find the pearls." Nothing Uncle Henry said or did indicated that our time together would be limited for any reason. But looking back, I would later wonder if he knew on some level that he wasn't going to be around forever and was trying to pass on everything he had seen and learned in a short amount of time. In any case, his message wasn't explicit, but the theme was always clear: live large. That message wasn't meant in any kind of negative or selfish way. To me, it meant to dare to dream, to commit to living on my own terms, to pursue my vision, one that others didn't have to see, just me. One of our earliest outings together had been to the Mississippi River, where Uncle Henry taught me to swim and where he'd take me boating whenever good weather came around. There was one day on the river that I remember as the essence of happiness, one of those perfect summer days that stretch on forever. Not a cloud in the sky. There was just the sound and smell of the gas engine, the two of us. Uncle Henry in the back gunning the Evinrude engine, steering us across the river, and me up front with my legs dangling over the side, kicking up the water and throwing spray back into my face. Sensations of well-being ran through my senses. The ups and downs of the small craft skimming over the mellow rolling of waves. The feel and sound of the waves slapping on the bottom of the boat. The spray of the mist around me lovingly touching my face and skin. That was probably the most dangerous position possible in which to ride inside of a small boat. But that was part of what made it the most daring, spectacular fun I'd ever had. Uncle Henry had a look of satisfaction as he saw me happy, as if he had done well to set me on a path that he might not always be around to guide me along. Or so I later interpreted our most memorable time spent together. One night, at the end of that first summer I'd stayed with Uncle Willie and Aunt Ella May, I'd gone to bed but was still awake when I heard my aunt cry out, "Oh no!" followed by muffled crying from her and my uncle. I sat up in bed in a panic, not only because I had never heard grown-ups cry before, but also because I knew. It was Uncle Henry. No question. Pain was so pronounced it reverberated all the way up to the attic where I slept at the time. I prayed more genuinely than ever before. Dear God, please don't let it be Uncle Henry. I didn't sleep. I prayed and prayed, feeling more powerless than ever to alter whatever it was. The next morning at breakfast, my Aunt Ella May, her eyes puffy under her cat-eye glasses, said in a somber, strained voice, "Henry had an accident. Yesterday. He drowned." Reeling from the shock and sorrow that he was gone, and the disbelief that he could have had an accident because he knew everything and was careful, and because he couldn't be gone. He couldn't. I barely pieced together the details. Aunt Ella May was really talking to me, since the younger kids wouldn't understand. Uncle Henry apparently had gone out to fish from a small island, and the boat had come off its mooring and drifted away from shore. When he attempted to swim out to the boat and bring it back in to redock it, the undercurrent was too strong and took him down. How many times Uncle Henry had warned me about the undercurrent, how you could never tell just by looking at the surface, I couldn't count. It didn't make sense. Nothing made sense. My heart wanted to explode into a million pieces, but something inside me wouldn't let me. It was the feeling of not allowing myself to cry because I was sure that if I started, I'd never stop. So I took all that emotion, that weight of the world hanging over me in the shape of a massive question mark, and dragged it deep down below into a dangerous undercurrent of my own. After attending so many funerals with TT, I thought that I'd know what to expect from Uncle Henry's funeral. But of course, I was very young then, and we didn't really know any of the people from church who died. I was unprepared for the finality of his loss, as if I'd been waiting to hear that it was a mistake or even a trick so he could take off and have a foreign adventure without having to say goodbye. More than that, I was completely unprepared to see Mama there. The first time I'd seen her in almost a year. Every time I tried to move toward her, various relatives blocked my path. We couldn't hug. She couldn't tell me where she was staying, what had happened, when and if she was coming back. The atmosphere was surreal enough with all the weeping and wailing, but to see Mama, real and in front of me, yet beyond my reach, was enough to put me in a grave next to Uncle Henry. Maybe because she knew it would have hurt too much, she didn't even make eye contact or try to speak to me. My only consoling thought was that she was glancing over when I wasn't looking. I wanted Mama to see that I was starting to get tall, that I was composed, strong, being a mostly good kid. Every time I looked over at her, hoping for some sign that she had seen me, all I saw was the pain of losing her baby brother and not being able to talk to her children. She kept her gaze down at the earth where they put Uncle Henry's casket. When it hit me that the woman standing next to my mother was a female prison guard, the only white person at the funeral, dressed in a navy-colored uniform, it came down like a thunderbolt where she had gone. But as one monumental question was answered, a whole batch of confusing new ones were born. Why was she in prison? When was she coming back? Was she coming back? That day, my gut told me that Freddie was responsible. Though he was the one who should have done time for his abuse, Freddie told the authorities that she had attempted to burn the house down with him in it, thereby breaking her parole. Not surprisingly, he did it without an ounce of concern for what it would do to us kids. I was also reunited with Ophelia. Seeing her, Sharon, and Kim at the funeral was awkward, with our don't ask, don't tell family tradition. The warring configuration of emotions inside of me was so overwhelming that I reverted to the need for something to do, some plan of action to stick my focus on. I decided, for however long my mother was going to be away, I was going to have as much of my childhood as I could muster. I was going to hang out with my group of friends, my boys, get into a little trouble, instigate some of it too. Go riding on our homemade skate trucks put together from wood and old skate wheels, and maybe figure out how to earn some chore money to buy myself a bike. Then me and my boys were going to cruise around town, out to the lake if we felt like it, or pedal all the way uphill to the highest point in our part of Milwaukee, near the water reservoir, and look out beyond, feeling like kings of the world. And then, living large, we were going to take that plunge down Snake Hill, the biggest rush of our lives, taking our feet off the pedals so we could go even faster, pushing the limits of danger and excitement and just letting it rip. What I also decided at Uncle Henry's funeral was that I wouldn't cry. That was my signal to Mama that I was hanging tough and that she didn't need to worry about me. For the next 2 years, I did the best I could not to break down. My resolve was severely challenged one afternoon when I stopped by Baby's house where my younger sisters were staying. One of the only redeeming aspects of having the scourge of Freddie in our lives was how good his sisters Baby and Bessie were to us. "You hungry, Chris?" she greeted me that day, knowing the answer before I grinningly nodded yes and starting to take out some sandwich fixings. As she did, Baby remembered the laundry she was doing downstairs and asked if I'd go load the clothes in the dryer. Without hesitation, I headed down to the basement and began to pull the wet clothes out of the washer when a smell surrounds me. It's the wonderful smell that first came into my senses when I lived in foster care. Not a specific perfume, nothing rich or heavy, just a clean, warm, good smell that wraps around me like a Superman cape, making me feel special, strong, safe, loved, and her. Standing there loading the dryer, not sure why my mother's presence is so vivid in my senses, I don't yet know that Baby happens to be storing some of Mama's clothes and things for her down here in the basement. I don't yet know that in a few weeks to come there will be one more blink and that the channel will change. Mama will come home and we'll all be reunited, living just as before. Just like the scripts being switched back, we'll pick up where we left off, practically mid-sentence, without explanation and with Freddie. All I know in the emptiness of Baby's basement is that I'm about to cry until I can't cry anymore, as the dam gets ready to bust from 10 years' worth of pent-up question marks and a Mississippi River's worth of unshed tears. But first, as her beautiful smell blankets me even more, I turn around and ask out loud, "Mama?" "Chrissy Paul" came to be a constant refrain, sung out in the big house on 8th and Wright, where we next lived temporarily with Bessie, not just by my mother, now free, to let me know she wanted me to run an errand, but by my sisters and girl cousins too. Between the ages of 10 and 14, without asking for it, I received intensive on-the-job training for a career as a professional gopher. But it was not what I had in mind in preparation for my illustrious future as Miles Davis, a goal I had obsessed over since hearing his music for the first time that evening with Uncle Henry. Yet I was so grateful to Moms for listening to me go on and on about how desperate I was to learn to play, for finding and purchasing a secondhand trumpet for me, and for seeing that I had lessons too, that I couldn't say no to whatever it was she sent me out to get. Some of the errands I didn't mind at all, including the different stops I'd make on those days when we had to pay a few dollars on our grocery store bills. A typical run might start with Mom saying, "Chrissy Paul, go on over to Baby's and pick up a package." I knew that meant we were getting a small loan to pay down another loan, even though the details were never discussed. It was all very discreet, as if to discuss how tight money was at home would be in poor taste. When I arrived at Baby's, she too didn't refer to the contents of the small folded package she handed to me. But of course, I knew there were $2 or $3 bills balled up inside. As the courier in these transactions, I may not have been privy to the exact numbers involved, but the process deepened my appreciation for my mother's ability to make ends meet, sometimes in order for us to eat that night. This entire money thing was to become a subject of necessary interest, since I had no daddy to bankroll my wants and needs, like a certain style I wanted in my threads, which I learned to afford by economizing and stretching what cash I could earn doing odd extra jobs, and later, when having a car of my own would become a preoccupation. In the meantime, these money runs provided me with an introduction to a host of financial principles, like assets versus deficits, loans and interest, and how to get more value for less money. Besides errands to local grocers, from time to time I'd stop to make payments at Uncle Ben's store on 9th and Meineke, a black-owned store. Uncle Ben's had a meat case where Moms occasionally had me get $1's worth of cold cuts, 50 cents worth of salami, and 50 cents worth of cheese. Dinner for a family of 7 if you counted her, Freddie, me, Sharon, Kim, Ophelia, and our latest addition to the family, Deshauna, who was Ophelia's baby girl, born while my sister was in the detention home. "Chrissy Paul!" rang through the house one day from 3 separate voices, almost like choir practice. Mom's came first, continuing, "Go on down to the nigger store and pick me up some Kotex." Ophelia and my cousin Linda chimed in that they wanted Kotex too. This was the gopher job I most hated. Why couldn't they share the same package? Because Moms wanted the light red package, Ophelia the sky blue, and Linda the lavender. How could the same brand of sanitary napkin have so many variations? Later, Ophelia at least felt sorry for me and started handing me a note and a brown paper bag for this errand, but it was too late. On my way home that particular day, I had my arms full with 3 different boxes of Kotex, which wouldn't fit in a store bag, when I heard a taunting voice behind me calling, "Hey, pussy man! Pussy man!" What was I going to do? Drop the sanitary napkins and go kick someone's ass? Or ignore them and suffer how fast this would get around school and the neighborhood? In my mind, I could already see the mailman and Freddie. The big wheel was what everybody called him, fearing and almost admiring him. The 2 of them hanging on the bar at Luke's house of joy, telling everybody about the pussy man without no goddamn daddy. How was I going to live that down? Still, I chose not to take the bait and kept on trudging back to all those waiting female family members who were having their cycles at the same time, not appreciating that my sensitivity to women could be an asset one day. Even though I was pissed off at whoever called me that, my MO with my peers by now was to take the path of least resistance whenever possible. It was bad enough to have to be in battle mode all the time at home, so at school and around the neighborhood, I preferred using diplomacy. But in other cases with my friends, when it came to someone having a laugh at my expense, I developed a fairly thick skin. Bottom line, I wanted to be liked. Not so much to be popular with everyone, including my teachers and principals, but to be special, to have my own identity, to be cool. During the few years after Moms came back from prison, I tried to get a read on what they had done to her, how she had changed or not, and what was in her heart. Freddie, the old man, was a prison for all of us, a ball and chain. He was an addiction, I supposed, the reason that no matter how many times she escaped or pushed him out the door, promising he ain't never coming back, He always did. After a while, I wondered if she was really afraid of Freddie anymore. I wondered if she stayed as a reminder to him that no matter what dreams he took away from her, he couldn't break her. Even if he got her sent to prison twice, he couldn't defeat Betty Jean. In fact, if she ever felt low, if she ever got down, Moms refused to reveal it. Rarely did she express impatience or frustration with me, even when I deserved it. But the couple of instances when she did, in her inimitable style of brutal understatement, she made her point better than with any ass whooping. There was the time when she came home and presented me with a new pair of pants she'd brought from somewhere like Gimbel's. When I looked at them and spotted the $8 price tag without thinking, and instead of being honored and grateful she'd spent that money on me, I said, almost as if to myself, "Man, for $8 at the discount center, I could have got some shoes, pants, and a shirt, and had money left over to go to the movies, too." Mama gave me a hard look that cut me to the quick, then snatched back the pants and said, "Boy, you too big a scrub to wear some $8 pants." Too late for an apology. I felt as terrible as I should have, knowing that was the last I'd see of those pants. That day made me work even harder to watch my mouth. Not to excuse myself, but the tendency to use words in mean, hurtful ways without thinking was an ugly characteristic that I had picked up from Freddie. Actually, my three sisters and I developed the ability to be verbally abusive in extreme situations. Even now, I have to make a conscious effort, not always successfully, to keep my mouth in check. In her way, Mom showed me how powerful both words and silence can be. At 13 years old, hormones churning, big kid that I'm becoming, wanting to be cool and look good, I go out and decide to shoplift a pair of pants from the discount center, thinking I'm real slick. The stupidity of it is that getting caught never registers while my brain's concentrating only on the opportunity to slip on those pants underneath my own and fool myself that no one's going to suspect a schoolboy like me, my stack of books under my arms and all. As I head out the door, reality sets in with a tap on my shoulder from a store manager. Now I am a criminal, school books and all. Bracing myself for a stern lecture and a warning, I get walloped by something much worse. The arrival of two white cops who push and shove me out to their patrol car and take me down to the station. Once more, I prepare for the painful phone call home and the subsequent arrival of my upset mother and crazy, drunk stepfather. Instead, I stand by as the desk officer makes the phone call and listen as he reaches the old man while, obviously, the plan changes. As he delivers the news to Freddie that I'm being held at the station until someone comes to get me, the cop starts laughing hilariously, then hangs up the phone and drags me off to a holding cell. He explains that Freddie won't come get me. The quote from Freddie was, "Come get him? Nah, leave his ass in there. Fuck him." Muttering to myself under my breath, I took a book from the top of my stack and start to read, hoping that Melville and Moby Dick and the escape through reading will calm me down. This also causes the white cops to laugh their asses off. One of them asks, "You're not reading that shit, are you? 'Cause if you're so smart, what the fuck are you doing in jail?" The other cop repeats Freddie's words. "His old man says, leave his ass in there. Fuck him." When Moms and Freddie do come to get me, neither one has a word to say because they can see from my shame that I've gotten a crash course in what it feels like to be in a jam with the police, to be confined and locked up, none of which I've ever experienced. For a flash, the gloating look on Freddie's face makes me angry enough to forget I was the wrongdoer in this situation. Mama's disappointed expression corrects that misapprehension in a heartbeat. Of course, there was nothing I wanted more in the universe than to make my mother proud of me. So, naturally, on those few occasions when I let her down, it hurt me forever. My trumpet playing, I hoped, could be something to make Moms proud. I practiced tenaciously for both the youth concerts I was starting to do and Roosevelt Junior High School's band. One evening before dinner, instead of asking me to run over and pick up some essentials, my job, after all, Mom's heard me practicing and decided she would go as long as I'd keep an eye on the beans she had on the stove. "Great," I responded, glad that I didn't have to run out but could stay in my room and continue memorizing my solo at an upcoming concert. With my gift for extreme focus, I was so locked into practicing, I forgot all about the beans until a scorched smell came wafting into my room. When I ran to the kitchen and took a look, the beans were burned pretty badly. Somehow, I thought that it would make my mother less mad if I was practicing, yet still aware there was a problem when she came home, as if I'd been checking on them all along. "Moms," I called from my bedroom when she came in the front door. "You better check the beans. I think they burned up." The sound of the lid of the pot being removed and then replaced loudly echoed down the hallway. My stomach clenched. Mama worked her magic from day to day to stretch our resources and feed us all, and I had to let the beans burn up. Even though she probably wanted to kill me, Mom's mustered the greatest control, walked slowly down the hall, and stood in the doorway of my room, saying quietly, "Chris, you know most of the arguments and fights Freddie and I get in are over you, and you can't even watch a pot of beans." Her one statement spoke 10 volumes, every inference cutting me to the bone. The harshest truth was that I had been selfish, caught up in myself and my trumpet practice. The other truth was that she would do anything for me, even incite his wrath if it meant taking my side. Was it true that I was the main reason they fought? If it was, that was crazy as Freddie was. The thought just kicked up the flame underneath the burner of my hatred for him, scorching and burning me up like those beans. Mom's, having said her piece, let it go. She turned and went back to the kitchen, opened up a can of tomato sauce, and added some seasoning, salvaging the burned beans and turning them into a hearty pot of good beans that we had for dinner that night. 1968 was the year of the Great Awakening for me. It set off a big bang in the universe of my being, exploding with the atomic energy of my own coming of age and the monumental changes taking place all around me. This period marked the dawning of my consciousness as a person of color, following on the heels of my discovery, lo and behold, that the world was not all black. 5 years earlier, the adult reaction to the assassination of President Kennedy had been a hint about what it meant to be a minority and to lose a champion. But it was a year after that when I and some of my classmates were bused to a white school on the east side of Milwaukee that I saw with my own eyes what Mom's experienced every day when she left the neighborhood to go to work. It wasn't just that with the few exceptions of janitors and a sprinkling of black kids, everyone was white, which was the polar opposite of the ghetto, where everyone was black except for a shopkeeper here and a policeman there. It was also feeling what it was to have my color as my identity, to be looked down on, to be regarded as less than, to feel shame or to be invisible, a non-entity other than a dark-skinned black boy. But the real shock was when 4 little girls were bombed to death down in Birmingham, Alabama, because they were black. Seeing Mama crying as she watched the TV coverage made the light bulb go on. They could have been my sisters. With new outrage and fervor to protest all past, present, and future wrongs done to my people, I experienced a new sense of connection as I began to follow what was happening in the world outside Milwaukee. In 1966, when a coalition of Milwaukee minority groups and activists came together, organized by Father James Groppe, a Catholic priest, I took to the streets to march along with 2 of my good friends, Garvin, a trumpet player in the school band with me, and Ken, or Zulu as we called him. A true character, Zulu was not a good-looking cat by any stroke, but he had brilliant acting talent and could have gone far putting it to use. Later on, he actually got on a kick that he was going to be in the movies. Zulu really should have stuck with it. He had a gift for marching and singing "We Shall Overcome" with the intensity and power of a movement leader, at the same time that he used every opportunity to pinch white women's booties. When they turned around to see who'd done it, Zulu plastered his face with the most noble of expressions and kept on singing. Garvin and I were amazed. "If he did that to a black woman," said Garvin, when we saw Zulu pinching several booties during a big march we did, "she'd turn around and slap his face." "Yeah," I whispered back, "and tell his mama, too." St. Boniface Catholic Church, Father Grappi's home base, offered a haven away from the minefields in the triplet household, and besides marching for important concerns like open housing and desegregation of clubs that still barred blacks, Jews, and Catholics, the organizers fed us everything from donuts and sandwiches to a variety of homemade ethnic food. Fulfilling many needs, our young activism was often as fun as it was meaningful. To have such a powerful boost to my self-image, especially at a time when my preoccupation with the opposite sex was all-consuming, was a true blessing. My self-esteem had suffered not only from Freddie's near-daily attacks, but from the higher status my community seemed to give lighter-skinned blacks. For years, I'd hated Smokey Robinson for being the epitome of the kind of guy that every girl I knew wanted. Slender, light-skinned, green-eyed, with his wavy, good hair and lilting voice, he had no idea how he ruined life for tall, muscular, dark-skinned, nappy-haired baritone guys like me. Even to this day, I swear, if he came in the room, I'd have to challenge him to a damn duel for pain and suffering, including the time a girl I liked turned her nose up and told me, "You just a big black ugmo." Mercifully, it soon turned out that Smokey wasn't the only singer happening. When James Brown, godfather of soul, came along and proclaimed, "Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud," that was the holy grail for a kid as black as me. Before long, processes that never worked for me and hideous-smelling conchs that only burned my scalp were out while afros and naturals were in, along with dashikis and beads. Man, I took to that look so fast, I must have been the first and youngest black hippie in America. The dashiki thing didn't work in the hood in Milwaukee, but eventually I blended the black and proud look with hippie garb from secondhand garments bought at the Goodwill and the Salvation Army to have the best beads, best bell-bottomed hip pants, and best tie-dyes around, topped off by a big afro. Smokey Robinson could kiss my ass. The defining moment in the evolution of my consciousness in this era, and for millions of Americans from all backgrounds, took place on the night of April 4th, 1968. After returning to St. Boniface from an open housing march, me and Garvin and Zulu sit down hungrily in the meeting room to plates full of donuts, cold cuts, and chips, when a suit and tie-type brother from the NAACP runs into our midst, wailing and choking, "Dr. King's been shot!" Pandemonium ensues. Everyone's yelling, wanting to know what's happened. Someone's turning on a radio, another person runs to check the TV news. We're hearing snatches of reports about Memphis, Tennessee, the sanitation workers' strike Dr. King went to support, how he was shot on the balcony of his motel. Then suddenly a voice screams above the others, "He's dead! They murdered Dr. King!" Now comes a silence. Shock. Disbelief. Then a wave of sorrow and rage explodes in the room, rocketing through me, carrying all of us outside into the street as we begin to throw whatever we can get our hands on. Madness, terror, anger. With the assassination of Robert Kennedy only a few months later, 1968 brought to a thunderous peak everything that had been happening in civil rights, protests all over Vietnam, women's liberation, the sexual revolution, as well as what was going on in music and culture at large. Some of our idealism had been struck down at the same time that the momentum of power to the people was unstoppable. The promise of "we shall overcome" and "we are going to the mountaintop" hadn't been broken, but the struggle was going to be much longer and more arduous than we first believed. Only later did I truly appreciate how incredible it was to come of age in the heyday of every significant phenomenon that the late 60s produced, with everyone saying something that mattered, from James Brown and Bob Dylan to the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, Marvin Gaye, Stevie Wonder, The Temptations, Jimi Hendrix, Sly Stone, and of course, Miles Davis, who capped off the 1960s with his groundbreaking Bitches Brew. Considered by some the greatest musical masterpiece of the 20th century, It was almost as transformational as the invention of jazz itself. For me, it was as if Miles had poured everything that was happening historically, politically, socially, racially, and musically into a cauldron, mixing it all up with every emotional high and low, every hope and fear, every pleasure, sorrow, anger, and ecstasy, and created this big-time fusion. That fusion also felt like a musical expression for what was going on in my personal life during my teen years, a simmering brew of new preoccupations and old ones. On the new frontier, right along with puberty, had come the most unbelievably constant interest in girls and sex. I loved everything about both. For several years now, everything about the feminine species had turned me on. Everything, apparently, turned me on. All of a sudden, the wind would blow and my dick got hard. It had started earlier and without warning. Riding the bus, the jostling got my dick hard. Nobody explained to me that this was normal or that sometimes when your dick got so hard you thought it might break off or something, it was both normal to feel that way and not likely to happen. On the one hand, having the ability to feel so potentially powerful was miraculous. Like you woke up one day and owned a high-powered, expensive sports car you didn't even ask for. On the other hand, being a kid with churning hormones and limited opportunities to do anything about it was like owning a high-powered, expensive sports car and not having your damn license yet. The only person in whom I might have confided these latest confusions was Ophelia, but she and Deshauna had since moved out of the house. What I did confide in Ophelia whenever I saw her was my ongoing preoccupation with putting an end to his brutality and him, even if it meant going to jail. Since Freddie was the reason she'd moved out, he'd actually campaigned to get her to do so. She understood my motivation. The final straw came when he began stalking into the bedroom that Ophelia and Deshauna shared with Sharon and Kim, my sisters sleeping 3 in a bed and the baby in a crib. One night, Ophelia felt so threatened by the volume of his voice and was so afraid that he'd hurt Deshauna, she picked up a large-size protractor I usually used for my geometry homework and used the pointed end to let Freddie know, "You come in here and hit me, I'm gonna kill you." 2 days later, my big sister and my niece left for good and went to live with our cousin Elaine over on 8th Street, 2 houses away from Sam Salter. Ophelia saw her daddy every day, knew his wife and their kids, and whenever she needed anything and asked him for help, Salter gave it to her, though he did always say that it was his last $200. Whenever possible, I'd go visit Ophelia, sharing some of my concerns and secrets with her, but not all of them. "What you doing?" I asked Garvin on a Friday night as he and I, along with our friend Fat Sam, a guitar player, on our way downtown to the movies, passed by the auditorium and Garvin makes a beeline for the entrance door. It's springtime, decent weather, not long after my 13th birthday as it happens, on one of the last days of the Home and Garden Show, a big annual convention, and he suggests we see if we can sneak in and check out the exhibits. As soon as we pull open the doors, a tide of people comes pouring out, allowing us to slip inside without paying. Fat Sam says, "Let's just lay low for a minute." And I suggest we head up the stairs to the stands and lie down between the bleacher levels. Before long, the place is emptied, and we're in semi-darkness, with exit signs providing a subtle glow, holding our breath as a guard with a flashlight makes his last rounds. Finally, the coast is clear, and we hit our first stop, a bakery display, complete with wedding cakes, jelly rolls, pastries, and fresh breads, all tasting as fantastically delicious as the display we destroy looks. At the next display, Garvin calls excitedly for us to come see what he's just found. Fat Sam and I join him, and our jaws drop. In an ultra-cool display is everything that 3 budding musicians could want for making their own music and then some. Amplifiers, stereos, transistor radios, microphones, reel-to-reel tape decks. To take anything is a crime, we know. But we're basically drunk on sugar, and our musical recording aspirations suddenly supersede our better judgment. Talk about kids in a candy store. After emptying our pockets of pastries to fit in radios and tape reels, we load up the larger items, stacking and rolling them any way we can. Sam goes for a set of Vox amplifiers on wheels, while I claim a state-of-the-art reel-to-reel tape recorder, among other things. Getting all this home is a major ordeal. Less so for Fat Sam because he lives closest by in the projects, but no easy feat for me and Garvin. We weave through the alleys over to the north side, avoiding being spotted by the police. Every time I start to have second thoughts, Garvin urges me on, saying, "Man, we just made a good rip, and we just got a little ways to go." At the second-floor apartment where my family's living now, everybody's home, but I have no key. To sneak in, I have to use a ladder that I'd previously adapted from an iron fence in order to bring up the stolen goods and stash them in my small room in the back where nobody ever comes in. Now my focus capabilities start to kick into overdrive. Who's going to buy the stolen merchandise? The following afternoon, with everybody in my household out, I'm busy sweeping the stairs in the front hall of the building, one of the latest part-time gigs that I did for $5 paid for by the super, and a group of neighbors who are new to the building return from their outing. For a flash, my instincts remind me that I don't know anything about these people. They're a very loud, argumentative household and appear not to be a family, but just a group of adults sharing the rent maybe. Playing cool, watching them head up the stairs, I notice an additional threesome of guys with them who don't live in the building. They seem on the shady side, not the kind of cats to report a kid for selling hot electronics. Not listening to my instincts, I lift my head up from my sweeping and say to the one who looks like the leader of the pack, "Hey man, y'all want to buy some tape recorders? Want to buy some radios?" Glancing at the other two, he shrugs. "Yeah, let's see what you got." The three follow me to our place and down the hall to my room, where I show them my stash. As they're picking up the stuff, looking it over, talking like it's not that interesting a deal, my instincts are starting to sound big-time alarms, telling me these dudes are bad news and that I've made a grave error in judgment. Edging into the hallway toward the closet where Freddie keeps his shotgun, I feel tremors of fear rippling through me as I try to keep my wits together. Just as I enter the closet and go to reach for the gun, the main guy grabs hold of my arm, jerks me out of the closet, and the three jump on me, pushing me down, not hurting me, but restraining me long enough to gather up all the stuff and get out, which does hurt. Now, furious at them as well as myself, I fret and fume, well aware that I can't call the police, and I certainly can't tell the old man. As if I've got any recourse, I sit and seethe, trying to do a crime sketch of each of them in my head. At least I'll tell Garvin and Fat Sam to keep an eye out for these motherfuckers, who are all in their late 20s and early 30s. The main guy is average size, nondescript, while the second is maybe tall and lanky, also leaving little impression. But the third man, who looked like he held back when the other two were jumping me, was distinctive in the way he walked with a pronounced limp, a cripple maybe, or gimpy, the result of a deformity rather than an accident. "Hey," a low voice calls to me after 20 minutes or so have passed. I look up and see the cat with the limp, standing there holding a grocery bag. He explains, "Listen, man, I brought you some of your stuff back, and I brought you some money." Cool. That takes the edge off. We return to the apartment, and I do a quick inventory of what he's brought back. About a third of the goods are there, obviously his share, but the reel-to-reel tape deck is still gone. He hands me $10, and as I go to put the money in my pocket, instead of moving toward the door to leave, he takes a step towards me and says, "I done you a favor. Now I want you to do me a favor." "Oh yeah?" I say. "What is it?" "I want to play with your dick." "Nah, man," I protest, thinking I still have the right to decline and a chance to maneuver him toward the door. Another error in judgment. The next slice of time, maybe 10, 15 minutes or shorter, do not take place in normal speed. Parts of it stretch out in tortuously slow motion, and other parts are heart-stoppingly fast. But even if I can't track time, I remember every detail of what happens, from the second he pulls a knife to my throat, forces me on my back, pulls down my pants, puts his dick between my legs, to registering the confused horror of my dick getting hard from the stimulation, to the true horror of him hoisting me into position so he can fuck me in the ass right on the living room floor. Every grunt, every breath, his smell overwhelms. Funky, rancid even, inhuman. White-hot pain, cold, hard linoleum. He finishes, says, "Fine." Pulls me up by my shirt, then pushes me into the hall, through the bathroom door, forces me face down onto the tile of the bathroom floor, fucks me in the ass again. My brain understands he has raped me twice, but my emotions refuse to compute, all messed up over the fear that he's going to kill me after he's done. It's what he says next that starts my rage. "Damn," he says, "I didn't even come." In the terrible moment of fear in which I think he is going to make me do something else, he stands up, puts the knife away, as though he realizes other folks might show up soon, buttons up his pants, limps down the hall, and leaves. The smell lingers. Feeling sick, feeling dirty, permanently dirty. I start turning the analytical gears of my brain, trying to strategize what to do. No one can know. Instead, I'll take the mental record, spool it up on a tape reel, and stick it away, contained, not forgotten, but not to live in my consciousness every day. By 1970, at age 16, a junior already, I honestly didn't think that I could survive the roller coaster anymore. Mom saw it happening and just urged me to hold on, pointing out that I had already skipped a grade and had only one more school year before graduating. By this point, playing music, having girlfriends, and hanging out with my buddies all provided outlets, but school was no longer the haven it had once been. Besides academics no longer being of interest, my anti-establishment attitude set me at great odds with the repressive, racially charged atmosphere. Out with the boys, I smoked some crazy Thai stick and went home paranoid as all hell with a monster case of the munchies. Looking for something to eat, I tiptoed downstairs to the basement refrigerator, and the moment I opened the door, heard this honk, honk, honk poultry sound. Whirling around, I found myself face to face with a live goose. In our basement. Either I was way too stoned or Freddie had transformed the basement into an animal preserve. In fact, Freddie had brought that live goose home for Sunday dinner the following night. This is his explanation when I wake up the next day. The three of us, Freddie, me, and the ill-fated goose, go together out into the backyard to the chopping block. Freddie, whiskey thick on his breath at midday, hands me the axe. He smiles like the devil, as if to say that either I'm going to be initiated into chopping a live goose's head off, which I don't want to do, or, as the thought enters my head, I'm going to be given my best shot to do what I've been trying to do for years. When I hesitate at taking the axe, he says, "I'll do it then, goddammit, you hold the goose." Dizzy with opportunity, I realize that he's giving me this choice, to hold the goose while he chops its head off with the axe, or to chop its head off while he holds it. With the image of this drunken motherfucker chopping my fingers off, I opt for swinging the axe. Blade suspended in air, I look down at the goose, and what comes to mind is an image of a cowering, vulnerable, powerless female, not unlike Mom's when Freddie towers over her. I look over at him and see where on his anatomy to bring down the axe blade. My most prominent thought is a geometric calculation. Do I have the absolute correct angle to enable me to generate sufficient force and velocity to kill Freddie with one stroke? I have one shot, one swing. I inhale, living a lifetime in my deliberation, thinking of the story I'll tell to explain the accident, reliving my previous failures and not wanting to fail again. With a big inhale, I exhale and bring the axe down with all my might, decapitating Mother Goose. Damn. After all that time, I finally had my real chance and couldn't do it. The only feeling I had in the aftermath was hardcore deprivation, as if a prize had just been dangled in front of me and I couldn't grasp it. Freddie said, "Hey, good job. Now you just gotta pluck him, boil him, and gut him." Though it took me some years to realize how killing the old man would have ruined my life, I was deflated. Without anywhere to put my feelings of anger toward Freddie, I transferred them over to the savings account of the other guy I was still looking to kill, an opportunity that arrived shortly after the goose incident. Sooner or later, I'd assumed that I'd cross his path. When I did, it was his limp and his smell that caught my attention, both unmistakable. The fear came back to me when I saw him, not a fear he could do anything to me, but fear that maybe he might get away. Even more, with the rage bottled up for 3 years, it was fear about what I was going to do to him. After he passed me on the street, he turned and went into a tavern. I waited for over an hour, holding a cinder block. Each time the tavern door opened, out would spill a mix of music, laughter, smoke, and the combination smells of beer and different kinds of booze, old tavern smells and human body smells. At last, the door opened and he came out alone, turning down toward where I was waiting. I needed him to see me. I needed to see the recognition in his eyes. When I came toward him, I saw not only recognition but fear. Maybe the only time in my life that I caused fear to come into someone else's eyes. "Oh, shit," he said, not even finishing the statement before I crowned him with the cinder block, bearing down with all my strength on the top of his head. At first, he didn't fall, but he faltered. After more pounding, he finally crumpled to the sidewalk, and I threw the brick down, left it right there, and walked away. Didn't look back, didn't run. Right or wrong, I silently said the last words that I'd ever think about him. "Gotcha, motherfucking ass." It was amazing to be growing up right in the middle of a sexual revolution at a time when the stereotypes of color were changing and black was especially beautiful. All of my early romantic relationships left me with positive feelings about what had gone on emotionally and physically. A girlfriend and I had a date planned to go to the movies on the afternoon of Christmas Day, a welcome chance for me to skip out on the annual family holiday bash at the house of one of our relatives. Christmas, according to popular lore and actual accounts that I had heard from normal people, was supposed to be an occasion for family to gather to eat, drink, and be merry. Not in our family. The routine was that everyone got together to eat, drink, and then fight. Every holiday, religious, secular, patriotic, pagan, it didn't matter. By the third round of drinks, the battles began. So as Moms, Sharon, and Kim followed Freddie out to his car, I just called after them, "Merry Christmas! Y'all go ahead to the party. I'm going to the movies with Belinda, so maybe I'll stop by later." The house all to myself. A luxury. I go and put my clothes together for my date, then go into the bathroom and run a hot bath. The anticipation of a great long Christmas Day soak putting me in a serene, great mood. Moments after I lower myself into the water, close my eyes, relaxing without a care in the world, I suddenly hear, "Motherfucker this and bitch that," coming from the front porch. Footsteps in the living room tell me that Moms and my sisters are home, with Freddie too. It's like a scene in that movie Poltergeist that came out some years afterward. They're back. Lying in the tub, butt naked, I'm thinking, damn, I took too long. But before I can swing into action, the door flies off its hinges and pointing dead in my direction is the barrel of Freddie's shotgun. Never before has he looked so much like the meanest, drunkest, craziest Sonny Liston as he does this day, raging at me with his deadliest, "Get the fuck out of my goddamn house! Get out of my goddamn house!" With no time to respond and ask what the hell I've done, and as everyone in the house literally scatters to run upstairs or down into the basement, I could kill myself for not bludgeoning him instead of that goose now that he's finally going to make good on his promise to blow me away. No choice now. I jump out of the tub, heart pounding through my chest, and race out the front door and onto the porch. Buck naked for all the world to see in Milwaukee, Wisconsin on Christmas Day. Before I can figure out my next move, I look down and see a cute little boy passing by, bundled up in his winter coat for the 15-degree weather. He looks something like I did at his age, with ears somewhat big for his head that he'll no doubt grow into. As he spots me, his smile widens straight across his face. "Sincere as you please," he says. "Merry Christmas, mister." Not answering him, I watch him walk on down the street, soon disappearing into the wintry Wisconsin mist. By that summer of 1971, I was 17 years old and going into my senior year of high school. When I happened to be walking down Wisconsin Avenue, I glanced up into the window of the Army-Navy surplus store and saw a girl through the glass holding a t-shirt up to her chest as if she was debating whether or not to try it on. One look, and I just fell in love. Shot through the heart. After I walked into the store and introduced myself, I learned that her name was Sherry Dyson and that she was from Virginia, a senior at Morgan State College and in town with relatives. Light-skinned, with a full afro and the most beautifully shaped breasts, just incomparable. She was not a movie magazine beauty, but in an understated, down-to-earth way, a knockout. She was brilliant, kind, and had a sense of humor that put me at ease with her from our first conversation. After we met, we spent 2 days just talking. At first, Sherry had no idea that I was 4 years younger than her, although after we went to see Summer of '42, a fittingly perfect romantic movie about an affair between an older woman and a teenage boy, I had to confess. For the rest of my life, every time I'd hear or even think of that theme song, I'd become 17 years old again, crazy in love with Sherry Dyson, my dream woman from a well-to-do Richmond, Virginia family. The daughter of a mortician father who owned the A.B. Price Funeral Home and a mother who was a high school teacher, Sherry had grown up all her life in one home, a gracious colonial house on Haynes Avenue, Richmond, Virginia, a street name I'd never forget, considering the deluge of letters and cards I addressed to her there. At this stage of the game, having girlfriends had already provided me with some crash courses in basic economics. My last year of high school and the shocking discovery that I had amassed a $900 phone bill calling Sherry long distance, all I needed to know that I had to do better than what I was earning as a dishwasher at Nino's Steakhouse, making at best $100 a week. After I hid the phone bill, Mom's received a call from the phone company, alerting her to the fact that our phone was going to be turned off for non-payment. When she complained that she hadn't even seen a bill, Mom's figured out fast what had happened. Staying extremely cool, she escorted me down to the offices of the phone company and made me confess why our phone bill was so high. A deal was struck to prevent the phone from being turned off that required me to turn over every cent I made for the rest of my teen years. It was my own doing, but that didn't prevent me from throwing a fit at Nino's the next night when I reached a boiling point over being stiffed by the waiters, who were supposed to be sharing tips with me. This was from the same crew running back to the kitchen screaming for clean dishes. The manager shrugged and told me that I was lucky to have my job washing dishes as it was. Livid at everyone and delirious from the heat of humping the hot Hobart, as we called running the dishwasher, I did the most disgusting thing that came into my head. That night at Nino's, I peed right onto the dishes coming out of the Hobart. Not once, but as many times as I could drink down enough liquid to make a statement of how I felt about my last hours on the job washing dishes at that steakhouse. God must have had a laugh when the next job I obtained turned out to be handling bedpans and cleaning up pee and poop after old people. Even more important, I learned a new level of compassion that I had never known before, and I paid off the phone bill. The person who helped get me the job as an orderly at the Hartside nursing home was Ophelia, now working there as a nurse's aide. For many reasons, I wanted to do well, mainly because I was locking into a mindset that whatever I was going to do in life, I wanted to give it my all, to go beyond what was expected of me. My first step, which would come in handy in the next pivotal chapters of my life, was to learn as quickly as I could from whoever was the best at doing the tasks I'd need to master. With that thinking, I really got into doing this kind of work, serving the food, changing people's diapers, making up the beds, emptying bedpans. Pretty soon I was thinking, yeah, I can do this. Soon after that, I could do it better than the top orderly there. In fact, management saw how good I was and gave me my own wing. Of the 30-some-odd patients, all white, some were able to take care of themselves, while others needed a lot of help. The work was surprisingly rewarding. It felt good to help people, and even better when people acknowledged how well I treated them. Unlike some of the other orderlies and staff, I didn't ignore them when they rang my call button, but would go and help immediately. Nobody else there was willing to give that kind of care. The truth was that I actually liked helping them, liked doing my job. Mr. John McCarville, an old Navy guy, had lost the ability to speak, but he could salute. Every night when I put him in bed, or any time I attended to something he needed, he gave me a strong salute. "Thank you," he was saying without words. "I appreciate your kindness." Gratitude shone bright in his eyes. When my sisters preempted my announcement to moms that I had gone down and enlisted in the Navy, almost a year after high school graduation, she may have expressed her disappointment. But by the time I came to give her the news, Betty Jean Gardner Triplet flashed me her signature smile that could launch 1,000 ships and asked if there was time to throw a party. As to why I decided to join the Navy over the other branches of the service, it was possibly its superior marketing slogan. Join the Navy, see the world. That did it. The Navy promised that I was really going to see all the overseas places my uncles talked about. But the main motivation, even with Sherry not totally out of the picture, was getting to meet those women. I could hear Uncle Henry going on about the Italian women and the Korean women who walked on your back to give you a massage that cured your spine of pain for the rest of your life. They had feet like hands, I heard him say numerous times. I couldn't wait. The USS Chris Gardner set sail via airplane, the first time I'd ever flown. But instead of being sent to boot camp near a base like San Diego or in Hawaii, where all the recruiting photos were apparently shot, I was given a choice of going to nearby Great Lakes, Illinois, or Orlando, Florida. I chose to go to Orlando. Landlocked Orlando. Hotter than hell with swamp-level humidity and steroid-fed insects. Unlike an environment in which I could never do right, the Navy provided clear-cut guidelines for doing right or wrong and had a process for rewarding or punishing performance accordingly. There was definitely a part of me that resented authority and recoiled at the idea of having my individuality taken from me, but I understood the purpose and knew how to cope without losing a sense of who I was entirely. Of course, the transformation from being a nonconformist with my tie-dyes, beads, afro, and light growth of facial hair to a clean-shaven, shorn, uniformed soldier was a shock and a half. The result was a terrible case of pseudofolliculitis, for want of a better diagnosis, or big-ass bumps that a lot of cats, especially black guys, get from shaving for the first time. My hair was never the same after boot camp. As years passed, I eventually gave up trying to grow it back right and was later grateful to Isaac Hayes for pioneering the shaved head look. The heat and humidity were rough from the start, but I didn't know what hot was until I had to stand at full attention in my dress uniform in the sun. My training in learning how to be still helped. I wasn't allowed to move or to react at all to the rivers of sweat running down my face and back, tickling my ass, not a flinch. I made it through boot camp with flying colors. Graduates were given a choice of going either to a fleet or to an A school. Along with Jarvis Boykin, a fellow recruit I'd met at boot camp, I chose to go to a school. This was a terrific opportunity, I thought, to build on the medical foundation that working at Hartside Nursing Home had given me. It was a stepping stone to being a medic in the Navy's prestigious hospital corps, which I envisioned taking me to serve in the Philippines or Korea. Boot camp had trained me well, but hadn't gotten rid of my romantic streak. Not only was I ready to see the world beyond familiar shores, but I was beginning to think about the power of healing and helping the less fortunate, about changing and saving the world. Ironically, the school that I'd have to attend to set me on that path happened to be the U.S. Navy Hospital Corps School in Great Lakes, Illinois, not far from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. There were no more ironies to come. After doing that U-turn and ending up right back where I started up north, I faced the startling information that the U.S. Navy Hospital Corps provided medical backup and support for the U.S. Marine Corps. Actually, the Marine Corps was part of the Department of the U.S. Navy, something nobody had told me when I enlisted. The last thing in the world I wanted to do was be in the Marine Corps. As I complained to Boykin and some of my other buddies I met in Great Lakes during the time we were being trained in the basics of first aid. If I wanted to be in the Marine Corps, I could have joined the Marines. Man, please. This was another reason I was increasingly concerned about where I was going to be stationed. I started to get the sinking feeling that my vision of sailing off to sea was never going to happen. Hell, I began to worry. I might not even get out of the United States. That's why I was being careful to mind my P's and Q's, just to be sure I was sent to one of the places I'd requested on my dream sheet and not shipped off with the Marines. Fortunately, I had distinguished myself as a quick study when it came to the medical training we were being given. Everything looked promising on paper. As the 12-week training period wound to a close, I had managed to stay out of the kind of trouble others had gotten into. I had already been discouraged from hardcore drinking by Freddie's example, in addition to the fact that I didn't really like the taste. Even though the war in Vietnam was winding down, there was a great need for medics in bringing troops home. Not that I wanted to go there, but it would be overseas. As I walked in and waited for the captain, I stood tall, hoping that he'd look at my file and the destinations that I'd requested. The captain strode in, took a seat, and looked me up and down. He thought for a second and then asked, "You play football?" "Yes, sir, I play football." "Fine," he said, making a note. "You're going to Camp Lejeune. They've got a good football team down there, and they need a big guy like you." He put my file away and called out, "Next." Bad news and good news. The bad news was that I really wasn't going to get out of the United States. Seeing the world was going to mean exploring the backwoods of Jacksonville, North Carolina, where Jim Crow seemed like he was alive and well anytime we stepped foot outside the base. Not only that, but Camp Lejeune was the biggest Marine Corps base in the world, populated by 60,000 Marines and 600 sailors. So now, true to my fears, I was in the Marines. The only positive glimmer was that I was sent to the Navy Regional Medical Center as opposed to the Fleet Marine Force. The good news was that for the next couple of years, I served, worked, learned, and lived in an environment that was not too different from a college setting. While the Navy took care of my basic costs of living, I played some football, received an on-the-job education to rival what most pre-med students at top universities receive, and had a great time too. When I arrived, a coordinator explained that the barracks were full and there was nowhere for me to bunk as of yet. Together with a group of 3 other guys who hadn't been assigned to barracks either, I was taken on a tour of the hospital. When we came to a wing that hadn't been officially opened for patients, the coordinator announced, "This is it. You guys will be staying here." In no time, We turned that place into Party Central. It wasn't the penthouse suite at the Palmer House, but we took advantage of the space, converting the patient's sun deck and TV lounge into our bachelor pad, hooking up our stereos into an impressive multiphonic sound system. The hospital was state-of-the-art, and the staff, both military and civilian, were some of the best and brightest in the nation. Again, when receiving my job assignment, which could have been anything from orthopedics, podiatry, or proctology to psychiatric, among others, I pulled a lucky card and was assigned to work in the general surgical ward with Lieutenant Commander Charlotte Gannon, an absolute jewel. Dressed efficiently in her white uniform with her navy cap and its emblem of 3.5 braids, Lieutenant Commander Gannon had come out of Massachusetts General Hospital and ran her ward with authority, excellence, and compassion. It was an ideal environment in which to learn, and I thrived under her supervision. Throwing myself into every aspect of my work, I couldn't do enough to help the patients, mainly Marines and their family members, as well as some locals who needed specialized surgery not available at other area hospitals. By this point, I'd learned the power of asking questions and knew that the best doctors didn't mind being asked them. Gannon appreciated my focus and my desire to know more and embraced my litany of questions. What is that called? How do you do that? Why do you do that? Would you show me? Okay, if I try? She taught me so much that influenced me in making all kinds of life and death decisions. Thanks to my experience at Hartside and some good instruction at the Great Lakes Hospital Corps School, I was clearly superior to anyone working in my position. Very quickly, I became one of her favorite people and was respected by several other doctors too, all of which came in handy whenever I got into jams or needed an advocate. I loved what I was doing. Everything from changing patients' dressings and hooking up IVs to providing post-surgical wound care, examining tissues, and debriding wounds, often doing several procedures simultaneously. Besides being good with these specific duties, I was mindful of how what I did played into patients' overall healing and well-being. To that end, I placed great importance on maintaining detailed chart notes that helped surgeons and nurses follow a patient's care. What time a dressing was changed, what an injury looked like, what it smelled like, whether a wound seemed to be clearing up, improving, or the patient complained of this, the patient complained of that. After a short period of time, all the cats from every background were asking for Doc, as they called me. My reputation was such that anytime anyone got shot, they were advised before they got to the ward to make sure they asked for me. That when it came to gunshot wounds, nobody could fix them up like I could. Even if I was busy or wasn't there, whenever someone else was assigned to them, they'd say, "No, I'll just wait for Doc." The same went for anybody who wanted their dressings changed. In addition to the fact that I loved what I did and loved that feeling of appreciation that I'd helped, it was inspiring to see patients who were seriously hurt overcome the conditions that had brought on their hospitalization. To see some of these real cracker hillbillies suddenly setting aside their prejudices was incredible. Several of the Marines you knew would for sure call you a nigger in a heartbeat, but lying prostrate in excruciating pain, unable to move, they were having personal transformations simply by saying, "No, I'll just wait for Doc. What time's he coming?" They were waiting for a big black man like me to help them get through the crisis in which they found themselves. They seemed to be really changed, not because I changed them, but because they changed themselves by challenging their own beliefs. In turn, my own assumptions about folks who were different from me were challenged. For the first time since I had learned that the world wasn't all black, I really began to see people as people. Below the skin, I had learned we're all pretty much the same. Off the base, tolerance still had a long way to go. During an assignment answering the phone at the surgical clinic, I got a lot of calls similar to the one I received from a woman who barked, "My foot's broken! My foot's broken 'cause a 250-pound nigga stepped on my foot!" Okay, well, let me see if I got this right now. The foot is broken? Yes, she said. Now, did he break it because he was 250 pounds, or is it broken because he's a nigger? Both, she said. A picture was beginning to appear in my head about my future in the medical profession beyond the Navy. Sherry Dyson was not so much in the forefront at that point, but for the time being, since I'd missed out on the chance to romance women in foreign lands, I gave myself license to sow big-time oats. I moved off base. After I met a sailor named Leon Webb, destined to be one of my best friends for life, we found an inexpensive trailer to rent and figured we could do our own thing and not get into trouble that way. Though I didn't have a car, I assumed that I could grab rides with Leon. Although the Navy provided us with extra money for food and supplies, we lost the privilege of eating on base. We didn't quite understand that this was like real life. When the money ran out, we'd have nothing to eat. One memorable cold night, and it could get real cold out there in the sticks, our cupboard was completely bare except for a can of beans and an ostrich egg. Leon and I agreed that was the best ostrich egg we'd ever eaten in our lives. Luckily, I was being fed and kept warm on some of those cold nights by a woman 10 years older than me who lived off base not too far from where I was staying. Her cooking wasn't bad, she had a car, and she was fantastic in bed. A very kinky girl who introduced me to new things. It didn't bother me at all that there were other men in her life. To the contrary, that allowed me to play the role of a willing student without any relationship expectations. One night, in a moment of awkward timing, just as we started getting into it, I hear a knock on the door like a jackhammer. Boom, 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 boom. And a voice saying, "Open the door, open the door." She ignores it, trying to get back to where we were. Boom, 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 boom. This cat's not going anywhere. Oh, man, I stop and ask, "Who is that? He's not going away." "Oh, that's Leon," she says. I know my roommate's voice, and that's not him. Leon, whoever it is, I'm here and he isn't. He's stopping me from getting my groove on, so I say, "Open the door. I'm gonna kick this motherfucker's ass." No, that's Leon, and you don't want to do that, trust me. He's a boxer, and you don't want to do that. Leon who? Leon Spinks. She sees that I still don't get it, and then she reminds me. Heavyweight champion of the base. Oh, I say, that Leon. Leon Spinks? Stationed at Camp Lejeune in the Marine Corps, he's already a boxing champ on the base, training for the next Olympics, and eventually will hold the title as heavyweight champion of the world. Leon Spinks is outside, drunk, cussing, wanting in because now it's his turn. How'd I get into this predicament? How am I going to get out? No, I'm not getting into any duking match with Leon Spinks. "I'm gonna knock this door down," he threatens, sounding like the big bad wolf in the story of the Three Little Pigs. Next thing I know, he's trying to huff and puff and blow down the trailer. As he gets a running start to come batter the door down, my plan is that as soon as he hits the steps and puts his shoulder to the door, I'll open it and bang, he'll run into the open space just as I fly out of there. Just like clockwork, I time it right, opening the door as he runs in and collides with the table and then the wall, knocking himself out cold. Since he is so drunk already, it doesn't take much. Lying there on the floor, Leon Spinks has himself a good night's sleep while my hostess shoos me out, not too pleased when I take her keys and her car but promise to leave it for her at the base. One of the hardest yet most powerful jobs for any medic in a hospital caring for hard-boiled Marines is definitely proctology. Certainly, this job requires a unique skill set and involves principles that could probably translate to other fields of endeavor. Who wouldn't benefit from experience working around a bunch of assholes? And so, from the general surgical ward to the surgical clinic, I eventually became the base's foremost proctology expert. This meant that every Monday morning, every asshole with a problem was at my front door. Whether that problem was hemorrhoids, thrombosed hemorrhoids, perirectal abscesses, pilonidal cysts, anything to do with the rectum, anus, and vicinity, they came to me en route to see the actual proctologist. After a while, however, the doctors just left me in charge and headed out to the golf course. No sweat. It got to the point that I could drain an abscess and eat lunch at the same time. It didn't bother me. My expertise included any kind of dressing application or change, plus a variety of procedures to treat patients with pilonidal cysts, basically a cyst that develops in the crack of the ass and hair gets in it and it becomes infected. Very common. The cysts can just blow up and look like a third butt cheek. I lanced, drained, and packed it, making sure that the infection was out and that the gauze was packed properly to continue to draw the infection out. Full bird colonels with chests full of ribbons came to me with a range of these problems. Rarely did I get any respect from the officers who were there to see the doctor and didn't feel they had to be gracious to the medic, even though I was the one responsible for setting them in the upside-down dental chair used for exams. Sometimes, throwing in a little proctology humor, I'd claim to be out of lube. Badass Marines would turn into wimps. "Oh, Doc, oh!" When the doctor wasn't in on one occasion, I prescribed suppositories for an officer, a full bird colonel. He was suspicious. "Don't worry," I told him. "I'm going to take care of you. Use these suppositories and we'll see you on Monday." That Monday, he and his wife marched into the ward, demanding to speak to my superior officer. Both looked at me with disdain, as if to say, "Who are you anyway? You're not a doctor, and you're black." Though I didn't know what I'd done wrong, I could see that he intended to write me up. Finally, he bellowed irately, "You don't know what the hell you're doing. You're dangerous. You shouldn't be here. And for all the good those pills did me, I may as well have been sticking them up my ass." It took all of my self-control not to bust out laughing. He had taken the suppositories orally. This colonel was flying a $50 million jet, and he was taking rectal suppositories by mouth. Now his ass was still hurting, and he was wondering why. "Sir," I said calmly, "those pills you took? You are supposed to be sticking those up your ass. That's the way they're going to relieve your pain and your swelling." Sure enough, after I turned him upside down in my chair with his ass exposed, his whole attitude changed and he became a wimp just like all the rest of them. He also forgot about writing me up, and after his pain subsided, he was as grateful as the rest of my success stories. Soon, the end of my term of enlistment was just over 6 months away. Some of the enlisted guys I knew were heading home and getting set up in jobs, either engaged to be married and preparing to start families or returning to wives and kids already waiting for them. That was something I wanted one day, no question. But regardless of how worldly I thought I'd become, there was still a part of me that felt cheated about not getting to go off and see the world. Yet if I wanted to pursue a career in medicine, that would mean several years of schooling. While stopping by the general surgery ward one afternoon, the answer to several of these questions arrived in the form of an offer from Dr. Robert Ellis. He was one of the doctors who had first heard good things about me from Charlotte Gannon and had then also taken me under his wing to train me. Truly brilliant, Dr. Ellis, or Buffalo Bob, as some of us sailors affectionately called him, on account of how intense he was and the fact that he was working in the Navy only under national duress, had received his training at Texas Children's Hospital in Houston with two of the world's most renowned heart and cardiovascular surgeons, Dr. Denton Cooley and Dr. Michael DeBakey. Now that Ellis was being discharged, he informed me he was leaving for San Francisco to set up his own research lab at the University of California Medical Center. "What about you?" he asked, aware that I had another 6 months to go. I shrugged. "Well," Dr. Ellis said, "if you want to take a look at a career in medicine, I can help you with that." My ears pricked up. I listened as he described the lab he was setting up and the research assistant position he had to fill. "You can come help me," he offered, letting me know the job was mine if I wanted it. "But it only pays $7,500 a year. Think about it. Let me know." I thought for 2 seconds. "I'll take it," I told him. "You know, San Francisco must be the Paris of the Pacific," says the middle-aged, bespectacled, briefcase-carrying businessman standing next to me as I take in the sights at Union Square in the spring of 1976, a couple of years into my work with Dr. Robert Ellis at both the University of California and the Veterans Administration Hospital. "You know," I say, thinking back over the time since I'd been out in the Bay Area, "you're right." Of course, at this point, not long after my 22nd birthday, I'd never been to Paris. But I am so impressed by this observation that I start describing my new home turf to others as the Paris of the Pacific, a phrase I'll eventually make my own. This happens to be a beautiful day, and a beautiful day in San Francisco is like a beautiful day nowhere else in the world. The blue of the sky, with not a cloud to be seen, represents the dictionary definition of sky blue. A warm breeze is rustling the trees in the parks, and everyone, locals and tourists alike, is out on the streets, like me, with nothing better to do than to marvel at this beautiful city. It was all so thrilling to be in San Francisco at that cultural, historical time. The city was Mecca for a guy like me, who was once the first black hippie in America. The protest era had seemingly given way to party time. Nowhere did that seem more true than in San Francisco's freewheeling, anything-goes, experimental, tolerant atmosphere. My favorite stomping ground became Haight-Ashbury, once the cradle of sex, drugs, and rock and roll, still jumping with music clubs, restaurants, bookstores, head shops, and a crazy street scene that was colorful and alive. The Bay Area in these years was the perfect arena in which to explore and experiment. As I figured out the externals of work, relationships, and money, this period was just as important for what it taught me about who I was internally, what I was really made of, what my authentic point of view was. Part of my defense mechanism was the need I had for control that had been with me since childhood. This was also why I continued to resist the excesses of drugs and alcohol in these experimental years. My major focus of experimentation was in the laboratory doing the work that Dr. Ellis had brought me out to do for him. If that was what I wanted, if I was passionate and dedicated, Bob Ellis was willing to place an incredible amount of trust in me, to teach me, and to open up an entirely new world in medical research, one that was different from the Navy. The project was being conducted in conjunction with the Veterans Administration Hospital, located at the farthest beachhead of San Francisco at Fort Miley, out by the Golden Gate Bridge, and the University of California San Francisco Hospital, near Golden Gate Park and Keesar Stadium. At the VA, where I spent most of my hours, the research aim was to create a laboratory basically from an old operating room that duplicated the environment in which the heart functions during open-heart surgery. Specifically, We were trying to determine what concentration of potassium best preserved the high-energy phosphates in the heart muscles. We would do a set of experiments with a high potassium solution, a set with a low potassium solution, and a set with a minimal potassium solution, taking samples of heart tissue over time and using those results for our findings. Ultimately, it was the high potassium solution that we found to be most conducive to preserving the high-energy phosphates, information that would transform how heart transplantation and surgery were done, as well as influence cardiovascular science. For an information sponge like me, this work put me right in my element. "Gardner," said Dr. Ellis, on one of my first days of work, "I want you to meet Rip Jackson." I turned to take in the startling appearance of Rayburn Rip Jackson, imported to San Francisco by Ellis from back in Jacksonville, North Carolina. Just as Dr. Ellis looked the part of a young, brilliant surgeon, average height and build, glasses, balding, with a nose like an eagle's beak, meticulously sniffing out details, passionate and sometimes high-strung, Rip Jackson had the megawattage intensity of the medical scientist technician genius that he was. Slim, short and clean-shaven, with shocking white hair and small, piercing blue eyes, Rip extended his hand to shake mine and greeted me in an accent that was purebred country boy, straight out of the North Carolina backwoods. "Nice to meet you," he said, with barely a smile. "Heard a lot about you, Gardner." He came out initially for a month, trained me to oversee everything that Dr. Ellis needed done for the next 6 months, and then came back at various intervals as needed. Rip Jackson was so great at the mechanics of building a laboratory and teaching me how to run it that he earned the utmost respect from me. Even though he wasn't a licensed medical doctor, his technical expertise equaled that of a top surgeon, and he trained me in this highly specialized area to do everything to support Dr. Ellis. Our responsibilities ranged from excision of hearts to catheterizing blood vessels and suturing, from ordering equipment and supplies to administering anesthesia, performing biopsies on heart tissues of patients, and analyzing the results. Adding to the extraordinary education I was getting from Bob Ellis and Rip Jackson was a third scientist in the medical laboratory, Gary Campagna. Gary didn't have a medical degree either, but did for a vascular surgeon named Dr. Jerry Goldstein what Rip did for Dr. Ellis. A San Francisco native, Gary was witty and hip, an Italian-American gentleman, and he took me under his wing, teaching me about technique and the importance of finesse. I now saw that it wasn't enough to know what you were doing. You had to have the hands. You had to have the right touch. As the game plan now unfolded in my mind, I imagined that once our work was completed and I took the time to knock off a college education, I would be a prime candidate for any top Ivy League medical school in the nation. The prospect was thrilling. Could I really do that? Could I reach that far? My mother's words echoed, "If you want to, you can." The excitement didn't come just from the potential status and money that a career as a surgeon promised. To me, it was the challenge, the quest for information, the opportunity to apply my focus in a venue that required me to learn what amounted to a foreign language. It dawned on me that there was a language specific to all things, and that the ability to learn another language in one arena, whether it was music, medicine, or finance, could be utilized to accelerate learning in other arenas too. Scientific language was fun to master, not only the medical words and meanings, but also the prose, with its rhythm of urgency and its precise ways of describing processes. That understanding of process, how to get from here to there, was the real bait for me, what hooked me and made me want to learn more. Because I was so motivated and naturally curious, the learning felt easy. Once I had learned the language, doors at the VA and the UCSF hospital literally opened as Dr. Ellis brought me in to sit and talk with the top tier of his medical colleagues. In those settings, few had any notion that I hadn't been to medical school and wasn't a doctor. let alone that I had never been to college and had barely finished high school. Sure, there were moments when I felt my lack of education, but I discovered that rather than pretending to know something I didn't, there was a way to ask. Now, I'm not following you here. Can you explain? That most doctors were more than happy to answer. In time, Bob Ellis developed so much faith in my mastery of our research that I went on to co-author several papers with him on the preservation of high-energy myocardophosphates, papers that were published in various medical journals and textbooks. Even some Harvard Medical School grads can't claim to being as widely published. Where did you go to med school? Was a question that inevitably came up, especially from the interns working under Dr. Ellis and Dr. Goldstein. It confounded Ellis that so many of the interns who were starting their residencies in surgery had so little practical awareness. They didn't have the hands, didn't have the eyes, didn't know the controls or the procedures. Some didn't know how to handle instruments. Instead of wasting his time on these basics, he started sending them upstairs for me to train. Suddenly, all those questions that I had been asking, what are you doing? How do you do that? Why are you doing that? Can I try that? Became questions that I was answering. The interns were all bright and knew anatomy and physiology, biology and chemistry, but only a few had the hands. I frequently caught myself sounding just as intense as Dr. Ellis, Rip, and Gary combined. There may have been some bigotry involved, given the fact that the interns at the time were all white males from Ivy League medical schools, and I was some black dude without a medical degree saying, "No, I don't want that. Give me the scissors." But what really seemed to get on their last nerve was that they had to do what I said. Dr. Ellis made it clear to every intern he brought upstairs to me, this is Gardner's world. Whatever he says goes, he's in charge. My feeling was that if someone wanted to learn or was willing to try, I'd bend over backward to help. But some of the interns were so arrogant, they dismissed my input out of hand. In those situations, all I had to do was to tell Dr. Ellis, you know what? This guy, Steve, I can't help him. That was it. After that, I'd never see the intern again. In certain instances, I could see by the expressions of resentment on some of their faces that they had never encountered a black person in control. Some were able to get past that hurdle, some weren't. For my part, I had to learn not to take some of their superior attitudes personally, in the same way that I couldn't take it personally when my mentors put me in that position of control. The powerful truth that emerged for me was something moms had tried to tell me when I was younger. No one else can take away your legitimacy or give you your legitimacy if you don't claim it for yourself. There are only two clouds on the horizon: money and sex. Even though Dr. Ellis kept increasing my salary up to around $13,000 a year by early 1976, there was very little more he could squeeze out of his overall budget for the project. Even for someone who was willing to slum it, San Francisco was a costly place to live, believe me. Living in the Tenderloin, in the same neighborhood as the Y, but in an apartment of my own at 381 Turk Street, I was definitely slumming it. My salary was stretched even without car payments or insurance. Since I couldn't afford a car, I hadn't even gone out to get my license yet, although I did know how to drive and sometimes ran errands for work in the hospital van. The necessity of getting a second job loomed. Then again, that would use up whatever free time I had for enjoying something of a social life. The constant money crunch I could handle, but the sudden halt to my heretofore successful pursuit of the opposite sex was a shock to my system. What was going on? In a city like San Francisco, full of beautiful single women, I couldn't for the life of me figure out why nothing was clicking. Not that I wanted to fall in love, but what I really wanted, to get laid, wasn't looking good. Unable to establish a relationship here in San Francisco, I find myself picking up the phone more than usual to call my long-distance girlfriend, Sherry Dyson, who I have never quite gotten over since that first time I saw her with the T-shirt in the window of the Army-Navy surplus store. She has returned to Virginia with her master's degree and is working as an educational expert in mathematics. Besides our regular phone contact, she has been out to visit a couple of times, although neither of us has made any moves to indicate that we should be getting more serious. So we're talking one night, and it hits me that there's no one who gets me like Sherry, no one who can just say, "Chris, you're full of shit," when I'm being too full of myself, and no one else that I've ever pictured with me in the life that I'm working toward. In a romantic rush, out of the blue, almost just to hear myself say the words, I change whatever subject we're on and ask, "All right, so when are we going to get married?" Without skipping a beat, Sherry says, "Well, how about June 22nd? For the next 3 years, I lived what could have been called in some respects a storybook life. The wedding, held as planned on June 22nd, 1976, was picture postcard perfect, beautiful, tasteful, and simply done in a park near Sherry's parents' home, a place that had become synonymous in my mind with stability and security. Mom's was there, glowing with pride. She and Sherry bonded immediately. My Navy buddy Leon Webb, soon to head out to San Francisco, flew in to be my best man, and he couldn't have been happier for me. We were all impressed with the Dysons' home. Nothing over the top, the house looked like something out of a magazine, exquisitely decorated with Southern charm, rare artwork on the walls, chandeliers throughout the 2-story space, gourmet food in abundance, and a bar stocked with wine and liquor imported from around the world. The Dysons' way of life represented the ideal of home that had been in my dreams. Part of the attraction, unquestionably, was my longing to belong to the world that Sherry came from, a world in which she had grown up adored as an only child, with the same mother and father together, the same house, with a sense of being anchored, and with none of the chaos and violence that had afflicted my childhood. Her parents didn't seem to mind that I came from a different world, and were as gracious as they could be in welcoming me to their family. Certainly, like Sherry, they saw that I had potential and was on a solid path to becoming a physician, even though I had a ways to go. Still, I'd begun to have misgivings about this marriage from the moment I spontaneously popped the question, much of which I passed off as typical pre-wedding jitters. Caught up in the festivities, we were both in one major whirlwind. And it was only the next morning, after a farewell brunch, that the two of us had a chance to be alone as newlyweds. Neither of us said as much, but the reality had finally settled in. We were both probably wondering if we really had done the right thing. Nonetheless, with our lives together ahead of us, we packed all of Sherry's earthly belongings into her blue Datsun B210 and hit the long road to San Francisco. Even though my mother-in-law had insisted that I get my driver's license while I was in Richmond, Sherry did most of the driving. Sherry had visited me before in the Tenderloin and was somewhat prepared for the seedy atmosphere that greeted us, although she was adamant that we move from 381 Turk as soon as possible. In no time, she got a job as an insurance claims adjuster, and shortly after that, she greeted me with the breathless news, "I found a place on Hayes. I fell in love with it. It's a 3rd-floor walk-up with hardwood floors, bay windows, and French doors." This was all foreign to me, but if it made Sherry happy, I was happy. Still in the hood, the area was known as Hayes Valley and had a lively black community feeling to it. Thus, we entered into a nesting phase as Sherry turned our new apartment into a warm, welcoming environment. She decorated amazingly on our budget, with potted plants like ficus benjamins and wandering Jews adorning shelves and hanging from the ceiling, a nice brass bed, a wicker rocking chair, a stylish couch, new cookware and serving pieces. I was as into transforming our living space into a home together as she was. In the kitchen, Sherry was a fantasy come true. Man, could she cook! Soul food including the best fried chicken ever, pasta in every shape and form, and gourmet dishes to rival any of the great chefs of San Francisco. She was always coming out with new creations, too. "Remember the way they made that dish at the Vietnamese restaurant?" she'd say. "I'm going to try to do something like that. And it would be even better." We moved up in the world again after Sherry met me at the door one night and announced, "Wait until you see the place I found on Baker. It's in one of those Victorian buildings I've had my eye on. Chris, you'll love it. It's got 5 rooms, great sunlight." I only laughed and went along with the plan, thinking not only how much she enjoyed recreating for us in San Francisco what she'd grown up with in Virginia, but also how lucky I was that she was educating me, elevating my sense of culture and style. She wasn't just giving me an awareness of what a Victorian-style building was, something I never knew. She was opening me up to a lifestyle that included theater, comedy, and social gatherings with fascinating intellectual conversation. We filled my few nights off with trips to comedy clubs, to see the likes of Richard Pryor, or to dinner parties with a serious, creative crowd at the home of Sherry's cousin, Robert Alexander, a writer. Whenever we were there, I gravitated to the same group of 3 guys, very smart, hip, and active in the arts. One was a brother named Barry Shabaka Henley, and the other 2 were cats named Danny Glover and Samuel L. Jackson. Little did I know, the 3 would later be in the top tier of black actors on stage and screen. But even while our portrait of a happily married life seemed to be what we both wanted, within a couple of years I began to confront a feeling deep down that something was missing. Some of those problems had to do with basic differences in where we came from and in our likes and dislikes. Sherry liked the better restaurants on Fisherman's Wharf. I liked the countercultural vibe of the Haight. There was a loudness, a wildness that was lacking. In my heart of hearts, I was slowly coming to face the truth that I didn't want to live a picture of a life, whether it was by having to live up to the role of doctor that I was striving for, or whether it was in my marriage. The real problem that took me forever to admit had to do with what was or wasn't happening in the bedroom. We loved each other deeply, profoundly. We were presidents of each other's fan clubs, cheering each other on more than anyone else, but our sex life was nice, predictable, quiet, not hot. I wanted to compensate for not getting to go around the world and meet all those foreign exotic women. I had a taste or 2 of the X-rated versions, and I wanted more. What else could I say? But rather than say something or initiate what I wanted, I became aloof. We might have been hamstrung from the start. Early on, it had been a major turn-on to be the younger man with the more worldly, college-educated woman. Now I was looking to her to introduce more spice, but she didn't know that, and I didn't know how to shake up the routine. Ironically, the safe, stable home that I'd wanted since childhood turned out to be too structured, too orderly, too rigid. Later, I was able to take the long view and realize that I had gone from one institution, the Navy, to another, marriage, with barely a break in between. At the time, I didn't stop to think about it in those terms, except to realize perhaps that I'd learned the classic lesson: be careful what you wish for, because you might just get it. Sherry became pregnant, something that was as exciting and different as it was terrifying. I put marriage doubts on the back burner and suddenly began to question for the first time how married I was to the idea of becoming a doctor. Even though I was up at $16,000 per year now, that wasn't going to support a family and pay for me to go to college and then med school. Not out of her first trimester, Sherry miscarried. A disappointment to both of us, but one we took in stride. Now that I'd faced the need for more money, I'd gotten a second job working as a security guard at nights and on weekends, not doing too badly. That was until I was sent to fill in on a graveyard shift at the pier as the guard of a creaky old unused ship. With nothing but a flashlight, I took up my post at a chair, freaked out by the horror movie sounds, but too exhausted to stay awake, only to be nudged back into consciousness by something rubbing up against my leg. When I felt that same thing scratch me, I looked down and saw a rat the size of a large cat, its jaw unhinged and preparing to munch on me. As God was my witness, my time in the Navy notwithstanding, I had no idea that there were rats on boats and had never dreamt that rats could be so goddamn huge. Screaming like a girl, I jumped straight up out of my chair. The rat screamed too and ran, and so did I, the two of us in separate directions. So much for my stint in security. I managed to grab odd jobs here and there in my off hours, doing things like painting houses on the weekends and working for moving companies. Though she said nothing, Sherry may have noticed that I was spending less time at home, not just because of these extra jobs, but because I was looking to break up the routine. Some nights I went by myself to hear music on Haight Street. Other times I hung out with some characters I'd met in the neighborhood, watching football games, smoking some weed, passing time. It was frustrating after 5 years that I hadn't been able to buy a car. Sherry's Datsun 210 still was our only means of shared transportation, though fortunately we could both take advantage of San Francisco's excellent public transit system. There were also morning rides to work that I hitched with my coworker and friend, Latrell Hammond. Chris, listen to me. She'd begin every morning when I jumped into her much-abused lime green 1961 Ford Falcon after she arrived to pick me up. Every morning she had some new advice she was selling, and it was usually good. A force of nature, Latrell had the gift of gab as one of the fastest-talking, most scandalous women I'd ever seen in my life, with the ability to sell you anything, including your own shoes that you had on your feet at the time. Latrell and I were strictly platonic friends. She and Sherry were tight, so she had the best interests of my marriage in mind at all times. When Sherry and I finally did have a talk toward the end of 1979, with my 26th birthday not too far down the road, it was to confront a change of professional plans. I had decided that I wasn't going to be a doctor. Baffled, Sherry groped for words. Why? She just looked at me. Isn't that what you've been working toward? She knew that the challenge was gone. We had talked about that before. I was already the medical whiz kid. It was going to be 10 years more of education before I could officially do what I already was doing. But it wasn't just that. As I explained to Sherry, my mentor, Dr. Ellis, had raised his concerns with me, opening my eyes to some of the trends that were about to radically alter the healthcare field. In plainer language, he had said, "Chris, you really need to reconsider being a doctor because it's going to become a vastly changed profession." What was coming down the pike at the time were versions of socialized or nationalized medicine, precursors to what became HMOs. As Dr. Ellis rightfully predicted, this meant that a top surgeon who might make several $1,000s per surgery then could be looking at as little as a few $100s for the same services in coming decades. As I went on to explain to Sherry, there were plenty of options for me in the medical field, perhaps in administration, sales, pharmaceuticals, or the insurance business. I would start checking out some of those options as soon as I could. A sense of relief flooded me. No longer did I have to play the part of a future doctor, but Sherry was anything but relieved. That future had been part of the package she married: Chris Gardner, college graduate, medical student, doctor. She had every reason to be disappointed, even though she expressed her support for whatever I decided to do. Whether she was ready to admit it or not, back before we were married, she too had definitely felt some ambivalence about our long-term prospects, but her love was always unconditional. In years to come, she would become my best friend in the world, even though in the short term she would suffer terrible hurt for which I was sorely to blame. The real turning point that changes everything in our marriage and our lives comes shortly when we go out to a party together and my future, in the form of an exotic black goddess named Jackie, sees me checking her out and gives me a look. She is 5'10", statuesque, stacked, wearing a shimmering dress like she's poured into it, just oozing sexual energy. And without hesitation or premeditation or any agenda whatsoever, I reach over, grin, and grab her ass. My favorite kind of ass. It feels just like a basketball. My hand lingers. She doesn't slap me, doesn't flinch. Just raises her eyebrow and smiles, as if to say, "What took you so long to find me?" I hurried headlong as the door opened into a world that promised absolute sexual joys I couldn't even begin to imagine. A world that was also destined to turn into a horrendous nightmare, and that's putting it lightly. For the second time in my adulthood, I was preparing to relearn that lesson about being careful what you wish for. Over the next 30 days, everything that I was and everything that I'd hoped to become flew out the window. I barely knew my name. After spending 26 years fighting powerlessness with a need for control, a need for clarity of vision, I eagerly tossed whatever control of my senses remained and took a flying leap off the plank into whatever unexplored depths lay below. Within days of meeting Jackie, who lived within walking distance of me and Sherry, 5 blocks away around the corner, the ship that I'd been sailing turned into wreckage as I boarded a new vessel to destinations unknown. Over at Jackie's apartment, on her Murphy bed with a brass headboard, on the floor, in the kitchen, against the wall, under the shower, sometimes all in the same night, we made love like there was no tomorrow. For 30 days in a row, after or before work, for hours at night or in the early morning, for whole days at a time when I skipped work. Even as I tried to maintain the appearance of normalcy when Sherry and I crossed paths at our place, or when I tried to recover my focus in the lab, my life became a blur. A sex-induced hypnotic haze. In my feverishly aroused state, I kept thinking that I'd get my fill, that I'd come down off this high. But Jackie kept on upping the stakes, taking me further to the outer limits. When her relatives came to visit and were in her apartment, she invited me up to the building's rooftop, where she opened her coat to reveal that she was wearing nothing but stiletto high heels, fishnets, and a garter belt. Dazed, mesmerized, in a trance, I could hardly wait to find out what was next. Talk about being turned on and turned out. With Jackie, I was a goner. She took me and turned me all the way out. Reason and rationality, my old friends, had split at some point in those 30 days. Once we started to come back down to earth, Jackie began to press me about what my long-term intentions were. I was hoping our adventure would run its course because I honestly didn't want to get divorced. But it was plain to me that I was nowhere near ready to break things off with Jackie. A showdown was coming. My hand was eventually forced, unfortunately, which added another layer of regret to the awful guilt I felt in the late spring of 1980 when I told Sherry I was leaving. What I did and said, how I did and said it, just destroyed her. And it will hurt me for the rest of my life how I bungled what would remain one of the most important relationships in my life. Sherry soon moved to Oakland, and though we had little contact, it took me 9 years to be legally divorced, partly because of how painful it was, and partly because of the other drama that was going on. Even if Jackie hadn't become pregnant within 19 days of our meeting, a determining factor in my moving in with her because that's where I thought my responsibilities rested, I probably would have made the same decision. It was about sex. I had been turned out, and there was no going back in. OJT, on-the-job training, was destined to be my watchword as I journeyed into fatherhood. The arrival of Christopher Jarrett Medina Gardner, Jr. on January 28, 1981, at San Francisco General Hospital changed every focus, every priority of my existence. He had to be the most beautiful, the most brilliant, the most agile, the most intuitive, the most musical, the most soulful, the most athletic infant in the hospital ward. He had a wisdom and greatness about him from day one, no question. When I cradled him in my arms the first time, I had a strange feeling of familiarity, as if he and I knew each other from a previous lifetime. Without words, I swore on everything and everyone that I cherished in this world, reaffirming my lifelong promise that I would always care for him and that I would never be absent from his life. Chris Jr. stared right up at me knowingly, as if to say, "All right, Papa, I'm counting on you." In the months leading up to Chris's birth, I got some OJT with Jackie, who revealed hitherto unknown aspects of her personality. When we met, she had been finishing up dental school at the University of California. Once she graduated, she expected to be able to take time off, chill for a minute, and then delay having to work so that she could study for her boards. Now that the smoke had cleared somewhat after our initial fireworks, it was apparent that she had a definite game plan with quite an ambitious view of moving on up in life. At first, she didn't pressure me so much as point out that it was time for me to cut the cord at the VA, something that I'd been delaying during the period that my personal life had been so turbulent. Since we were already rolling with an upwardly mobile circle of young black professionals, each of them some form of doctor, lawyer, or Indian chief, the fact that I was already in the medical field was cool with Jackie. Still, even though she acknowledged that I was doing significant work in research under Dr. Ellis, she didn't refrain from mentioning that the pay wasn't comparable to what her friends and their spouses were making. Those comments didn't bother me because I already knew I wasn't earning enough to support a family. Publication in several prestigious medical journals may have been a thrill, but it didn't pay a bill. To borrow a line from the great Berry Gordy, one of my heroes, and one of a very few black business entrepreneurs I knew about who happened to have written the song, "Money, That's What I Want." It wasn't the money conversation that bothered me. What did bother me was the question Jackie started asking with increased regularity about halfway through her pregnancy, a remark that seemed to come out of nowhere when she said it the first time one evening over dinner. "You know, Chris," Jackie began. I could tell from her tone that I wasn't going to like what I was about to hear. She continued, "I have to ask you, how are you going to be a father when you never had one? How do you know what it means to be a father?" Not saying a word, I sat and stared at her, my heart pounding. How could she ask me that? From the very beginning, she knew one thing about me, that I had a real intense issue about not having a father. She knew I would do anything I could to be the father I never had. I was floored. "Well?" she asked. I knew she was trying to push my buttons, but why, I wasn't sure. Was it a test to make sure that I wouldn't leave her? If so, it was cruel because she knew from my history that I would never leave a child. Never. We changed the subject and the tension passed. When she brought up the same question again using exactly the same wording, "How are you going to be a father when you've never had one? How do you know what it means to be a father?" I caught on that this was another way to push me. Obviously, when it came to her pushing me sexually, I was a willing participant. But this line of questioning left me resentful, even though, in her defense, she was expressing practical concerns for the future. Now that we had a baby, the reality was that we were a family, and I had to learn what it meant to be a good father on a practical, immediate basis. A major logistical problem was space, as our one-room studio was soon taken over by an oversized bassinet, changing table, and all the other infant care items I never knew about until now. The next problem to solve was finding a daycare situation for the baby while Jackie was at school and I was at work. The process opened my eyes big time to the complex disparity of the child care pecking order, starting at the very top with the full-time live-in nannies, the part-time au pairs, and the live-out nannies to the on-call babysitters, with a wide range of hourly wages and qualifications. Then the private, high-cost daycare schools with waiting lists, to the less expensive but still credentialed city-funded childcare programs, to probably the least costly, unlicensed care at the homes of women who took kids in for a daily fee. Fortunately, we were able to afford the next to the last option by enrolling Christopher in daycare at the Parent-Infant Neighborhood Center not too far from where we lived. The quality of care was really great, even though I confessed to Jackie that I wanted something more upscale for our child. "You know, Chris," she began. I knew that tone. Her patience was wearing thin about when I was going to leave the VA. Before the baby arrived, she'd been subtle about it. Now she was in full court press. "What are you holding on to? You know you're not making any more money. Ellis told you he doesn't have any more to pay you." This was true. The National Institutes of Health, which funded our research, had turned down recent grant requests to raise my salary. "I know," I said, trying to head her off at the pass. "Stop saying you know and do something. You've got to accept it. You're not planning on a career in medicine, right? You've made up your mind you're not going to pursue this, right? You've got a baby to support and you need more money, so quit and get a better paying job." Two opposing drum beats begin to sound. One of them is the steady, firm bongo beat of family and work, the familiar routine, putting the word out that I'm job hunting, hitting the pavements. The secondary beat is erratic, sometimes barely there, other times booming like a bass drum with the crash of cymbals, the ominous sound of domestic stress. Little arguments arise. Money, not enough of it, not fast enough. Sometimes it's me getting frustrated. Sometimes it's her. Jackie runs hot and cold, giving and withholding. In the months that followed, I supplemented what I was making at the VA with odd jobs, as I had in the past. To save on the cost of rent and give ourselves more floor space, we moved to Berkeley, where we were able to find a small house off an alley that had an unlikely patch of rose bushes in front. With the money situation eased, we were able to get an economy-sized sedan, nothing fancy, so we could commute to San Francisco for work and school. Now I had a son who loved to read and wanted to look at one of his favorite picture books. One day we sat in the park and looked at it. In his slightly coherent babble, Christopher asked, "Who dat, Papa?" or something along those lines as he pointed to an illustration of a colt standing with his family of horses. To explain the concept of family to him, I pointed to, showing him the colt, the stallion, and the mare. "That's the little horse, and this is the horse's father, and the horse has a mother." Christopher nodded, eyes bright, pointing with me as I repeated the identities of the horse family. "Right. And, Christopher, you have a father and a mother. The little horse has a mother, and the little horse has a father, just like you." As if he understood exactly, he pointed and said, "Mama," and "Papa." Well, this was amazing, so I went further, telling him that everyone in the world had a mother and a father like that little horse. "Mama has a mother, and Mama has a father," I began. Just then Christopher turned his face up to mine, and with a questioning look in his eyes, he pointed to me, as if waiting for me to say that I had a mother and a father too. The way he looked just rocked me off my seat. The irony was that I had always imagined I would meet my father one day. But here I was. How could I meet him? I didn't know. Was he alive? Didn't know that either. Didn't know where he was or what he looked like. But the moment my son made his precocious comment, I knew it was time. At work in my office at the lab the following day, I called directory information for Thomas Turner in Monroe, Louisiana. That was all I had finagled out of Mom's all these years. The operator had 5 listings. I asked for all 5, deciding to just go down the list and take my chances. Looking at it, I took a deep breath, not sure how to start if the real Thomas Turner answered the phone. Not knowing, I dialed the number and heard the sound of a phone being picked up and a deep male voice answering. Hello? All I could think to say was, "Do you know Betty Gardner? I'm her son Chris and I'm trying to find my father." Before I could finish, I was interrupted. "Yeah," my father said. "I've been waiting for you to call a long time." Just by virtue of having gotten to the bottom of a nearly 28-year-old mystery, a dramatic shift in energy took place in my life almost overnight. The man I'd met on the telephone wasn't much more than a voice, but he had encouraged me to come down to Louisiana to meet him in person, along with several siblings I never knew about. While I promised to do that as soon as I could make the arrangements, what had been an insurmountable process of finding my new niche in the working world was all of a sudden a cakewalk. With my sights fixed on the possibilities of making my way in the business world, I quickly landed a job as a sales rep for a medical equipment and supply company called CMS. Based in San Bruno, in the heart of the then-developing Silicon Valley, CMS sold primarily to laboratories and hospitals. I was going to be starting out at just under $30,000 a year, nearly twice what I'd made in research, with the potential of making twice that what the top earners were making. Of course, those earners had been in the trenches for 20 years, building up their territories, books, and relationships, and I never thought of myself as a natural salesman. Then again, I'd been to college with every person I'd ever met. I could learn to sell. Plus, I knew the power of information, and I knew how to spot the leaders and how to learn what they did and how they did it to be successful. So, goodbye to the future Dr. Chris Gardner. Goodbye to wearing scrubs. My only lasting regret was the fact that I did have the hands. But looking at myself in the mirror in my business attire, a nice jacket, not a bad-looking tie, I was encouraged. This was a whole new venue, a challenge. The feeling of potential lit my fire again. As a sales rookie, I had the triple whammy of being handed a brand new territory in which to build relationships, representing a company not established in this territory, and being the only black person employed by CMS. By this point, I was a seasoned veteran at being the only African American in a cadre of white professionals. The main issue was that I was starting from absolute scratch, which I discovered overnight by picking up some fundamentals about sales. A, buyers like to buy from people they know, and B, they like to buy established products. I dove in, clocking hundreds of miles a week on my sporty new maroon Nissan hatchback, packed to the gills with brochures, supply samples, and equipment to show in demos, traveling daily from Berkeley to every far corner of Silicon Valley and back, unloading and loading sales materials countless times a day. I certainly agreed with the belief that sales success came down to a numbers game. What I also learned in making repeat calls was that the more down-to-earth and personable, yet respectful I was, and the more I remembered names of secretaries and little details about buyers, the better my chances. My sales figures started to take off. Now that I was in business, I was serious about increasing my numbers, about making money. That didn't earn me any awards at CMS, but the guys in hiring at Van Waters and Rogers, a better established competitor in the medical equipment and supply field, were impressed with my ambition and hired me on. Not too long after starting the new job, I was able to purchase a plane ticket for me and Christopher to travel to Monroe, Louisiana. During a long, nerve-wracking flight from San Francisco to Memphis and then another puddle jump to Monroe, I reviewed the indignities of a childhood filled with being told by Freddie Triplet that I had no goddamn daddy. What was I going to say to my biological father? On the phone, I had gotten around to asking why he never called or tried to meet me, even when he said that my brothers and sisters had heard so much about me. And what was I going to do if the scene got too heavy and I wanted to split? If Christopher got antsy? Really clueless about what to expect, the moment of truth arrives as I lead my own son down the rolling stairway of the prop plane and look over to see him standing there. 6'6", 280 pounds, black as night. A countryman who has been in Louisiana forever. He towers in front of me, nothing like I imagined. The first thing that crosses my mind, well, I guess I won't punch him yet, which as a kid was always the first thing I envisioned doing to him. His presence is huge, stunning. Beside him are two of his daughters, my half-sisters. Between me and Christopher and those three, we all look just like each other. Thomas Turner looks like he had just spit me out, there is no doubt. As awkward as this encounter is, he seems fairly comfortable with it. That's because, I later learn, this scene has been repeated more than a few times before. The joke my sisters tell me later is that it's pretty much like the Olympic Games. Every 4 years, somebody shows up. No need to ask questions, just look at them, see the family resemblance, open the door, and let them on in. Even with my scientific background now, I am still amazed by the miracle of genetics. My sisters Deborah and Janice and I really do look like identical triplets. When we got to Thomas Turner's house and sit down to talk, Deb says, "You know what? You look more like Pop than any of us. You even got hair on the back of your hands just like Pop." Laughing, I can't believe they're checking me out to that degree, and I look at my hands and over at his. They're right. It is hot and humid like nothing I've ever experienced, not even in the Navy in Orlando. Our clothes could have just come out of the washing machine. Even our hair and fingernails are sweating. Getting to know the soil from which I had first sprung included a trip out to Delhi, where the absence of lights, neon, street signs, and cars turned the nighttime blacker than anything I'd ever seen. The stars looked like light bulbs, clearly outlining all the famous constellations. We met the family matriarch, my grandmother, a tiny, exquisite black woman named Ora Turner. Though she had never set eyes on me before, her greeting was to spread her arms wide and hug me to her. I was her grandchild. "I used to ask your daddy where you was," my grandmama said, stepping back to take me in, nodding in approval. "He didn't know nothing. I used to always ask him where you at." Besides getting to know Deb and Jan, I met my other half-siblings. There were aunts and uncles and cousins, too. One cousin so fine, I regretted that we were related. Wherever we went, everyone was generous and hospitable, treating me like a celebrity. The social habits and pace of life seemed different from Milwaukee, but the more we hung out and talked, as the family stories and the jokes started to roll, the fewer differences I saw. As much as I considered myself a Gardner through and through, there were aspects of myself that I could now see had come from the Turner side of my family. The most remarkable moment in the trip came one night close to the end when I decided to take Christopher with me on the train to Shreveport to meet my sister Mary, and my father went to the station with us. Not too late yet, it was already one of those tar-black country nights with only twinkling slivers of stars and moon glow to light our surroundings as we waited out by the tracks behind the station. Off to the side was a set of tracks heading off in another direction that Christopher found interesting. We were early, so I saw nothing wrong with my son going to check out the rails with his grandfather, especially since the two had gotten comfortable with each other right away. The sight of the two of them walking along the railroad tracks made me catch my breath. There was my father, then in his mid-50s, massive like a black oak tree, patriarch to more offspring than any of us may have known, walking with my son, a 14-month-old toddler, energetic and talkative. My father held Christopher's little fingers protectively, proudly. As one of those memories that you capture and that remains unchanged through the years, the image of the two of them walking along in that night produced a surprising reaction in me that would come back every time I recalled it. What first flashed in my brain and my heart was, how come that couldn't have been me? How come I never got a chance to do that? I was jealous of my little boy. Below that layer in the core of my being was simple hurt. The reservoir that stored all those years of abandonment had been stirred up by that sight and now hurt like hell. Bob Russell, The guy at the top of the heap at Van Waters and Rogers walked around like he was the God Almighty NBC peacock. I didn't get what it was about that made him such a fantastic producer, but when I found out that he was not only getting all the business, but making $80,000 a year compared to my $30,000 starting salary, I had to figure out what his secret was. While I had thought that my trip to meet my father would give me and Jackie the break we needed to appreciate each other more and help put everything in perspective, the stress picked up exactly where it had been before. The same patterns, the same arguments. Her frustration with herself, with me, and with how her dreams weren't panning out always translated in my mind to the need for more money. So when I found out what Bob Russell was grossing, $80,000 became the magic number for me. If I can ever get there, that's all I'll ever want, I thought. At that time, I couldn't even dream any bigger. But if Bob Russell could do it, I could too. My confidence was apparently not shared by my sales manager, Patrick, who had also apparently not been involved in the decision to hire me. It probably didn't help that I was a tall black man and he was just a little bit taller than a midget. Patrick was what I called a pen guy. He punctuated every sentence he uttered with a click-click of his pen, emphasizing each and every point he made. And they were numerous since he knew everything and the new guys like me didn't know anything, with additional clicks. What I learned wasn't so much how to be a better salesman as how not to be intimidated. So when Mr. Pen Guy started sending the messages that he wasn't digging me, I found a way to let him know, hey, I'm not digging you either. If he made a mildly snide remark, instead of really barking back, my reaction was to bend down, subtly reminding him that I was tall and he was short, and to say in mock politeness, I'm sorry, what was that? Patrick's face inevitably turned red. Of course, when he really pissed me off, I was less subtle as I cupped my hand to my ear, bent over and said, what? I can't hear you all the way down there. The most important call I ever made was in the city proper at San Francisco General Hospital, where I went to deliver samples and a catalog to Lars Nielsen, who ran a lab we should have been doing some business with. Even though the call went well and I expected to come back for the order, when I exited the building, the math I was doing in my head was telling me that I still had a long way to go to compete with Bob Russell. Yet, what options did I have? Just then, after being momentarily blinded by the sun's glare, I see the red Ferrari 308 circling the parking lot. The owner of the car, dressed in that perfectly tailored suit, who is the beneficiary of my parking spot after he answers my questions, what do you do, and how do you do that, is a gentleman by the name of Bob Bridges, a stockbroker with Donaldson, Lufkin, and Jenrette, who commands a salary of $80,000 a month. Stop the presses. I don't have to be a math whiz to compare and contrast that with Bob Russell's $80,000 a year. Fuck Bob Russell. At this stage of my life, I know as much about Wall Street, stocks and bonds, capital markets, and high finance as most people know about the preservation of high-energy myocardophosphates. But even before I sit down to lunch with Bob Bridges in order to learn more about what exactly a stockbroker does and how to do it well, I'm already seeing myself in that arena. How can it be any different from everything I've ever done before? Despite the fact that this is the first time the notion has ever come up on my radar screen, from here on out there is not one doubt that I have found my calling and that I'm going to be in hot, relentless pursuit of a career in that arena. For reasons I can't begin to explain, I know with every fiber of my being that this is it. To the average man or woman on the street, this certainty probably sounds crazy. Besides not having gone to college, I don't know anybody and have no connections or special privileges to help me even get a foot in the door. That is, except for Bob Bridges, who I don't know from Adam, other than the fact that I gave him my parking space. Nonetheless, we go to lunch and I ask, what does a stockbroker do? He patiently and generously describes his average day. Basically, Bob says, every day he goes to his nice little office and he sits there, takes a couple of phone calls, and writes something down. Let me get this straight, I repeat. You take a call and write something down? That's it? Bob goes on, "Well, yes. And I call people too, and we talk. I tell them stories about companies, and they send me money." Another light flashes in my head. This dude, wearing another custom-made, beautiful suit at a cost of a couple $1,000s easy, is selling, just like I'm doing. But instead of having to drive all around, up and down highways, to find obscure facilities and labs, carrying a small warehouse in the trunk of his car, he gets to go to one office, sits there, and talks on the phone. I want to say, "Damn, that's slick," but only listen attentively as he conveys the secret to his success. Bob is self-motivated. He says, setting his own goals. Every day when I'm sitting there talking on the phone, I say to myself, I'm not leaving until I make $4,000 or $5,000 today. Again, the math is overwhelming. He sits there and talks to people until he makes $4,000 or $5,000 that day. I'm killing myself to gross $4,000 or $5,000 a month. With total sincerity, I announce, I can do that. Just for emphasis, I add, yep, I can do that, and you know what? I want to do that. Laughing, whether he believes I can or not, Bob offers to introduce me to some branch managers at the different brokerage firms in town. The fact that I haven't been to college is a liability, he admits. But he also tells me that there are training programs at these various companies for which I could qualify, even without a degree, and receive training in every aspect of the job, from the fundamentals of investment to financial planning and the full spectrum of economics and high finance, while I'm studying for the licensing exam. But in order to be hired on full-time to do what he's doing, I have to be licensed. Done, I thought. Chris Gardner, stockbroker. This was where I was supposed to be. Period. Despite the logistical nightmare that ensued, I knew from that lunch forward that it would be worth it. Geography became my first major obstacle. When Bob set meetings up for me, most of them were scattered across the financial district in downtown San Francisco, all of the meetings during the 9-to-5 prime time of the working day. Since my sales calls for Van Waters and Rogers were mostly all down in the valley, also during the 9-to-5 working day, that meant either being late or missing meetings that my pen-wielding boss Patrick was scheduling for me. Most of my interviews were at the larger firms with training programs, like Merrill Lynch, Payne Weber, E.F. Hutton, Dean Witter, and Smith Barney, companies where Bob knew the branch managers. If there was any possibility that the hoops I had to jump through were going to discourage me, that was eliminated the moment I stepped foot in the first brokerage firm I visited. Talk about being turned out. One hit and I was hooked. It was something in the air that was instantly invigorating. Sitting there waiting for my interview, I could feel my adrenaline pumping, like a contact high, just from watching all the activity that was happening simultaneously. Phones ringing, ticker tape running, stockbrokers hollering out orders and transactions and stamping time clocks. It was all at once, like visiting a foreign country and like coming home. The impact was exactly what I felt the first time I heard Miles Davis and saw how his music could totally change the mood of everyone hearing it. The trading room had a similar kind of power. It was the nerve center, hooked into the doings and happenings of millions of other people all over the world. What a rush! Some rushes came and went. This didn't dissipate. This was sustained intensity. Waiting for the appointment that day didn't bother me because the more I absorbed what was going on, the more certain I became that I could do this. There weren't any other black guys in the office, or at least not any that I could see. But that didn't alter my confidence, not when there was a chance to make $80,000 a month. Now that I had found the vehicle and venue to do what I believed I could do, it was only a matter of getting one person at one of the firms with the training program to agree with me. That wasn't so easy. Interview after interview, the answers varied, but they all translated to no. N-O. And with every no as a parting gift, I invariably spotted the ubiquitous P-yellow parking ticket under the windshield wiper when I dashed out to my car. Another 15 to 25 bucks that I didn't have. Another reminder that I'd have to take time off from work one day and go to court to plead my case to have the tickets reduced or cleared. Still, I wasn't going to give up. Racism wasn't the main issue, although it was part of it. My understanding eventually about why I kept getting turned down was that it was placism. The questions boil down to connection, placement. What was my connection to the market? What was my connection to my peers since I never went to college? My resume showed lots of experience, but the objections piled up about what wasn't there. You're not from a politically connected family. You've got no money of your own. Who's going to do business with you? What's your connection to the money? But I just kept telling myself, I know I can do this. Jackie had been hinting that I was fooling myself into thinking I could make it on Wall Street. Her point of view, valid enough, was, well, most of those guys there in that business, don't they have MBAs? Chris, you don't even have a bachelor's. Don't you have to have some kind of degree to work in that industry? Just when I thought I had exhausted all my options, I had a follow-up interview at E.F. Hutton. The culmination of several conversations was that the branch manager did not say no. He said, "We'll give you a shot." Walking me to the door, he shook my hand and told me that he'd see me 2 weeks later at 7 o'clock in the morning to start the training program. I could have tap danced out of his office, Gene Kelly style, into the San Francisco midsummer rain. Practically on wings, I kissed the parking ticket left on the car and called it lucky, promising myself to finally take a day off to go to court and take care of all the tickets. At long last, the validation that I wasn't crazy was here. My mental bank account started ringing up stockbroker commissions. Though I intended to close up some Van Waters and Rogers pending sales over the next 2 weeks, there was a slight wrinkle that turned up a few days later when Patrick announced, "Gardner, we don't think this is working out. You don't seem to be making any progress. We're trying to grow this territory, and you're just not cutting it." Relieved, I admitted that the feeling was mutual and that I had other opportunities lining up that I wanted to pursue. Big mistake. The minute I said that, even before I could wrap up diplomatically, Patrick cut me off with a click and prepared to hurry me out. Just to clarify, I asked if this was a 2 weeks' notice, and Patrick explained that we were terminating our arrangement then and there. They would mail me the check. What I thought was my severance check arrived, but turned out to be a reduced amount for time I'd already worked, I learned that because I had quit, there was no money for the 2 weeks that I would have worked and also no unemployment. That was a drag. But since I planned on conquering the stock market soon, I didn't sweat it. To make a good impression, I show up 30 minutes early on the appointed Monday morning, and no one seems to know who I am. Surprised at the lack of organization, I asked for my new boss, who is also the branch manager, the guy who hired me, the person who told me, "We'll give you a shot." "Oh," says one of the stockbrokers, "he was fired on Friday." I freak out, exiting the building to see that it's pouring rain, but not bothering to use my umbrella. How could this have happened? The job that I left my other job for doesn't exist. I got no income. I'm having beefs with my woman. What the hell am I going to do? I don't know. What I do know in the hours and days that follow is that nothing puts more stress on a relationship between a man and a woman than if the man has no job. Even old drunk-ass Freddie went to work every day. I could only imagine how Jackie was going to take it. When I first came home to tell her what happened, she said absolutely nothing. What could she say? "Sorry, old chap, hang in there." But she didn't. We had no savings, no income, only bills. Not anything extravagant, just your normal, run-of-the-mill living bills. Food, rent, car note, daycare, Pampers. My first order of business was bringing in some bucks immediately. Returning to some of the odd jobs I'd done when I was supplementing my salary at the VA, that same day I made $50 painting houses all day for a friend in the contracting business. Fine. That meant we were going to eat that day and pay the gas bill. The next day my buddy hired me to work on a roofing job, and the next day I cleaned out a basement, and the day after that I did yard work. Whatever work I could scrounge up, I did it, not joyfully, not with expertise, but willingly. The one remaining possibility that I had was over at Dean Witter, where they hadn't said yes, but hadn't said a final no. My challenge was overcoming the placement argument. What was my connection to the business, my experience? A bigger challenge was having to explain that I was currently unemployed after having been dropped by my last sales job. My thought was that if I could get someone to vouch for me, like maybe Joe Dutton, an African-American entrepreneur in the high-tech field I'd met at a business seminar, that could make a huge difference. When I called Joe to ask him for the favor, he was happy to help a brother. With that, I was able to set up the interview at Dean Witter. If they told me no this time, I wasn't sure what I'd do after that, so the interview loomed as though my life depended on it. The showdown with Jackie came on a Thursday night after we heard the news that my friend Latrell's little boy Sebastian had been killed on the street when he was playing on his tricycle and a car hit him. It wasn't what we were arguing about, but the tragic news compounded our emotional state when we began to bear all our complaints in an epic verbal argument that was so exhausting, we finally both fell asleep without any resolution. On Friday mid-morning, the minute our feet hit the floor, everything picks up where it left off. When she starts getting dressed to leave, an indication to me that because I'm not going anywhere, I need to get Christopher dressed and over to daycare, where we have no money to pay for his care, but need to keep him so we don't lose our place when we get the work, I panic. Moving quickly, Jackie heads out the front door, and I follow her out, demanding to know, "Where you going? We gotta work this out, and you ain't going nowhere until we do." Refusing to acknowledge me, she starts down the steps, and I run after her and attempt to take her by the hands and turn her toward me. As she pulls away, I grab her by both wrists, and she pulls back again, trying to get away. Upset that I've stooped so low, I release my grip and let go, only to watch her fall back into the rose bushes. Long story short, Jackie got me arrested and taken to jail, where I spent 3 days. When the judge found out I didn't have the $1,200 to pay the parking tickets I owed, I ended up serving 10 days at Santa Rita Prison. After the 10 days was up, I was transferred to the Berkeley prison to find out if Jackie was going to press charges. How was I going to have a meeting at Dean Witter while I was in prison? Fortunately, one of the guards, a Latino brother, gave in to my begging and let me make the phone call. He dialed the number and handed me the receiver through the bars into the cell. There I was, behind bars, calling Mr. Albanese at Dean Witter. When he answered, I greeted him warmly with a, "Hello, Mr. Albanese? This is Chris Gardner. How are you doing?" "Fine," he said. I went for it. "I've got a meeting with you tomorrow, but something's come up. I need to know if I can reschedule for the following day." Heaven smiled on me as he replied, "Fine, no problem. Be here at 6:30 in the morning." Thank you, Lord. I prayed right in front of the guard. Mr. Albanese had said he was looking forward to meeting me. I told him that I'd see him the day after next. My plan was to head home, get my stuff, and find a place to stay. Nothing was out of the ordinary as I walked down the path to the house and up the steps to the front door. It was only when I glanced at the window that it struck me as odd that there were no curtains there. The bombshell exploded when I peered inside the window and saw that the house was empty, bare. No Jackie, no Christopher, no furniture, stereo, pots and pans, clothes, no car on the street. The locks had been changed. In a frantic, anguished daze, I stumbled down the sidewalk, approaching anyone who talked to me. "Where's my son?" I asked neighbors and strangers alike. "Where's Jackie?" One woman, her close friend, and a semi-landlord, wouldn't tell me anything. "You shouldn't have beat her," she scolded. "Don't ask me, 'cause I don't know nothing." I had to find somewhere to sleep that night. and I had to go to the job interview the next morning in bell-bottom blue jeans, t-shirt, maroon members-only jacket, which matched the sporty maroon car I used to have, and the paint-speckled Adidas sneakers that had become my work shoes for odd jobs, the same outfit I'd gone to jail in and spent most of the time wearing, other than the prison orange PJs and jellies. Days after she buried her son, a subdued Latrell Hammonds took my phone call and said it was no problem for me to come over, wash my clothes, and stay on her couch that night. Falling asleep was difficult, especially as it came over me that these days and nights, ever since the police drove me to the station, had marked the first time in his life that I had been physically separated from Christopher. When I did finally give in to sleep, I didn't dream at all as the conscious question rammed insistently all night long in my brain. Where is my son? "Delivery's in the rear," says Mr. Albanese of Dean Witter, glancing up at me from his cup of coffee and his Wall Street Journal as I approach his desk at 6:15 a.m. that next morning. Fortunately, no one else in the firm is in yet in this part of the office, so I don't have to endure any more embarrassing reactions to my jailhouse attire. True, my jeans are washed, and my members-only jacket isn't too wrinkled, but the paint-speckled sneakers make me look exactly what Mr. Albanese apparently thinks I am, a delivery guy. "Mr. Albanese," I say as I step forward and introduce myself, "Chris Gardner. We've got an appointment this morning at 6:30, and I'm sorry I'm early." "That's all right," he says. "I'm an early riser." "I am too." I nod, go-getter that I am. Now I see that he's taking a closer look at me, my cue to come up with a genius explanation for my lack of professional attire. After a beat, I begin. "Today might be the most important day of my career, and I must admit I'm underdressed for the occasion." Apparently not amused by my attempt at irony, he agrees. "So I see," then adds, "What happened?" I tell the truth, minus the part about going to jail. Jackie emptying the house, taking everything, including my car, and especially how she has my son, and I don't know where either of them are. Listening intently, Mr. Albanese interrupts me before I can get out my last sentence. "You think what you're going through is rough? Try having to put up with 3 different broads pulling the same stuff." Turns out he's been married and divorced 3 times, taken to the cleaners each time, and he launches into a series of stories about his ex-wives. For 20 minutes, he rants and raves. Just when I think we can segue back to the main question of my future, he remembers something else. "And then, this gal I was seeing, let me tell you what she did." I'm here to tell him why I'm going to be an asset to Dean Witter and the firm's training program. But obviously, this is a very cool guy, so I listen and nod and say at appropriate times, "Oh my God." Finally, he spends his wad. Instead of hearing me out or asking me questions, he stands up from his desk, takes a slug of coffee, and says, "Be here on Monday morning, and I'll walk you into the training session personally." Just like that, the heretofore locked gates to Wall Street had opened. I was in. It wasn't $1 million in my pocket or the keys to my own red Ferrari, but it was validation. The funny part was that after worrying about my clothes, and only later learning that Jackie taught herself to drive a stick shift in order to get our car, which I never saw again, and take Christopher to the East Coast, along with the key to the storage locker where she put all my stuff, the story about why I was underdressed was how I bonded with Albanese. It just went to show that God does work in mysterious ways. As a trainee, I would make a stipend of $1,000 a month, and between putting in the actual training hours, assisting the brokers around the office later in the day, and studying every other waking hour for the exam, there wouldn't be a moment left over to earn any additional income. That was going to mean some very lean living. It also meant that until that first stipend check came in at the end of the first month, I had some major issues to tackle. By that next Monday, I'd been able to secure some nights on various friends' couches, line up some meals, borrow enough money to ride Bart to work, and find a buddy willing to loan me a suit and a pair of shoes that would get me to that first check. The suit was 2 sizes too small, and the shoes were 2 sizes too big. Even so, I walked tall and proud into work that first day, surprised to see a face I'd first seen there several months earlier. A brother named Bob, or Bowtie Bob, as I had dubbed him on account of his ever-present bow tie and horn-rimmed glasses and milquetoast country club demeanor, who was a Stanford graduate and the first African-American ever put in the training program. After I had met him back when I first started stopping by, I was just eager to talk to anybody and happy to see any other brother in there. Introducing myself, I'd said, "Wow, you're in here? Wow, how'd you get in? What do I need to do to get over? What did you do?" At the time of those first conversations, Bowtie Bob had only recently started the training program and seemed more interested in talking about how he had graduated from Stanford, where he played on the golf team, than about how he had broken the color barrier in the financial world. Since it was obvious that I had no credentials, hadn't even gone to college, belonged to no clubs, and didn't play golf, he didn't have much reason to talk to me at all, although the looks he threw at me were quite articulate, saying in essence, "Where did you come from?" He had molded himself into the whitest black boy I'd ever met. At least that was my take earlier on. In an interesting twist, I discovered that Bob was still in the basement, in the same training program because he had yet to pass his test after 3 tries. In the process, he had been transformed from preppy Bowtie Bob into radical Bobby Seale. Instead of welcoming me into the program, he greeted me by conveying just what the challenges were and letting me know that the test was culturally biased. "Really?" I said, wondering if that was true. "That test will beat you down. Oh, man," he warned me. "It'll beat you down." From day one, it was clear to me that I had to do well my first time out of the gate on that test. Business was business, and no matter how much a company wanted to promote equal opportunity, I was sure there was no way they were going to have 2 black people on the payroll who flunked the test. Circumstances being what they were, I would have one shot. In my habit of seeking out individuals from whom I could learn, I hooked up with Andy Cooper, a corner office guy, one of the top producers at the firm who was selling tax shelters before the tax laws changed in this era. These deals, usually in real estate, oil, or natural gas, could yield huge write-offs, anywhere from 2 to 1 up to 4 to 1. The basic way these tax shelters were sold was to call and invite prospective investors to a seminar. From the advice given to me by Bob Bridges, I established standards of discipline as to how many phone calls I made every day, with 200 being my daily requirement, no matter how discouraging the responses. Since Cooper had seen that I was pretty disciplined on the phone, he gave me the job of calling the tax shelter leads and getting them there in person, where he made the pitch, closed the deals, and took all the commissions. As a trainee, I was doing the grunt work for free, something that I didn't quite grasp until later. But it actually didn't matter to me. I wanted to succeed in the business, learn everything I could, and get as much experience as possible. When I wasn't training, working, or studying, all I cared about was finding out where Christopher was and reuniting with him. But that worry raised the ongoing problem that I had nowhere to live other than at Luttrell's, at her mother's back house, where I had a room to myself, at Leon Webb's crib, where I crashed on the floor, at the apartment of my childhood friend Garvin's briefly, or occasionally with a couple of different women who didn't mind sharing their beds and their cooking, though I didn't have much to offer in return other than my lasting appreciation. Unbeknownst to me, I was fine-tuning the ability to move frequently, even constantly, unaware of how critical these skills were going to become. After that first stipend came in, I went out immediately to buy a better suit. With the suit I wore on my back, the other one on a hanger in a garment bag slung over my shoulder, a few toiletries, and my books, I was self-contained. Rather than leave my stuff at anyone's house, I got in the habit of keeping everything with me. One evening at work, when I hadn't lined up a place to stay that night, it occurred to me that since I was usually one of the last to leave the office, no one would be the wiser if I slept under my desk. After all, I was usually the first one there in the morning, too. That first night was strange. Like I was going to get found out, not for sleeping at work, but for not having anywhere else to stay. But the fact was that I wasn't like Bowtie Bob, who kept getting more chances. And I wasn't like Donald Turner, who was in the training program with me and whose big brother was a top producer at the firm. True or not, the other guys had infrastructures in their lives that I did not. I had to face facts. There was no backup plan, no safety net, nobody needing me to succeed to make themselves look good. This was all on me. If I needed to sleep under the desk, then that was what I would do. After a couple of nights, I discovered that sleeping at work was not only convenient but cut down on train fare, and there was no bed to make. I would just lie down, sleep, get up before anyone got there, wash my face, freshen up as best I could, brush my teeth and hair, splash water from the sink on my body, paper towel off, and get some deodorant action going. Sometimes I had the same clothes on, and sometimes I changed my suit and shirt, which I had in my hanging bag. By the time others walked in, I was already on the phone, making sure I got a head start on those 200 calls a day. I would finish up relatively early in the evening, making sure I didn't call too late. Then it was back to studying. With a 60% or higher failure rate, the test covered the Wall Street gamut. Financial instruments, products, stocks, bonds, municipal bonds, corporate bonds, convertible stock, preferred stock and regulations, to a depth rarely covered in college business courses or even in some MBA programs. Containing 250 multiple-choice questions, the test had several sections, and I would have to pass 70% across the board: options, equities, debt, municipal finance, corporate finance, regulations, rules. Failing even one section was automatic failure of the whole test. With enough money from the stipends, I found a low-cost rooming house in Oakland, not too far from downtown and Lake Merritt. For all intents and purposes, it was a flop house, though decently kept, that included 3 meals a day or whatever I could eat while I was there. This was a different world than any I'd lived in before, with people just barely scraping by, some with mental problems or addictions. One stumble away from falling through the cracks. Not that I was judging, but I couldn't relate. The rooming house was just a temporary, low-cost option where I could sleep, study, and eat on the occasions that I made it back in time for the evening meal. At the same time, I had started to look beyond my exam, at climbing the Dean Witter ladder, and wasn't sure it was such a good idea to cast myself too much in Andy Cooper's crew. For Donald Turner, whose brother was already established and aligned with Cooper, there wasn't much choice. But he had the good leads. Me, I made the cold calls. I didn't know them, they didn't know me, but they knew the name of the company and took my call. OJT allowed me to develop 3 important skills. First, I had to make my call quota. Next, I had to learn how to quickly assess whether this was someone who was just chatty or really worth pursuing. Finally, I had to know when it was time to wrap up. This became a game for me, to know if the prospect was getting ready to say no or hang up on me. My internal dialogue was, I'm going to hang up on you before you hang up on me. This way, no matter the outcome, I could win. In order to not seem rude, I'd always say the same thing. Thank you very much, have a nice day, as clearly and quickly as I could. Whenever I stopped with nothing else to concentrate on, there was nowhere else to go in my head except for powerlessness at finding and seeing Christopher. The other trainees knew I was intense, obviously, but I saw no reason to confide in anyone where I was staying or what drama was playing out in my personal life. No matter what I had in my pocket, no matter what my suit cost, nobody could prevent me from acting as if I was a winner. Nobody could prevent me from acting as if my problems were all in the process of being solved. Pretty soon, my acting as if was so convincing that I started to believe it myself. I began to think futuristically, as if I had already passed the test, as I weighed what would happen next. I realized that by sticking with Andy Cooper, I'd end up more or less working for him and catching his overflow. That was one route to go, the stepping stone path. The riskier approach was to carve out a niche of my own, to build my own base from scratch. For a new guy who hadn't even passed his test yet, deciding to take that approach would be a couple notches past cocky and just shy of foolhardy. Still, From what I was learning around the office, the major players were the few brokers who did their own thing, putting time into research and combining traditional and non-traditional ways of getting the biggest bang for their clients' buck and themselves. Dave Terrace was one of the cats I kept an eye on. With one of the biggest offices at the firm, he traded back where all the heavy hitters sat, behind the floor where us newcomers were, and whenever I could, I turned around to watch him do his thing. Pure business, no flash, solid, consistent. He might not have been making more than Andy Cooper, but he was in solo flight. That appealed to me, as it later turned out. To have gone and hitched a ride on the tax shelter bonanza that Andy and his guys were enjoying would have sent me into the same crash they all faced when the tax laws changed. The day of the exam arrived. Donald Turner, wound up tighter than ever, looked so stressed I thought he'd kill himself if he didn't pass. Bowtie Bob wasn't taking a test again at this exam, possibly because he was busy filing complaints about its cultural bias. Maybe, to Donald and some of the other trainees, I appeared to be annoyingly relaxed. Not so. Inside, I had the raised adrenaline and tension of a warrior going into battle, a gladiator ready to take on his most lethal opponent if need be. But I was prepared. Nothing stumped me. There were no tricks. No cultural bias either. I knew the answers. The test was easy. In fact, I whipped through the first half with time to spare, took the break, and did the same when we came back for the second half of the test. We had to wait 3 days to find out the results. That was just enough time for the delayed reaction freakout to take place. What if I only thought it was easy? What if I didn't spot the trick questions or the cultural bias? What if the test was about to beat me down after all? The phone call couldn't have come fast enough. One of the associate branch managers was on the other end when I picked up the phone in my room. "The suspense is over," he began, waiting for my reaction. I waited too, saying nothing. "You passed, Gardner," he chuckled, probably aware of the monstrous sigh of relief and release that came from my lungs. "Overall, you scored 88%, he went on. "You did great." I was named nearly continuously the broker of the day. At first, this sounded like an honor, a step up. Broker of the day was the point man for any office walk-ins who didn't already have a broker or an account at the firm. Usually, walk-ins wanted specific information or had an idea of something they might want to buy. In San Francisco, where peace and free love had ruled not many years earlier, there were nonetheless racial biases in 1982, and it was soon clear that these walk-ins weren't expecting to see a black man as a stockbroker. That added another layer of challenge, but I acted as if it wasn't an issue and offered my full assistance. "How do you do? I understand you want to buy a Ginnie Mae." We'd go over the particulars. Or, "You want to put some money away for your grandkids?" "Yes, I have some suggestions." A few times, after I had laid all the groundwork and basically written up the ticket, I subsequently learned that I hadn't gotten the commission. Why? Well, the branch manager said on those occasions, they wanted someone with more experience. The first time this happened, I steamed. The second time, I confronted my boss. "Let me see if I got this right. They're basically buying stock in Commonwealth Edison, correct? To get the dividend yield, the income, it's not going to change based on who gets the commission. Same stock, same company. But they wanted someone with a little more experience. He gets the commission that I set up?" The reality was that people had never dealt with a black person before and didn't want to, even though I'd done a great job and made them some money. But I was learning that I could turn down being broker of the day. Back I went to smiling and dialing. The lesson here wouldn't necessarily apply to other guys, but for me it was apparent that I did better on the phone. If I could get someone excited about the opportunity to make some money, if we could make the connection, that was the way to go. Besides, though I could resort to the vernacular any time, any day, I was not audibly black on the phone. Maybe that stemmed from the knack of learning other languages, musical, medical, financial, Anglo-Saxon, whatever. And a name like Chris Gardner? No telltale ethnicity there. I could have been anybody from any background. The phone was my color shield. I actually discouraged new clients from coming into the office in person, which was one of the ways other brokers like to close their deals. Okay, here's what we're going to do, I'd say once we established that we were going to do some business. Let's open the account, send me in the check, and we'll get the company to send your confirmations out, and we'll just get going. Will you be mailing the check today, or would you like to do a wire transfer? When folks wanted to come in, I had an easy way of saying, no, that's not necessary because it's so hectic and crazy in here. Let's do it over the phone. Jackie sits across from me at the Berkeley coffee shop. A month or so later on a Friday afternoon, as I try hard not to be rattled no matter what she throws at me. It has been 4 months since she left with my son and our car that I'll never see again, putting me out into the cold. That alone is bizarre. But we have also just come from court, where things have taken an additionally strange turn. In the days leading up to the court date, she had placed a few calls to me, refusing to let me talk to Christopher or to give me any information as to his whereabouts, but baiting me with some details, like the fact that she taught herself to drive a stick shift in order to drive across the country, and that she had lots of lawyer power. But the surprise was that Jackie decided not to bring charges. Just like that. In my analysis, right or wrong, it seemed that this had been Jackie's way of having contact with me. That was supported by her suggestion that we go somewhere and talk. Fine. Here we are. She seems to know where I live, like she's been keeping tabs on me, which indicates that she knows I passed the test. But she's got nothing to say about that. Of course she doesn't congratulate me that I have the license and the job, but then again, she has something that I don't have. Our son. Oh yeah, and she has my stuff. After the 4 months since Jackie had split with Christopher, the ball was definitely starting to roll, but it hadn't translated into much of a change in my income yet. I had no outward symbol of my success so far to wave like a flag in front of Jackie. Instead, I give her as little insight into where I'm at as she's giving me about my kid. Finally, she slides a key in my direction and tells me where the storage locker is that contains my stuff. But what I want most, she refuses to offer. My child. With the least amount of reaction I can give, I pocket the key and leave, reeling inside. Well, I think, before I truck back to Oakland, I don't have anywhere to put my stuff yet, but at least I can go dig out a couple items of clothing and my trusty briefcase that I purchased almost a year earlier when I first made my foray into the business world. Later that night at the rooming house, as I'm airing out the suit and shining the shoes that I pulled from storage, I pause to admire my stylish brown leather Hartman briefcase, something I'd spent what seems like an exorbitant $100 on. Just then, I'm startled by the sound of firm knocking at the door. Sure enough, as I open the door, there she is. In Jackie's arms is Christopher, my son, my baby. He's 19 or 20 months now. Looking like 3 years old, more beautiful than I'd remembered him. Between my shock and my euphoria, I didn't know what to say. There is more shock and more euphoria to come as Jackie hands him to me, and as she does says, "Here." From behind her she produces a huge, overstuffed duffel bag and his little blue stroller. Again she says, "Here." I'm holding Christopher, hugging him tight to me, still not following what's happening. Slowly, it dawns on me that this isn't a visit, but that she's actually leaving him in my care. Though she says little, I know her well enough to realize that this is it, and that she just can't do this anymore. From our brief exchange, it's apparent that she is feeling the pressure of raising a child as a single mother at the same time that she is establishing herself professionally. I also sense that she regrets taking him out of state and not working out a joint arrangement earlier on. But none of that is spelled out exactly in words. She does tell me what's inside the duffel bag, including the monster package of Pampers, what he needs to eat and how often, what he shouldn't eat, no candy. Then she tells Christopher goodbye and leaves. "Christopher," I tell him over and over, "I missed you. I missed you." "I missed you too, Papa," he says, talking in a full sentence now and with one of his wise expressions, like he's already a veteran of change and knows we may be in for a rough ride. Or maybe that's what I'm thinking. Whatever is going to happen, two things I know are true. First of all, I have my son back with me, and nobody on this earth is going to take him away from me again. That's a principle of the universe now. Second, and I already know this to be a fact, we have just become instantly fucking homeless. Because children were not allowed at the rooming house, no exceptions. The days of crashing on the couch at my friends' homes were over too. I'd imposed enough when I was in the training program, but to ask to stay for a few nights and add, by the way, and my baby too, that wasn't going to fly. The ladies I was seeing may have been fond of me in the sack, but weren't going to be pleased about me showing up with an inquisitive, active toddler. Time changes when you're homeless. Seasons turn out of order all in the course of a day, especially in San Francisco, which has all 4 seasons all year round. During the daylight hours of the working week, time feels sped up, passing way too quickly. Nights and weekends are another story. Everything slows to an ominous crawl. Your memory changes when you're homeless. Always moving around, changing geography, having no address, no anchors to tie to when events take place. It becomes hard to recall whether something happened a week before or a month before, yesterday or 3 days ago. The one lucky break I caught in trying to figure out how to navigate a whole new terrain was the fact that it was a Friday when Jackie showed up with Christopher, giving me at least that night at the rooming house before being thrown out the next day. That also gave me the weekend to find us a place to stay and a daycare situation starting on Monday. We hit the streets Saturday with all our gear, him in the stroller, as I practiced the new balancing act that's going to be all too familiar, heading down toward the Hostro to check out the price of some of the HO-tels. Emphasis on first syllables, no accident. I'm having a major internal debate over the questions, what am I gonna do? How am I gonna do this? One line of thinking says, I've got my baby, I'm not giving him up, that's not an option. Another voice reminds me, ain't no backup here, no cavalry coming in for reinforcement. The daycare center in San Francisco at $400 a month is out of the question. With rent at least $600, that would take up what I'm earning after taxes, leaving nothing for food, transportation, and diapers. At a payphone, I call a few friends to see if they've got any inside scoop on daycare facilities in the East Bay. One of the places looks wonderful. It too turns out to be over my budget. Besides, they don't accept kids who aren't potty trained. Okay, Christopher, I tell him as we start to leave. We'll work on that, okay, baby? As I'm looking around, hoping that it won't be too long until I can afford having him here, I notice that the daycare management has a sign on a wall declaring the center to be a place of Happyness. For a minute, I start to question in my mind how good a child care facility can be that can't even spell happiness correctly. Of all the things I have to worry about, that's not one of them. Even so, back out on the street, I feel the need to make sure my son knows that the word is spelled with an I and not a Y. Happiness. Okay, Papa, says Christopher, repeating the word. Happiness. That's a big word, I say with approval, wishing that I could ensure Chris's and my own happiness in the immediate future. The ability to spell is not my main concern when I call the numbers I've been given for babysitters who keep kids on a regular basis, but not any kind of daycare centers with licenses and registrations. A woman on 35th says to bring Christopher early on Monday and says that I can pay her by the week, $100. There's no real money savings except that I can pay as I go. Though this doesn't do a lot to reassure me that he's getting the best care possible, it's better than nothing. For a place to stay that night, I get us a room over in West Oakland on West Street at the Palms, so named for the one palm tree in the courtyard and a second one on the corner 200 feet away. From what I can tell, the only residents besides us are the hookers. Later, this doesn't bother me. but for the time being, all I can do is get us into the room as fast as I can, double lock the door, and turn the volume up on the TV to make sure we don't have to hear the sound effects of any tricks being turned. It costs me $25 a day for the room, which comes with a color TV, one bed, a desk and a chair, and a bathroom. But, okay, we're here. That's my new philosophy. Wherever we are, we're here. This is where we're at, and we're going to make the best of it, for now. When I managed to step out of the blur of space and time to look at the big picture, the reality was that I had the job and the opportunity that was going to change our circumstances and lives forever. Nothing was going to shake my conviction, not even the mental and actual calculations of what I'd have left over after the cost of the Palms and babysitting, and not even the screaming and sobbing that Christopher began the minute we walked into the babysitter's place. When I came to pick him up that evening, he ran up and almost jumped into my arms. "See, I told you," I reminded him. But the next morning, it was worse. Getting him out of the hotel and into his stroller was a struggle, and he started wailing the second we rolled around the corner onto 35th. Me chanting all the way in the door and out, "I'll be back, I'll be back, I'll be back." Every now and then, kindness sprang up out of nowhere, and in the least likely places, as it did one evening when we came back to the Palms and one of the sisters working the street approached us. She and her colleagues had seen me with Christopher in the stroller every morning and night and probably figured out our deal. A black man with a little boy in a stroller, a single dad. It wasn't anything they'd seen before. "Hey, little player, little pimp," she said as she came close, a candy bar in her hand to give to Christopher. "Here you go." No, I insisted, maintaining Jackie's rule against sugar. He don't need any candy. Christopher, unfortunately, was disappointed and started to cry. "Don't cry," she said, and reached down into her magical cleavage and produced a $5 bill, handing that to him. Did I object? No. Christopher was so happy, he looked like he preferred the money to candy. Smart boy. "Well, thank you," I muttered, not knowing if she knew that her $5 bill was going to buy us dinner around the corner at Mosell's, a soul food kitchen both my son and I loved. The same sister and a couple of the other ladies of the night started giving Christopher $5 bills on a regular basis. In fact, there were some days when we wouldn't have eaten without their help. At my hungriest moments, when we were running on empty, I would roll the stroller by their stretch of the sidewalk, on purpose, moving real slow just in case none of the familiar faces were working the street yet. There was a purity in the help these women gave us, with nothing asked in return. Kindness, pure and simple. On uncertain days, I thought of us as wandering in the desert, knowing that we were being led to a promised land and that God was sending His manna to feed us in a most unique way. From this point on, nobody could demean a whore in my presence. Of course, I don't advocate prostitution, but that's their business and none of mine. My business was Wall Street, nothing else. Dialing and smiling. At work, I am soon the master of the phone, the ultimate cold call salesperson. It's my life force, my way out. With every single one of those 200 calls, I'm digging us out of the hole, maybe with a teaspoon, but bit by bit. The urgency increases, driving me that much more when I look at my son and have to leave him every day, knowing I don't have the luxury to just be positive and persevere. No, I've got to get there today. There's nobody handing me business. I'm not Donald Turner with a brother upstairs, and I'm not one of the veterans with existing books just servicing clients. This is all on me. Every phone call is a shot, an opportunity to get a little bit closer to our own place, to a better life I want to live, a life of happiness for me and my son. Without offering an explanation, on various occasions, I brought Christopher to work with me, another sign to my coworkers of my diligence. After everyone left, usually by 5 p.m. on the dot, 5:30 at the latest, I would stay on, continuing to call, and then we'd both stretch out and sleep under the desk. The rest of the office was used to my staying late and never seemed to suspect anything. Some were amused, and most of them cheered me on with their usual parting words of, "Go get 'em! Go get 'em!" In the morning, they reacted the same way when most of them arrived around 7:30 or 8, and I was already at my desk making phone calls, Christopher occupied with a picture book or scribbling on paper. He had an uncanny knack for playing on his own and not distracting me from work. The only person who seemed puzzled was the branch manager, who was typically the first person in the office every day. He never said a word, but I was sure he wondered how I managed to beat him there on those days, with my baby in tow no less. Part of what was driving me were my circumstances. Because I'd made the decision to build my own book, it was going to take longer to see the dollars in my pocket. I was starting small, building trust, developing relationships. It was like planting seeds, watering them, letting them grow until it was harvest time. It was a process that had its own cycle, often a 4 to 6 month cycle, sometimes longer. That farming metaphor took me straight into winter, when I knew it was going to be extremely tight until spring. So I cut back on everything, making sure that I carried all our stuff with me every day, juggling the duffel bag, the briefcase, my hanging bag, the Pampers box, and an umbrella as I moved us downstream from the Palms, where a room and a color television cost $25, to a trucker motel that got us a room and black and white TV for $10 a day. The neighbors were now mainly truckers and the prostitutes catering to that clientele right off the freeway. Heavy-duty turnover. After eating, we came home each night and locked up tight, refusing to go out even in nicer weather. On weekends, when there's no rain, we take advantage of San Francisco's many public parks and opportunities for free entertainment. One of our favorite stops is the children's playground in Golden Gate Park, where Christopher can play in the sandbox or climb on the jungle gym while I sit in a swing, mulling over how to get from today to tomorrow. One day, I only have enough money to either get us back to Oakland on BART and stay in the trucker motel, or get us a drink and a snack from the refreshment stand. No drink, Christopher. I try to calm him down as he starts to cry. We'll have a drink and popcorn next time. This kills me. The next time, we have the same dilemma. I buy him what he wants, unable to say no this time. That's one of the nights that's balmy enough that we sleep, or try to sleep, on a grassy corner of Union Square. We sleep close to the side of the park that's underneath the Hyatt Hotel on Union Square, not as luxurious as some of the other hotels in the neighborhood, but clean and modern, a beacon of security and comfort that somehow makes me feel better, even sleeping in its shadows. Diagonally across from our corner is the city's truly dangerous real estate, particularly at night, bordered by the Tenderloin, the part of town where I first lived back when it was easy to rough it. But roughing it takes on a whole new meaning in this period. After thinking that I really knew San Francisco, I now come to know the city on a far more intimate basis, not just where there are and aren't hills, but the degree of their angle and grade, the number of steps it takes to push the stroller up them, or how many blocks to walk the long way around to avoid a hill, and even where the cracks in the concrete sidewalks are. Cracks in the concrete. Becoming familiar with cracks in the concrete is not some obsessive-compulsive pursuit. It is a matter of survival for maneuvering a child in a fragile stroller with everything I own on my person, under time and weather constraints. The rains come hard this winter of 1982 and early 1983, eliminating the options of outdoor free activities or sleeping in the park. Though I've avoided food lines, I can't anymore, not with a hungry little boy, and we soon start making our way over to Glide Memorial Church in the Tenderloin, where the Reverend Cecil Williams and activists in the community have been feeding the homeless and hungry down in the church basement, at Moe's Kitchen, 3 times a day, 7 days a week, 365 days of the year. The best part for me is that on Sundays after church services, instead of standing outside in the lines that go down the street and around the corner, we can take a different route through the building and down the steps to Moe's. But no matter how we get there, as I take a tray and start down the cafeteria line, I see only dignity, no matter how fragile, and all the faces lined up with me, all of them adults, none with children. Some who look like they're working like me, others who are definitely unemployed. You never felt like you were less after going there to eat. You were in a line with men, women, blacks, whites, Latinos, Chinese. Like the United Nations, many at different stages of some kind of issue, drugs, alcohol, violence, poverty, or borderline crazy, on medication, on hard times. But we were just there to eat. It didn't feel like a handout. It was more like someone's mother wanting to feed you. Boy, you sit down and get something to eat. And when we got to the food, it was an ample serving, not skimpy, but hearty and tasty. American fare. In later years, I would have to tell everyone at Glide to warn folks what can happen to children when you start them off eating at Moe's Kitchen. In fact, Christopher later shot up to 6'8", 260 pounds. He could really eat at Moe's, even as a toddler. When you left, you were never hungry. And it wasn't just that you weren't hungry, you felt better. You felt better because you couldn't wear out your welcome at Glide. You couldn't wear out your welcome at Moe's Kitchen. The Reverend's sermon fed my soul too, reminding me of what I kept forgetting, that the baby steps counted, even if it wasn't happening as fast as I desired. After church service, without fail, the Reverend stood outside the sanctuary in the hallway or on the steps outside, hugging every single person as they left. Anybody who wanted a hug got a hug. First time I went to get a hug, it felt like Cecil Williams knew me even before he knew me. With what looked to be a smile permanently etched on his wise, round, ageless, handsome face, and with his larger-than-life stature that convinced me he was much taller than he really was, his arms were outstretched as he bear-hugged me and said, "Walk that walk." I hugged him back, blessing him with my thanks, telling him I was going to walk that walk, not just talk the talk, that I was going forward. Later, the Reverend admitted that I came to his attention because it was so unusual to see a man standing in a food line with a baby. There wasn't anything I had to explain about my situation. He seemed to know. Not just that he could see I was a single father, but that he could see who I was, my degree from God, as moms would have said, my good, my soul, my potential. Maybe that was why, when I found out about the homeless hotel he had started down the street, he agreed that I could stay there. Kindness personified. The first homeless hotel in the country, housed in the Concord Plaza at O'Farrell and Powell, started by Cecil with the ambitious idea of giving women and children without homes a place in which to transition, to start over, to be empowered. Many eventually went on to work at the hotel, at the restaurant, or in one of the many different expanding programs that Glide offered. Though rooms were free for the night, for reasons of safety, fairness, and efficiency, there were rules of conduct that had to be followed explicitly. When I talked to the Reverend, I acknowledged that, obviously, I wasn't a woman, but I was homeless and I did have a child. Most importantly, I had a job. I just needed someplace to live until I could put together the money to get an apartment. "Fine," he said, not thinking twice. He had been watching me with Christopher. He trusted me. "Go down there," he reassured me, letting me know who to see and what to say. When I stepped inside the first time, I was swept up in a sea of fading pea green carpet, and peeling pea green wallpaper. Looking pretty much like any Skid Row Tenderloin hotel, it had been taken over by Glide and just needed work. Just as all of us in many of the programs at Glide needed some work, some TLC, some time. But it was beautiful to me all the same. The deal was this. No one was admitted into the hotel before 6 p.m., and everyone had to be out by 8 a.m. No one received a key. No going out once you were in for the night, no leaving your things in the room because they'd be gone when you returned. When you left the room, you took everything you owned with you. No one was assigned the same room 2 nights in a row. It was catch as catch can, And if you didn't get there early before the hotel filled up, you were out of luck. There were no reservations, no one giving you special treatment and saying, "We knew you were coming, so we held you a spot." For the rest of my life, there will never be enough I can do for Cecil Williams and Glide. He was so beautiful to me, to my son, and to generations of San Franciscans from all corners of the community. Did I ever in my wildest, most confident visions imagine that I would help bankroll a $50 million project that Cecil Williams and Glide would undertake 25 years later to purchase a square block of real estate in order to create affordable housing for lower-income families and a complex of businesses and retail shops to create employment opportunities right there in the Tenderloin, where I used to count the cracks in the sidewalk a block away from Union Square and $500 a night hotels, not to mention the most expensive stores in the city like Neiman Marcus and Gucci? Not for a minute. An instant miracle took place for me once Cecil took us in. Without having to spend $300 to $600 a month on somewhere to sleep, I was able to get Christopher back into the San Francisco Daycare Center in Hayes Valley at $500, but it was a place where I knew he was getting great care. Every morning, long before 8 a.m., I had us packed up with all our gear as I performed my impression of a man pretending to have 8 arms, somehow holding the umbrella over my head after setting up the tent over the stroller and Christopher from the sheets of dry cleaner plastic as we took off. The good news was that I could park our car, the stroller, at daycare, stash our stuff in it, and then hop on the bus downtown to the office. On the weekends, we had to be out of Concord Plaza during the day. These rules were stringent. There was no just laying up. You either went to work or to look for work. Christopher and I already had a routine of pursuing every free bit of entertainment in the city. We went to the park, the museum, the park, the museum, park, museum. Then maybe we'd go see friends, or if we had a couple of extra bucks, we'd ride the train over to Oakland, go visiting and get something to eat, and head back in time to make sure we got into a room. As long as I could stay in the light, figuratively speaking, by keeping my focus on what I could control, worry and fear were kept at bay. That's why I pinned my concentration to tasks in front of me, not letting myself agonize about the grade of hill I was pushing our unwieldy ride up, but studying every crack and crevice in the concrete sidewalk, studying the sounds of the stroller wheels, noticing that I could move to that syncopated beat. Sometimes the effort made me happy. It let me dance when some might have said that I didn't have anything to dance about. It made me happy to put money away in small $100 or $50 increments, to just deposit it and not touch it, to not even think about it, but to know I was doing something to move us closer to the goal of having our own place. In order not to touch my stash, there were occasions when I sold blood, each time swearing I'd never do it again. It wasn't the shame of having to go there that ate at me, although I wasn't proud that I was choosing between the lesser of two evils, whether to sell blood so as to be able to afford a room if we missed the cutoff at the shelter, or sleep in the park. While that $1 million and that red Ferrari I was going to drive one day still existed in the abstract of the future, there came a point when it wasn't like I could reach out and almost grab onto them anymore. My feet hurt. My body ached. A darkness began to seep into the days, not just outside in the weather, but in my head. At the office? No. That was where the sun was shining, where the brightness of my potential buoyed my spirits, where the crops I'd been planting were starting to bud all over the place. But the second I left work, my spirits dipped, because always in the back of my mind, I knew that if the bus ran late, or if Christopher wasn't zipped into his cold weather clothes fast enough, or if we got to the shelter late, or if I didn't have time to pick something up to eat before we went up to the room and locked ourselves in, I had to come up with a plan B right away. Having to compartmentalize and organize all our stuff to keep it contained, like in the military, was beating me down. Everything had to be rolled up and ready to go at a moment's notice. Everything had to be able to be located at all times. What you needed when you needed it. A sock, a pamper, a shirt, a toothbrush, Christopher's clothes, a hairbrush, a book that someone left on the train that I was reading, a favorite toy. It started getting heavy. All that shit I was carrying and the weight of the stress and fear. Weekends, when I tried to do fun things for Christopher and give him a sense of normalcy, I still had to carry the stuff. At the parks, the museums, at church. The worst of this period takes place in approximately March, right when I know things are really about to bloom at work, and this one night, I roll into the front desk at the shelter, where they all know me, and I hear, "Well, Chris, we're all full. Sorry." What can I do? Out on the street, I head to the BART station, asking Christopher, "You want to go look at the airplanes at the Oakland airport?" We've done this drill before, taking public transportation out to one of the two airports and finding a waiting area with semi-comfortable benches, where we look like we're travelers anyway. As we ride over to Oakland and approach the MacArthur BART station, Christopher tells me he has to go to the bathroom. And I roll us off the train and head to an individual bathroom I've used there before, where I recall it being possible to lock the door from inside. As soon as we're in there, I realize that we don't have to leave immediately. We can rest, wash up, take our time, even sleep. "We're going to wait," I explained to Christopher, "'cause it's rush hour right now, so we're going to wait in here and be quiet, all right?" I make up a game called Shh. I tell him that no matter how loud someone knocks on the door, the object is not to say a word, no matter what. MacArthur, a major transfer point in Oakland, is probably the largest station in the BART system, with every subway train coming through. With so much activity, they keep the bathrooms pretty clean, but they're much in demand. In no time, the pounding on the door starts. People obviously don't want to wait. But eventually we can hear the train coming, and that wave leaves as those travelers probably realize they can use the bathroom in their own home. As it gets later, the knocking becomes more sporadic. With no windows, no ventilation, no natural light, the bathroom was tiled from floor to ceiling and wasn't more than 10 by 5, with one toilet and one small wash basin and a mirror made out of reflective stainless steel. By turning off the light, it was completely dark, dark enough that if I was really tired, I could sleep. Christopher had a gift for sleeping everywhere and anywhere. I couldn't bring myself to stay in there for too long, only once or twice staying the night, but for a short period, maybe a little more than 2 weeks, the blessed mercy of BART's public facilities gave me needed shelter during the darkest part of homelessness. My intimate knowledge of BART became a blessing in other ways. Many years later, my firm was selected to be the senior manager on hundreds of millions of dollars in bond issues for BART. I do believe that my honestly being able to say to the BART Board of Directors, "Look, I know this system better than any of these guys from Merrill Lynch or Solomon Brothers because I used to live on BART," made the difference. A question now pulsed maniacally in my brain. Why was I putting myself and my kid through this? Why couldn't I slow down, dig into my savings, and put us up back at the Palms? Why did I refuse to break the $20 bill that could have bought us a night at the Trucker Hotel? I followed my gut, which told me that breaking that $20 bill meant we might not eat. $20 was and is some real money, but when it's 15, 12, 7, 4, it goes fast. Having a pristine, unbroken 20 in my wallet gave me peace of mind, a sense of security. But it wasn't just the internal struggle over each and every expenditure that was raging inside me. There was also a fight of a much bigger and different magnitude, a battle royal between me and the forces that would control my destiny. These were the same forces that robbed my mother of her dreams, everything from her father and stepmother not helping her go to college, to my own father for giving her a child to raise on her own, to Freddie for beating her physically and psychologically, to a justice system that locked her up when she tried to break out of her bondage. Over the 6, 7, 8 months that I'd been without a home, a taunting voice that had lurked in the back of my mind now seemed to suddenly gather strength, right at the time when I could see the finish line. The voice mocked me, sounding a hell of a lot like Freddie just telling me, "You slick motherfucker, think you so smart 'cause you can read and pass that test?" But that don't make you shit, you big-eared motherfucker. Who do you think you are? Sometimes it sounded like a damn sociologist quoting statistics, telling me, unfortunately, your socioeconomic upbringing has predetermined that breaking out of the cycle of poverty and single parenting is highly unlikely given the fact that you are among the 12 to 15% of homeless people who are actually working yet still can't manage a working wage. The voice made me angry and made me fight harder. Who did I think I was? I was Chris Gardner, father of a son who deserved better than what my daddy could do for me, son of Betty Jean Gardner, who said that if I wanted to win, I could win. I had to win, however I was going to do it. Early spring arrives, bringing more rain, but it's warmer outside. My paychecks are starting to grow, and my savings account balance tells me that I've got enough to afford a cheap rent. San Francisco apartments are way too expensive, so that leaves Oakland, where I start my hunt on weekends. There are hurdles of questions. Well, how long have you been on your job? You're not married? You've got a baby? What's going on? What's a man doing with a baby? Some of the questions are overt, some not. But the process becomes discouraging. In fact, as a last resort, one Saturday when the weather's taking a break, no rain, even some patches of sunshine breaking through the fog, I decide to go check in the vicinity of the Palms, back in the Ho stroll. As I'm passing by a place on 23rd and West, my attention is grabbed by the sight of an old man sweeping down a front yard, or really, more a patch of what could be called a front yard, now covered in concrete, with blades of rebellious grass still poking up from the cracks. It's not the grass that amazes me, but what I see just in front of the little house. A rose bush. Of all the times I might have walked by this spot, I never saw this house. And certainly not that rose bush. Come to think of it, I never saw a rose bush anywhere in a rough urban part of town like this. I'm fascinated. How do you get roses in the ghetto? I strike up a conversation with the old man, whose name is Jackson. By the count of wrinkles on his brown leathery face, either he is really up there in years or he has seen some rough living. After some friendly chit-chat about the weather and my good-looking son, just as I get ready to keep on rolling, I notice that the front windows of the house are papered over. "Anybody living in here?" I asked Mr. Jackson, nodding at the house. "No, ain't nobody living in there," he says, explaining that he and his family own the building but live in an upper unit. They've been using it for storage for almost 3 years. "Is it for rent?" "It could be," he shrugs, then offers to show me the unit and the work that would be involved. The minute we walk in, right as I'm drowned in a funky, musty smell of a place that hasn't had any light or air in a long, long time, I see this whole downstairs space, covering the entire length of the building, and the smell is suddenly minimal. It's so beautiful. Even in the dim lighting, I'm speechless. There's a front room, then a big-ass bedroom perfect for Christopher, a bathroom, over here a kitchen, next to it a dining area, and there's a little doorway to another room that could be my bedroom. Now comes the test. "Can I rent it?" I say, right at the top, and before he can say no or start the qualifying questions, I let him know from the get-go, "Look, I'm fairly new on my job, I have a baby here, and there's no wife in the picture, but, son," he says, "you can stop right there. You done told me everything I need to know. Y'all can move in here." For a few moments, I don't trust that it's over, that the long night of homelessness is over, that I've won. Mr. Jackson confirms it by saying that all I need to give him is the first month's rent and a $100 cleaning deposit. "What if I clean it up myself and save the $100? I counter. As he studies me for a beat or two, my heart races as I worry that he'll change his mind. Then he says, "Okay, son." That was it. This was the most beautiful spot in the world to me, somewhere to call home for me and my son. There's no feeling in the entire emotional spectrum of happiness that can ever come close to the feeling that I felt in those moments and on that fine spring day, and in every day that followed whenever I returned in my mind to seeing that rose bush in the ghetto and having it lead me to our first home off the road of homelessness. Everyone wanted to help as we began life in our new home, in our Oakland, California, inner-city version of Kansas. The minute I called friends who hadn't heard from me in a while, the offers started pouring in. There was the card table one friend had in his basement that we could have, a real bed and a mattress that someone else offered, sets of towels and dishes that weren't being used. As long as I could find a way to go pick the stuff up, it was ours. My good friend Latrell Hammond insisted that I come get the 5 pounds of neck bones she had just bought that day. What the hell? I'd never cooked neck bones, but I went and got them just the same, figuring that I'd have some OJT in the kitchen, and then I went out to buy a second-hand freezer. At the grocery store where the butcher, Ms. Tukey, had the hots for me, I got some helpful hints on the basics. And when the prospect of having to take on another domestic chore got me overwhelmed, I was set straight by the sight of a single mom with bags of groceries and 2 kids plus a briefcase. If she could do it, so could I. Friends from the different neighborhoods and stations in my Bay Area journey came over to help me get rid of the junk in the house and to clean the place, which was immediately improved simply from air and sunlight, which eradicated most of the musty smell. The place looked cool. Hell, it was the Taj Mahal compared to where we'd been staying. Christopher was my #1 helper, not only with the mammoth undertaking of cleaning the place, but also in helping organize our tasks and reminding me of what we had to do. "Papa," he asked me before we moved in, "can we fix the backyard?" I went to check out the 3 years of jungle growth back there and told him, "Not yet, son." Step by step, though, inside, the place came together quickly. After our first night in the new place, as we prepared to leave early the next morning so that I could get Christopher to daycare and then get myself back on the train in order to get to the office on time, he became very concerned that we didn't have all our gear with us. "It's okay," I explained and pulled out the single house key to show him why we didn't have to take everything with us. "We got a key, Christopher. See?" He looked at the one unassuming key in my open palm and didn't get it. "Pop," he said, pointing to the duffel bag with all our stuff and my hanging bag with my second suit, "we have to carry this." "No, son," I told him. "You don't have to carry nothing. We got a key. Let's leave all of this here, all right? And we can just go." With a puzzled smile, he made sure that he understood. "We can leave it here?" Bending down, bringing my face close to his, smiling with my own sense of wonder and relief, I repeated what I'd said. "Yes, we can leave all this stuff here." Together, we used the key to lock up, almost giggling, and then turned to go to the BART station, practically skipping all the way there. Since Christopher was so eager to help, no matter what the undertaking was, it occurred to me that I should enlist his assistance in getting him admitted to the Oakland Day Care Center where they had the misspelled Happyness sign. If we could do that, our long days of leaving at 5 in the morning and not returning until 9 at night would be so much more manageable. The only hitch was potty training. He occasionally told me when he had to go to the John, but wouldn't bother most of the time. I made my proposal. "Son, look, you want to help Papa?" "Yes." "The way to help Papa," I said, "is when you think you might want to go to the bathroom, just raise your hand 1 time. When you think you might want to boo-boo, just raise your hand twice, okay?" "Okay," he said, beaming as though he was happy to have a job that was just his. We made it a game. Sure enough, he was potty trained in 2 weeks and enrolled at the daycare center right next to the BART station. When we came home at night, a block away I had my hand in my pocket, making sure the key was still there. The key was worth 10 times the Hope diamond to me. What I loved about it so much, I don't know. It wasn't attached to a keychain or key ring. It was just this bare little key, but it was ours. And the feeling of elation I got every time I saw the roses blooming in the ghetto in front of our place, and when I put my foot on that step, that first step, never diminished. What it meant every time to put my foot on the step with the key in my hand and to unlock the door and finally step into the house is impossible to explain. It was the opposite of powerlessness. It was the antidote to the fear of not knowing what was happening that night, where we would go, how we would manage. The key was like the key to the kingdom, a symbol of having made it this far, all the way from where I had been, at the absolute bottom of the hole, to where I was now, an incredible transition. Were things still rough? Sure they were, but they were manageable. Now that I could cover us having this home base, daycare, transportation, and food, I felt that I could air my head out, just like the house, and then really kick into a higher gear at work. It wasn't that our worries were all behind us, a reality I faced early on in the new place when I missed a couple of electric bills and the electricity was turned off. I set up candles, telling Christopher, "Come on, you get to take a bath by candlelight," trying not to let him see that I was upset. As I scrubbed little Chris in the tub, I couldn't help fretting about how I could really accomplish the big vision if I continued to be dragged down by so much daily minutia. My most distinct thought was, I ain't Superman. At that very moment, out of nowhere, my son stood up in the bathtub and said to me, with a very serious look on his face, which was illuminated by the light of the candle, "Papa, you know what? You're a good papa." Oh, man. I melted, forgot the worries, the minutia, and knew that I was going to be fine. Coming from that little boy, those words were all I needed. My learning curve became activated again when Dean Witter brought in one of the company's top producers, a super smart, no bullshit powerhouse by the name of Gary Abraham from Las Vegas, Nevada. Tasked with visiting different branch offices and helping the greener guys build their business, Gary clicked with me right away. In person or on the phone, whenever I called up for advice or to touch base, he was down to earth and available, asking, "Hey, how you doing? What's happening?" In spite of Gary's easygoing demeanor, he was razor sharp, a wizard, chock full of insights about what he was doing and how he had built his business. One of the concepts he helped me begin to understand was the idea that rather than telling someone what they should buy and why they should buy it, a much more strategic, productive approach was to find out what my customer wanted to buy. In my understanding of supply and demand, this approach made a lot of sense, although applying it practically was going to take time. When Gary was starting out in Vegas, where there's always an influx of new money, always booming, instead of doing the phone thing, he went out to scout locations for new developments, where they were building million-dollar homes in various states of construction. "You called on them in person?" I asked, trying to see myself doing something like that. Gary recalled, "You bet. I put on my best blue suit and went and rang the doorbell on each and every one of those houses without an appointment and introduced myself." Man, I wanted his script, his formula, what he had done and how he'd done it. There was nothing brilliant about it, he insisted. I just said, "Hi, I'm Gary Abraham. I'm with Dean Witter here in Las Vegas, and I'd like to know if there's anything we can do to help you settle in here. And by the way, are you involved in the stock market?" That kind of maverick approach was exactly what had made me take the long road by building my own book rather than sticking to the company program like most of the guys working around me. I looked at Gary and knew that's what I wanted to do, how I wanted to play the game. At 29, I came to the realization that I was inordinately fortunate to have been mentored, either directly or indirectly, by extraordinary individuals, true role models. There was never a sense in my gut that these role models helped me more or less because I was black, or expected more or less because I was black. If they did, I didn't pick up on it. Later, I read a quote from Berry Gordy about how he achieved the big crossover appeal of Motown, why he was certain his records would sell to white kids as well as black kids. His point, that this music business success wasn't a black thing or a white thing, but rather a green thing, resonated with me. In the financial arena that I was in, my mentors and the examples that I was learning from could have come from any background. It happened that most of them were white, but they were Italians, Jews, foreigners, WASPs, from all up and down the socioeconomic ladder. Success in this field wasn't a white thing or a black thing. It was a green thing. That was the measure. How much green were you moving and how much were you making? Gary Abraham helped me identify which of my strengths were going to help take me to the next level. At the top of that list was probably the ability to handle volatility, experience plucked right out of my life. This fact about myself struck me one day at work, when the Dow started going crazy and went over 1,000, sending thrilling shockwaves through the market. But one of the older brokers was beside himself. "You see that, son?" he said to one of the new guys. "It's all over. Sell everything." We had been watching it inch up, around 850, then 900, in that vicinity. And when it broke 1,000 that day, he really thought it was the end of the world, which to a stockbroker translates as sell everything. Volatility and change had been the watchwords of my life. If I'd learned anything, it was that it's never the end of the world, no matter how bleak things can be. What this also showed at that time was that hardly anybody around me truly knew anything. Shocking. They had the talk down as if they knew everything, but ultimately nobody had a clue as to what the market was really going to do. What I did know was that the market was going to open. Then it was going to do one of two things. It was going to go up or go down. You could bet money on that. That awareness allowed me to stay steady, to offer assurances to customers that weren't bogus. Of everything I took away with me from this initiation period in Wall Street, where it was all about writing tickets, the most important principle I adopted was the commitment that if I was going to write a ticket, it had to be an honest ticket. Gary was a phenomenal resource whose advice I not only tried to follow, but also never forgot, and who never seemed at a loss for information or wisdom when I sought him out. In time, I'd look back and be able to see that it was in San Francisco that I learned to sell, while it was New York that would really teach me the business. Little did I know until later that knowing the business and selling are two very different things. Gary Abraham sold the way great singers seem to hit those notes effortlessly. People wanted to work with him, yet he never pushed. He let them sell themselves. He introduced me to the effectiveness of not trying to sell what I got, but to find out what you want to buy, or what you will buy, what you already own. Boiled down, the question was, what can I show you that is similar to what you already own, that's going to meet your current objectives? Unfortunately, Dean Witter was a wirehouse like other similar wirehouses, a huge corporation with an agenda that was not always the same as that of its clients. Nonetheless, even as my paycheck improved somewhat, and as little Chris and I ventured out for more of a social life on weekends, I began to wonder if I should scope out some options. One of my favorite things to do, if we felt like an outing, was to put little Chris in the shopping cart that had come to replace his blue stroller. Since I was nowhere near being able to afford an actual automobile, the cart became our only wheels. Christopher referred to it fondly as our car, inquiring, if we went inside anywhere, "Papa, where'd you park the car?" Making totally different sounds from the stroller, the cart made its own ghetto music with a click-clack, click-clack, click-clack as it rolled along the sidewalk. In Berkeley, we sometimes stopped by my girl Latrell's mother's house, grabbed a bite off the barbecue, and turned around to walk the long way home. We were returning from one such excursion in our car when the sunny day all of a sudden went cold and blustery, with rain that began to fall in heavy slats. "Papa," Chris said, looking up at me and blinking through the raindrops, "when we gonna get a car with a top on it?" I must have laughed as loud as thunder. Of all the things he could have asked to improve on our shopping cart, it wasn't doors, or an engine, or leather seats. No, he wanted a top. There had been an awkward visit from Jackie once we settled into the new home when she showed up to visit Christopher. Interestingly enough, even though little Chris had asked about her on occasion, he didn't cling to her or react like I had during and after separations from my own mama. Maybe it was because he didn't know her that well anymore, or maybe it was just how she related to her child. In any event, my feelings were much more complicated, in part because of the mixed signals she sent to me, but mainly because of so much residual anger I'd never expressed to her. Well, she sure enough got an earful from me this time around, and then we fucked. That's what it was, from my point of view. A literal fuck you. If she had any intention of getting back together now that I was moving up, not there yet, but beyond the gates she had been so sure I couldn't enter, she saw that wasn't going to happen and split for Los Angeles as suddenly as she had arrived. Little Chris asked where she'd gone, and I explained, "She's moving to Los Angeles. You'll see her again soon." That's all he needed to know. Every day, as lunchtime approached, a skinny little middle-aged guy showed up and took a seat in the cubicle next to mine in the bullpen on the trading floor at Dean Witter. Just doing my thing on the phone in the midst of 50 other brokers talking and trading, I barely noticed him or took into account that the reason he was there probably was to see Susie, the beautiful blonde broker whose cubicle it was. When I did pick up on him, I figured he was a devoted client stopping in to see his broker. In her late 20s or early 30s, Susie was bright, energetic, and appealing in her mini skirts and high heels, with a bust line she either bought or was just very proud to have. Good at what she did, she was always going to do well in the game. Whether or not he was a client wasn't any of my business anyway, so I had no idea that he'd been sitting there listening to me. It came as quite a shock then when he spoke to me out of the blue one day saying, "What are you doing here? You don't belong here. Here's my card. Call me and come over. Let's have coffee." Turned out, this was not some guy coming to see his broker, but rather she was his girlfriend. It also turned out that this wiry Jewish guy who looked and talked like a white Sammy Davis Jr. was Gary Shimano, the managing general partner for Bear Stearns in San Francisco. What was Bear Stearns? That was exactly what I wanted to know when I looked at his card. I asked around. The answer came back that Bear Stearns was, at this time, one of the most profitable private partnerships in the history of Wall Street. I knew the big wirehouses like Dean Witter, Merrill Lynch, E.F. Hutton, and Payne Webber. These wirehouses might have 10, 12, 15,000 brokers, with all transactions and communications done on the wire. Bear Stearns had only 600 to 700 brokers, and instead of being mass market, the mom-and-pop investors, folks wanting IRAs and utilities, meat and potatoes, this smaller partnership was going after bigger fish in the institutional investment business: banks, pension funds, insurance companies, money managers, bigger businesses. Selling directly to individual investors, you can tell clients about a new product that might be a great idea and let them know about a new stock offering. You'll move some shares. That's because, at least back in the day, they weren't savvy about the markets and what was out there to buy. They were relying on you, the broker, to tell them. But the large institutions already know the markets, and that's not what they need a broker for. They're investing humongous sums and don't want a little this or a little that. They want a broker to put together a lot of this and a lot of that in the most profitable way possible. Down in the basement of mass market selling, it's that numbers game of hitting X amount of calls that eventually become X amount of accounts and X amount of growth. You don't play with that big business. Instead of making 200 calls to 200 prospects, you make 100 calls to one prospect before you ever meet. Up there it was then and is now about building relationships. Up there, in the Bear Stearns way of doing business, it's about the sphere of influence, something I would come to understand infinitely better in the months and years ahead. Still not that hip about this company, I stop in to see my branch manager about getting more money, not long after Gary Shimano gives me his card. It's basically a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned. The attitude in the past, whenever I've asked for more money than the smaller commissions I'm eking out, has been, don't worry about the gross commission dollars. They'll come after you open the accounts. Now I go in to ask for more money because I've earned it. I'm opening new accounts and doing the Dean Witter program, meaning I'm selling what the company wants me to be selling and producing all the way and feeling confident about it. While I'm there, I casually run the question by him because I'm planning on meeting Gary Shimano. Who is Bear Stearns? Eyes narrowing, my branch manager says, why are you asking me that? This guy named Gary Shimano just gave me his card. Can we do some business over there? I'm naive, perhaps, thinking it's a new business contact I've scored because I don't see this as a conflict. The branch manager does. He also knows a lot more about Bear Stearns than I do. Apparently, he knows that Bear Stearns has no training program for brokers, and because they're building up their retail operation, Bear Stearns is making a practice of scouting talent at other firms, pulling out brokers who've already been trained and licensed by other firms, and luring them to their side of the street. That's what my branch manager knows. But I don't. All I'm doing is asking for more money. No, he answers, without any room for discussion. You haven't done enough to deserve more money. That was a shove out the door. I resented his attitude as much as I did when I was constantly being made broker of the day only to set up business that was promptly given to a white broker because the client wanted someone with more experience. But the deal was really sealed the instant I walked into the offices of Bear Stearns to have coffee with Gary Shimano. It was the same jolt of juice that hit me the first time I stepped inside a brokerage house, only harder. And my instinctual reaction, just like before, was, oh yeah, this is where I'm supposed to be. At Dean Witter, I was the only guy topping the charts with 200 calls a day. Here, everybody was on my wavelength, making those many calls in pursuit of a couple of high-echelon prospects. Major VIPs on the institutional level or individuals with significant net worth, profile managers, investment advisors, corporations, bankers, insurance company executives, the chief investment officer for the state of California, the city of San Francisco, or the city of Los Angeles. They didn't have to take calls from anybody. So to get them to call you back, you had to have it going on. These Bear Stearns guys did. That first time, I was stunned by the intensity of what they were doing. I thought I was the only guy who could focus like that. Once again, I felt like I was coming home to a place where I belonged, at the same time that I was moving into a whole mind-boggling new dimension. You could feel the energy, like these guys at Bear Stearns were on steroids or something. The adrenaline was flowing. You could feel it, taste it, and touch it. You couldn't miss it. Even Stevie Wonder could have seen this shit. The timing could not have been more perfect. As it so happened, Bear Stearns wanted to build on the growth the company had already achieved in the institutional business by doing more business with high net worth individuals who were now starting to show up as Silicon Valley was set to explode. Even though the mega boom of the 90s was still to come, there was some rocket scientist types already striking oil in the high-tech world, and Bear Stearns was gunning for a big piece of the action. This was the start of the halcyon days of restricted stock sales, promising IPOs, and new clients who yesterday were engineers making $50,000 a year, but today had a couple of million all of a sudden. Bear Stearns wanted to be out in front to ask these new millionaires relevant questions. Do you want to put your money in one thing or spread it out? Do you want to think about putting some away for your kids' college? Do you want to buy some tax-free bonds? Gary Shimano, not a shy, easygoing type of dude by any stretch, invites me for coffee and tells me that he thinks I'm the perfect guy to help Bear Stearns get a foothold in this end of the business based on observing me at Dean Witter. Gary is hooked up every which way all over town. Passionate and excitable. He's a table pounder too, and that's what he's doing as he tells me, "You're wasting your time over there, you know. You need to be over here. Here's where you need to be. Here." Pounding the table myself, I say, "Yeah, I want to be over here." "Okay," says Gary without batting an eye. "What do you need to get going? How much draw?" Going for the honest truth, I ask for what I need for me and Christopher to get a nice place in San Francisco. 5,000. That's 5 times the draw I've been getting at Dean Witter. "Fine," he says, no eye batted yet again. "And I'll throw in a 50% payout. Be over here in 2 weeks. Let's go to work." Whoa! For a second, I wonder if I should have asked for more. But what I'm offered is the ideal structure. Guaranteed 6 months of drawing $5,000 per month with a requirement for the next 6 months to make twice that for the company in order to maintain it with a 50% commission on every dollar earned over and above that. It's security, pressure, and incentive. Oh, baby! Leaving Dean Witter wasn't hard on either side. If I felt like I owed them anything for giving me my shot, my debt was repaid when I was informed that they were taking over all my accounts. All my detailed notes about what stocks my clients owned, where they worked, what their family histories were, names of pets and secretaries, all those accounts and the priceless information that I'd cultivated for months and months, handed out willy-nilly to the yokels who'd never called anybody. My first day on the job at Bear, I have to work up the guts to admit that I've arrived without any of my former accounts. When I do, Gary sneers. "Don't worry about that. We don't want any of those people anyway." The Bear philosophy is, no trade is too big, no trade is too small. We want a shot at all of them. But I come to find out that they really want the former rather than the latter. This is good news to me. I'm in. The first day, I also get a chance to meet some of the guys who'll be working with me in the new retail room that Bear is starting up. In a group of 8 guys to spearhead this new business, I'm coming in at a top tier. Again, I'm the only black brother at the firm, which is no big deal for me or my new colleagues from what I can tell. With a combination of nerves and excitement, I'm arranging my new desk, trying to put away my pencils when I hear a receptionist calling from the next room. "Chris, you've got a phone call, pick up." Clueless as to who it is, since nobody knows I'm here, I pick up and ask, "Who is it?" The receptionist tells me, "It's Ace Greenberg." To myself, I say, "Ace Greenberg?" Out loud to her, I say, "Ace Greenberg?" I don't know any Ace Greenberg, but in unison, everybody in the room with me says, "Take the call! Take the call!" The call is put through. "Hello?" I say, oblivious to the fact that Ace Greenberg is the senior partner and CEO of Bear Stearns, responsible for building the firm up to where it is at this point in time. His call is to welcome me to Bear Stearns, to which he adds, "You want to know something, Chris Gardner? Bear Stearns was not built by people who have MBAs. Bear Stearns was built by people with PhDs. PhDs? I'm stumped. But before I can ask, Ace Greenberg explains. PhDs are people who are poor, smart, with a deep desire to become wealthy. We call them PhDs. Welcome to the firm, Chris." Then the phone goes click. I have died and gone to heaven. Poor, smart, with a deep desire to become wealthy. That's me, to a T, a PSD. That phone call kicked it all off. It was on. Over the next year, as my star rose at Bear Stearns, I found myself making another full circle when I moved myself and Christopher back into the city, to a beautiful second-floor apartment in a large corner Victorian building on Mason and Hayes in Hayes Valley. We were back in the hood, within walking distance of our regular daycare center, living the San Francisco life, not lavishly, but with security and stability. Filled with rented furniture, the apartment had hardwood floors, 2 bedrooms, a big living room, and a fireplace. One of its most quirky assets was the bus stop right outside the front door. If our windows or blinds were open, whenever the bus stopped and people stepped off, it was as though they were going to walk into our living room for a visit. If we needed something, we could buy it. The difference in not having that commute anymore was staggering. My biggest indulgence was taking a cab to work every day. Now, that was a luxury. It was $6 plus $1.50 for tip, and I'd sit in the back and appreciate every second, like sitting in the back of a limousine in a slightly later era. Having noticed that every time he saw me, I was wearing the same suits, either the blue one or the gray one with my white shirt and one of 2 ties, Gary Shimano had even given me an advance so I could get a new suit. Gary was always sharp. He was partial to Brioni suits, alligator shoes, loafers, cufflinks, beautiful ties, and an ever-present pocket square. Money didn't change me on the inside, but it definitely allowed me to give in to my clothes habit. As the months went on and my buying power rose, I had the resources not only to wear the kind of sharp suits I'd always loved, but to add subtle touches of color and style that other guys might not be able to pull off. One of the senior guys at Bear Stearns, Dave Socks Cranston, with his distinctive accessorizing, was extremely impressed later on when I took to wearing fire red socks with whatever I was wearing. A sharp blue suit with a crisp white shirt and fire red socks. Subtle, but strong. But there was no splurge big enough for little Chris as far as I was concerned. At 2.5, 3, 3.5, even he understood what it meant to have new things. A new bed, new clothes, new toys. He was excited. What was more, he and I were so connected emotionally. He could feel my peace of mind. We could go do fun things in San Francisco, not because we had nowhere to live, but because we wanted to go to Golden Gate Park and fly a kite or try to ride a skateboard together that I'd made instead of buying, because I could. Now, unlike the days when he and I had to find shelter where we could sleep or escape from the rain, we spent rainy weekends going to the movies, sometimes seeing as many as 3 or 4 in a day, sometimes the same movie. During Prince's Purple Rain, Christopher had an accident and peed himself, probably because he had stayed inside the movie house too long, but I snapped and said, "All you have to do is say, 'I gotta pee.'" We marched up to the bathroom so I could wash him off, and he saw I was still annoyed, just wanting things to always be easier, and he said very seriously, "Papa, I don't want to make you mad. I want to make you happy." There weren't enough times that I could tell him after that, "You make me happy, little Chris. You make me the happiest." If I learned anything about being a parent, that right there was the most important lesson. Just as my son said it, kids don't want to make us mad. They want to make us happy. The atmosphere at Bear Stearns, leading up to the era of the avalanche of the 80s mega mergers, was conducive to everyone finding their own niche, that product or segment of the market you really know inside out, your own little special group of institutions to pursue. One guy covered nothing but thrifts. Someone else handled bank trust departments. Another guy only talked to insurance companies. As I searched for what my specialty might be, just as I had been a complete sponge in the medical field, learning from Rip Jackson and Gary Campagna, I wanted to learn everything I could from the very best and master it, but right away. Pretty soon, that's what I was doing. Learning not just how to get my calls returned, but how to cultivate those relationships based on my command of information that my competitors might not have. So if Bill Anderson called, I could easily say, "I understand you got a broker." Now, We're not interested in interfering with that relationship. However, we would like to be able to complement that relationship by showing you one or two special situations here. A smart investor was almost always open to that. Great. The next time the partners at Bear Stearns are doing something, we'd like to just give you a call. Is that fair enough? The answer was almost always yes, because who would want to miss out on the chance, at least, to hear what the special offering might be? Another yes almost always followed that one in response to the question of whether I could send some materials out along with my card. Thus, a relationship was established, so that when I followed up, it was not to waste his time, but to build a rapport and a dialogue, to find out what Bill Anderson wanted to buy, what he had been buying, whether he liked or understood technology stock. Was he looking for some opportunities for capital appreciation? If he was older, was he looking for ways to supplement his income when he retired? What about his pension fund assets if he was close to retirement? Borrowing perhaps from my background in medicine and healthcare, I approached these conversations exactly in the same way we might have discussed something as vital and personal as his personal health, his personal financial health. In my own way, I was becoming Dr. Chris Gardner after all. In order to build relationships, I still had to work my magic to get past the gatekeepers, the secretaries who liked my Barry White crooning voice, and the proverbial alligators who would bite my head off if they even suspected I was calling their boss about an investment opportunity. Every now and then, I struck gold and the prospect actually picked up the phone. That was exactly what happened one day after I decided to pursue some Texas oil millionaires by cold calling. One of these cowboys, who has a nickname like JR, not only answers his phone, but then hears me out. JR, I begin, this is Chris Gardner out at Bear Stearns, San Francisco. Yeah, I know, y'all. What you want? Well, I just wanted to tell you about, well, look here. Before you tell me anything, let me tell you something. Then he proceeds to tell me every nigger joke, every Jew joke, every spick joke in the world. Not knowing whether I should hang up or get on a plane to kick his racist ass, I get real still and just listen. Then, taking a breath, I return to right where I was before, pitching him on me and the firm. That's all he needs to hear. Okay now, he says, buy me 50,000 shares of whatever you called me about, and let's see how that works. 50,000 shares at 50 cents a share was a commission of $25,000. For that much money, hell yeah, I can put up with a nigga joke. And I do. I start calling him, and he throws me bigger business every time, always telling me all the most racist, demeaning jokes he's accumulated since the last time we talked without repeating himself. To further my sphere of influence, I go on, laughing myself silly. Hilarious! Sometimes even finding a joke or two funny. Every now and then, I do stop to think. If only he knew that I was black. Obviously, he has no clue. Much to my chagrin, he calls me to say, hey, this is JR. My wife is going to China. I'm going to bring my girlfriend up to Lake Tahoe, and we're going to stop in San Francisco so I can see this broker named Chris Gardner who's been making me all this money. Oh boy, here we go. In a panic, I'm seeing all his business go away when he realizes he's been telling all those nigger jokes to a nigger. Trying to stay calm, I remind myself that only one of two things is going to happen. In scenario A, he'll close his account with me, and that'll be the end of our relationship. In scenario B, if I play it right, he'll close the accounts he has at all those other places and let me handle all of his business. What can I do to play it right? As it so happens, the boss is out of the office on the day JR and his girlfriend are coming. There's no one to say that I can't temporarily move into his huge executive office, nor is there any harm in replacing his name with mine on the door. Thinking fast, I also take all those pictures of his cute white family off his desk and put them in his drawer. My secretary and colleagues agree to go along with this temporary setup, saying nothing. When JR and his woman companion arrive, they are welcomed by my secretary, and she leads them back to come see. When JR walks in, I'm sitting in the boss's big chair, looking out his window at the spectacular view of San Francisco and pretending like I'm talking on the phone, just reaming somebody's ass out in unedited, colorful vernacular. As if just noticing my Texas visitors, I hang up, whip around in my chair and say, "Hey, JR, how you doing? Have a seat. How about a cup of coffee?" Literally, I can see the blood draining away from JR's face. He is in fucking shock. It's not just the nigga jokes and the color of my skin, although that's enough to give him a coronary. It's also that he's a short, little, wide cowboy, clean-shaven, in his mid-60s with a crew cut, gleaming aviator glasses, jeans, some kind of boots made out of the hide of an endangered species, and a big-ass buckle, like he just won some rodeo, who has to look up to me to shake my hand. His girlfriend, not a spring chicken, though younger than JR, also taller than him, with the big blonde hair and the big chest, just looks on, not sure what's happening, but apparently happy to be anywhere other than where she's usually tucked away. So here I go, spreading out paperwork on the close to $500,000 he has invested with Bear Stearns in a full report. Every position, every recommendation, every stock we ever put in his portfolio, where we bought it, where we sold it, and the percentage gained. Showing him how much money I've made him so far. The numbers look good, between a 34 and 35% return. This is my big shot to go for double or nothing. Straight out, I say, based on these numbers and what you've let me know about the other accounts you've got, we need to be doing more of your business here. JR, what do you think? What he thought, it turned out, was that I was right. It seemed that he had undergone an epiphany and seen the light. It wasn't a white thing or a black thing. It was a green thing. He closed his accounts at Golden, Lehman & Morgan and at wherever else he had his money invested so that I and Bear Stearns could oversee all his business. From then on, with his account alone, I probably made $200,000 a year. Interestingly enough, after that visit, he stopped the nigger jokes. In all our contact that followed, he never uttered the N-word again. He still told me a couple of Jewish jokes and a couple of spick jokes, but by all indications, he was henceforth down with his black brethren. Because I did all his business and he was my biggest account, he was the first phone call I made every day, financially more than compensating for all those nigger jokes I had endured at the start. Every day our morning powwow began with my report on what the market looked like for that day and my recommendations on whether we should sit tight or trade. Because of the vast amounts of money I was making for him, his answer was always, "Whatever you think, Chris." This went on for over 2 years, starting there in San Francisco and continuing after I made the inevitable move to New York City to work at the Bear Stearns office there on the real Wall Street, the mothership. By 1985, I was the proud father of a gorgeous, brilliant, amazing baby girl named Chris Gardner. Her mother was Christopher's mother, Jackie, my ex. Conceived during a visit that Jackie made to see little Chris, Jacinta, like her brother, was always going to have me in her life, and I was always going to be there for her. This was despite whatever issues I had with her mother. For 12 hours that one night, when I gave in yet again to the sexual temptation that Jackie had always been for me, I actually convinced myself that we were supposed to get back together. Even with everything that had happened before, there was a part of me that thought, well, for Christopher's sake. Maybe now that the money wasn't so tight and I had established myself in the business, she'd have the chance to pursue her goals. God knows what I was thinking. Sometimes it seemed I had to just put myself in the fire in order to find out that's how you get burned. It took me less than 24 hours to come to my senses. When I decided to move to New York, Jackie, now pregnant, was busy campaigning to get back together. While I was adamant that the possibility was out of the question, I did propose that, with my financial help, she should have Christopher come live with her and our new daughter in Los Angeles. This was a practical choice, considering that I would most likely be working even longer hours and making little Chris adjust to a whole new daycare system. She eventually agreed, and ultimately getting to spend some time with his mother was the best thing for him, even though I went through horrible separation pains those first few weeks apart. Going in, New York was as daunting as everyone had told me it would be. Fortunately, I had just scored a new account that helped set the stage for me to make a splash in the New York office. Again, just like with JR, this was the result of a cold call. The guy I contact while dialing numbers in Las Vegas is a fellow named Ed Dumaney, who says in response to my introduction, "No, I don't want to buy too much stock, but I might want to sell some stock." Not sure where this is headed. I'm polite and say, "Well, what stock is that?" Ed casually notes, "I own a piece of a little company down here in Las Vegas, and I'm thinking about selling some shares." "Oh, yeah? What company is that, Mr. Dumaney?" "The Golden Nugget," he says. "Great," I say, then ask, "How much of it do you own?" "About 6 million shares." Not skipping a beat, I let Ed know that Bear Stearns specializes in restricted stock sales. "So let us know if there's a way we can help, and if there's a way we can help you minimize the tax bite." "Yeah, I'd be interested in that." After I hang up the phone somewhat in a daze, I have to figure out how I'm going to play this out. It takes me a while to put the pieces together that Ed and his brother Fred are the producers of the scandal-ridden movie The Cotton Club, along with Bob Evans and some other cats, not to mention that the Dumaney brothers are having some issues with the New Jersey Gaming Commission. Rather than trying to pull off the trade for 6 million shares of stock myself, I put Ed and Fred together with the right people at Bear Stearns, which turned me into an overnight star by the time I arrived in New York. Bringing in 6 million shares, or about 6% of the ownership of the Golden Nugget, gave me instantaneous credibility with the heavyweights at the New York Bear Stearns office. The buzz was, "Who is this fucking guy in San Francisco? How did he get this? Who does he know?" It wasn't only that I was handing their office what was potentially a 10 million share trade, it was also that Ed Dumaney would only talk to me and he wouldn't talk to nobody out of New York without me on the telephone with him. In New York, a lot of cats were talking about establishing a fee-based business that would eliminate the need for writing tickets, setting up a revenue stream of, say, $3 million a year. That was the business I wanted to be in, but how? Same as I always had done, by asking questions. How do you do that? The answer was to get into the asset management business for clients. One of the guys broke it down for me, and I was frankly flabbergasted. Let me see if I got this right. So somebody gives you $100 million a year to manage, they pay you 50 basis points, so you make $5 million a year? Between the Dumaney brothers, a couple of other media accounts, and JR, I didn't start my New York Bear Stearns adventure empty-handed. But then, early in 1986, JR's secretary called me to say, "Chris, I've got bad news. JR died in his sleep last night at home." It was really bad news. My biggest account was gone. This wasn't going to kick in down the road. This was immediate pain. That was because when an account dies, trading is halted by the estate, which then comes in and divvies everything up between a whole host of vultures and beneficiaries. Ironically, over the last few days, JR had been worried about the market and telling me that we should sell everything and just go to cash. So to honor his last order, I picked up the phone and sold every last share in his portfolio, taking my $60,000 commission as a repayment for all the nigger jokes. The estate had nothing to say about it, not after all the money I'd made for him and his heirs. But with good old JR gone, I wasn't looking to replace him with a similar type of account. My idea was to give the fee-based asset management business a shot. On a cold call, yet again, I connected with Bob, an executive who was in charge of a fixed income portfolio for an Ohio company called the Great American Insurance Company. We hit it off, and he was interested in working with me, but there was a problem, as it turned out, in that the company was supposed to already be covered by Bear Stearns. To be on the safe side, I called Ace Greenberg, the CEO and senior partner who had first introduced me to the meaning of PSDs. Asking for his okay on my covering Great American Insurance, I was fine when Ace checked out the situation and told me, "Here's the story, Chris. You can cover the account, but I want to hear from you once a week. I want to hear how you're doing." Click. 2 weeks go by, and I'm working with Bob, showing him ideas, bonds, all kinds of things, and he likes what he's seeing and gives me my first order for starters. And it's a $25,000 ticket. Not bad. And I'm in the institutional arena. Thrilled, I call Ace and tell him, "We just made $25,000. Dead silence. After a pause, he says, "Gardner, you're fired." On the spot, this is it. His reasoning? "You've been talking to this guy for 2 weeks, and all you got out of him was 25 grand? Being fired by Ace Greenberg is the end of my career. There is no higher appeal, no higher court. Before I can think of what to say, the biggest belly laugh you ever heard comes booming over the phone line. Ace says, "Nice going, Chris. Have a good day." To have that cutting edge, to be able to offer something unique, I developed an innovative strategy in the months that followed for going after that asset management and fee-based business the other New York guys were talking about. But my approach was strictly my own. It was a multi-step process that involved first contacting the number 2 person in the management hierarchy and offering some special investment opportunities, and then, when there wasn't interest right away, tracking in real dollars what they had turned down. 3 months later, I would place a call to the number 1 person at the company and note that I had called before, saying, "I would have been calling you to send you a check for $100,000, but you didn't feel that it was of interest at the time. Here's what I'm calling you about now." Almost across the board, immediate interest and some subsequent trading followed. As I was mastering this strategy, it finally dawned on me what business I really wanted to be in. The market that was being grossly ignored by Wall Street. The niche that I would be allowed to develop in New York and that would soon become a key part of my own business when I opened up shop in Chicago. My idea was to go after this untouched market and offer prospects the scope of the products and services provided by Bear Stearns, one of the most profitable firms in the history of Wall Street. What was this untouched market? Well, I wanted to start calling on African Americans. I wanted to manage money for individuals in the sphere of influence shared by Quincy Jones, Stevie Wonder, Oprah, Michael Jordan. I wanted to invest not only for famous entertainers and athletes, but on behalf of Black institutions, Black banks, Black insurance companies, Black entrepreneurs and executives, Black foundations. That's what I wanted to do. Besides the fact that nobody else was pursuing this market, I liked the idea of promoting minority ownership and prosperity. With the support of Ace Greenberg and my other bosses at Bear, I went to town, sometimes hitting, sometimes missing. In early 1987, when things really started to roll, I was doing so much business that no one questioned my decision to take the next leap and set up shop under my own auspices. This was a huge risk, maybe the biggest of my life, and would require that I start pretty much from scratch. It also required some financial assistance and someone who believed in the ambitious vision I had for my enterprise. The person who stepped forward with a willingness to invest in my dream was a gentleman by the name of W.J. Kennedy III, chairman of the North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company, the largest minority-owned insurance company in the country. I was going forward. The vision kept expanding. In addition to the minority business, I wanted to honor my hardworking uncles and manage money for the labor market. I wanted to invest for educators and proponents of public education and literacy, To create the rainbow coalition of expertise that I envisioned, I wanted to hire PhDs, maybe not exactly like me, but with similar abilities to dream big. I wanted to take the same kind of chance on cultivating potential that Dean Witter and Bear Stearns had taken with me. To grow my business, I wanted to explore some ideas I had about what I eventually began to call conscious capitalism, both as a personal philanthropic interest in returning a percentage of my business profits back into public sectors in the areas where I made the money, and as a way for investment to encourage potential and opportunity on a global level. By picking Chicago as a town in which to plant Gardner Rich & Company, as I dubbed my enterprise, I had once again made a round trip, returning to a spot not far from Milwaukee and Mom's, as well as a town where I had plenty of relatives. This move made sense because Chicago was a city where 6-year-old Christopher and year-old Jacintha, both of whom moved from Los Angeles to Chicago, could grow up and have a place to call home. As my company grew and my dreams materialized, giving me the opportunity to work for institutional pension funds and assets to the tune of several $billion, and to nurture the growth and financial health of organizations like my top client, the National Education Association, with its millions of members, I lived out that other dream of getting to travel and see the world. The women were everything Uncle Henry had described and more. Nothing can prepare you for the stark beauty that is Johannesburg, South Africa, as you descend through the clouds and behold the southern outline of Africa spreading out below you. It is indeed a living map. No matter how many times I visited South Africa, each time I return, I experience an emotional intensity unlike anything else I've known. Those feelings are made even more intense as my plane touches down for this visit in April 2004, after I received an invitation from the leadership of the Congress of South African Trade Unions to be one of 200 observers from around the world to observe the 2004 elections, a monumental event that will coincide with the celebration of the 10th year of democracy and freedom for the people of South Africa. While I had accepted this invitation, this honor, with great pride, I threw in a caveat saying, I will not leave South Africa without having a one-on-one meeting with Nelson Mandela. Fine, I was told. If I could be patient, they would make it happen. Excited about the total experience, upon my arrival, I do something that I've never done in my life. I go out and buy a camera, intent on capturing the reality of what I am about to witness, the culmination of 10 years of democracy and freedom. During my first visit to South Africa, I was accompanied by a man I've come to regard as a father, Bill Lucy of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, and the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists. He introduced me to Mr. Mandela. Mr. Mandela shook my hand firmly and said words to me that I'd never heard from a man in my life. "Welcome home, son," Mr. Mandela said to me. I broke down and cried like a baby. To be 46 years old and have Nelson Mandela be the first man to ever say these words to me was worth every day of the No Daddy blues. Now, 4 years later, I'm back. On April 14th, Election Day, all international observers have been placed in small groups after receiving credentials and instructions the previous day. I am placed with 2 black South African women, both of whom are experienced observers and veterans of the struggle against apartheid that has been going on their entire lives. Election night finds me in a polling place converted into a fortress. Our tent is in a parking lot in downtown Johannesburg, not far from the Nelson Mandela Bridge. Our instructions are simple. Among others, no one in and no one out until we've all agreed on a final count. My first thought is, no more coffee or fluids. There is no restroom in our tent. Finally, After some very long, tense, and sometimes anxious hours, we're done. As expected, the ANC has captured 86% of the vote in our count alone. For me, it is very interesting to observe not just the count, but also the interaction between the blacks, coloreds, and Indians. The chains of apartheid, while physically broken, are evidently still psychically functional. Continuing to digest much of what has transpired during my visit so far, on April 15, 2004, my wait for my appointment with Mr. Mandela officially begins. As I was made aware, the anniversary of South Africa's democracy and freedom is being celebrated around the world, with seemingly every country on the planet sending representatives, ambassadors, and heads of state. My place in line, while secure, seems to be very fluid. No problem, I'll wait. During my waiting period, the inauguration of Thabo Mbeki to his second 5-year term is another unprecedented experience in my life. Black folks have never looked so good, so beautiful, so royal. A procession and ceremony takes place at the Union Building, the South African White House, and on its enclosed lawn equivalent to our Rose Garden. Cheers erupt while leader after leader makes an entrance. The Jumbotron monitors show the crowd across from us, numbering over 100,000 folks awaiting the inauguration and subsequent party. Finally, there is a roar like nothing I've ever heard after. It can only mean one thing: Mandela has arrived. At this stage of my adventures, I have had the pleasure of sitting courtside at NBA playoff games, ringside at boxing matches, and in front row seats at concerts, but I have never in my life experienced a sound like 100,000 souls crying out, "Mandela!" Again, I cry, and others around me ask why. They can't understand, but this is the first time that I've ever seen a black president. My sobs are drowned out only by the sounds of 3 747s from South African Airlines that fly over our heads in a salute to the president. In the days that follow, I use my time awaiting my meeting with Mr. Mandela to prepare. Nelson Mandela was trained as the first black attorney in South Africa and went on to found the firm of Tambo and Mandela with ANC leader Oliver Tambo, his dear friend. I keep this in mind in preparing to make a case, a clear, concise, compelling case. I also find the company that manufactures the beautiful silk shirts that Nelson Mandela always wears. I have a meeting with Mr. Mandela, I announce as I enter their main offices. You must make me a shirt. I want to be appropriately attired. When the morning arrives, the only decision that remains is which of the fabulous silk shirts I will wear to the meeting. Hazel, my favorite employee at the Park Hyatt, looks at them all and selects the most regal shirt of all, explaining, "That's the one. You look like Madiba." She is using Mandela's clan name to describe the shirt and why I must wear it. I am accompanied to the meeting by one of the leading businessmen in South Africa, Eric Malobi, who at one point was also imprisoned on Robben Island with Mr. Mandela. Finally, Mr. Mandela's personal assistant, Zelda, comes to escort me in, informing me that I've been scheduled for 15 minutes with Madiba. I walk through the door, and there he stands, ramrod straight, looking nothing less than royal, wearing a fabulous Madiba shirt. Sensing the tension in me, he proclaims in a most majestic voice, "Chris, why are you wearing my shirt?" I totally relax and sit across from him as directed. 86 years old, he moves purposefully but gingerly. The eyes, however, are scanning me. These are the eyes of an 86-year-old freedom fighter who for most of those years had to look at someone and make an instant decision. Can I trust this person? Is this information correct? Is this worth my time? I begin to make my case. U.S. public funds have increased their allocations to emerging markets around the world, but have not returned to South Africa. A very significant number of the young Turks in the U.S. labor movement who led the movement to divest American companies of South African investments are now presidents, secretary-treasurers, and trustees of their pension funds. As such, they're in position to influence, control, or direct billions of dollars of capital. On a comparative basis, South Africa has outperformed all other emerging markets. South Africa has recently celebrated 10 years of democracy and freedom. Just as capital was once used as a tool to help create change in South Africa, capital can again be used as a tool to help sustain the growth and development of South Africa. Zelda comes in and gives the international hand signal for time's up and says, "Mr. Mandela, the ambassador is here for his appointment." Mr. Mandela speaks again in his rich, majestic voice. "Tell the ambassador he can wait." Now I'm really pumped. I conclude my pitch with a comment that I clearly see touches a nerve. "Sometimes the stars just line up," I remark. This is our time. This is my time. This is my opportunity to use everything that I've learned in 25 years of working Wall Street and capital markets to help make a difference in the world for people that look like me. It's an opportunity, I tell him, to make economic freedom as available as political freedom. Mr. Mandela asks a few questions after I'm done and finally says, "How can I help you?" I mention specifics, and we agree to see where my idea takes us. At long last, I am able to use the camera I purchased for the election, asking Zelda to take a shot of Madiba and me sitting side by side. It remains my most valued possession to this day. We shake hands, and I lean down to kiss his forehead. He smiles. He knows what our time has meant to me. I am prepared to go forward, prepared to pursue. Ironically, as I leave the meeting and pass by the ambassador who has been kept waiting for 45 minutes, he and his entourage look at me, all appearing to wonder, "Who the hell is this guy?" Had I never been able to share my success with my mother, it would have broken my heart. Thankfully, before she passed away 10 years ago, she had a chance not only to see me prosper, but also to share in it. For some time, moms didn't understand what the hell it was I did for a living. After numerous explanations and attempted analogies, I finally put it this way. Let's say all these companies that I represent are at the casino and I'm the house. That clicked for her. Toward the end of her days, Betty Jean wasn't at all well. What her body and her psyche had been put through over the years had taken their toll. If money could have given back her health, I would have spent every dime I had to give that to her. But that was impossible. And when I got the news that we had lost her, I and my sisters were fairly certain that Moms, that pretty lady who first came to make candy for me so very long ago, had hastened her own death by drinking when her doctors had forbidden it. Losing Moms did break my heart, creating a void in the world where once her smile had been, the sight of which I will miss until the day I die. There was so much more to come that I still wanted to share with her, to make her happy. That was what I told my Aunt Dicey Bell when I got caught up with her back in Chicago to let her know about all of the exciting happenings. I had grown up right and had graduated to become a citizen of the world. Credit due to many who took those chances on me, but no one more so than Moms. It was so important to me that she know how far I had been able to come thanks to her. Aunt Dicey Bell assured me that my mother was exulting in every single glorious second of all my adventures. "Chris," she said to me, and it was all I needed to know, "right now, your mama is in heaven dancing with her wings on." That was so perfect. Just the way she said it. I had to believe that it was true. She was dancing with her wings on and making sure that I continued to be blessed beyond the dreams of 1,000 men. Absolutely.